Chapter 234. After Lin Fan and the others walked out of the tunnel, they realized that the situation wasn't right. They seemed to have appeared on a cliff. The surrounding terrain was like a giant hole. Looking down, one couldn't see the bottom. It was like a deep abyss and a gray mist floated about. Looking out, there were many black volcanoes in the distance that gave off thick black smoke. It was like hell. Have we reached the depths? Lin Fan asked. He didn't understand Black Mountain at all and was even unfamiliar with it. But when they crossed the river, they really didn't see these black volcanoes. All they saw were trees, like a primordial forest. Elder Yunsheng had a shocked expression as he said, "It should be." Their original plan was to leave Black Mountain and not head deeper in. But the heavens didn't give them a chance and forced them to come here. All of this wasn't voluntary. Senior brother, look down below. Isn't that a heaven crystal stone? Elder Yunyu asked. He wasn't too sure because there was a thick fog there. He could only vaguely see the glowing stone. Elder Yunsheng looked over and after a long while, he said, "It seems like it." What is heaven crystal stone? Lin Fan asked. He suddenly felt like he was a noob and didn't know anything. He was afraid that the treasure was right in front of him and he couldn't recognize it. That would be really awkward. He felt like he had eyes but couldn't see. Young hero Lin, heaven crystal stone is a precious crystal. We don't know how it is formed but it is used to craft weapons. Only God Essence Realm experts can use true chi to melt it. To us, it is useless. But on the market, it is really expensive. Elder Yunsheng said. He had an idea. Young hero Lin, I will go get it for you. You can exchange it for Grandmaster techniques on the market. Who knows how big it is? If it is slightly bigger, it can be used to craft a complete weapon. It is enough to exchange for many Grandmaster techniques. Lin Fan was shocked. Were people from Danxia Island so friendly? They weren't familiar with each other and they were doing such things. He couldn't take it. Don't, you are crazy. Till now, you still don't understand what is going on here. Look at that abyss, I feel like there is danger hiding within. Lin Fan stopped Elder Yunsheng. Elder, don't be rash, it is best if you calm down. Even if Grandmaster had divined your fortune and said that you could live for 300 years, you shouldn't have done it like this. If Grandmaster were to find out, he could really pry open your head. It was just that it was unknown whether this master was lying or not. Elder Yunsheng looked carefully. Young hero Lin, there isn't any danger here. Look at the deep abyss, it feels like there isn't anything hidden inside. Let's take this chance to collect the heaven crystal stone and give it to you. It is also to thank you for saving my life. At this moment, a muffled sound came from afar, as if something was crawling. Shoo! Something's coming. Lin Fan and the rest hid in the tunnel and watched carefully. In an instant, the tentacles appeared, densely packed together. Each tentacle wrapped around a person. Those people screamed miserably and slapped with their palms. There were even people who used swords and sabers to slash at the tentacles, but they couldn't do any damage to the tentacles. Elder Yunsheng, you can go take it now. Lin Fan was stunned. What monster was this, to have so many tentacles? How big was its body? Elder Yunsheng shut himself off and kept silent. He didn't dare to say a word. The three of their faces turned ashen white. Before this, these tentacles chased them here. He didn't expect so many people to be in trouble. There were even many who looked familiar. To them, they were all experts. But now, in their opinion, these experts were all experts, but they were all caught by these tentacles. This was too terrifying. Damn, let us go. Damn, what monster is this? Screams spread out. Maybe to those people, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Young hero Lin, we can't stay here for long. Elder Yunsheng was shocked. His eyes locked onto those thick black tentacles and he said the most correct words in his heart. They couldn't stay here. They had to retreat and they had to be quick. If not, he didn't dare to imagine what terrifying things would happen. Suddenly, a sound spread out from the deep abyss. It sounded like the breathing of a living being when it woke up. The mist in the deep abyss boiled. The mountain walls shook and numerous pieces of stone rolled down. The mountain shook. Lin Fan and the others found it hard to stand still. What is this thing coming out? Lin Fan didn't expect that he would face such a terrifying thing. After all, he had never seen it before. Elder Yunsheng's body shuddered. He sensed a terrifying aura from the deep abyss. Lin Fan quietly approached the edge and looked into the abyss. He realized that a monster had appeared in the abyss. The monster looked like an octopus. It had a round head and a black surface. Its head was filled with countless lantern-sized eyes. At the same time, many tentacles popped out from the abyss and slapped the surrounding mountain walls. I feel like I am in a monster paradise and we are the food. Such a thought appeared in Lin Fan's mind. As for using the bug controlling technique to control this octopus monster, that was a joke. One had to know one's place. What was one's cultivation? What was one's size? What was the size of this octopus monster? Comparing one another, one would know that as long as one had the balls to try, one would become a delicacy in its mouth. Young hero Lin, this monster is too terrifying. Elder Yunsheng's tone started to tremble like he was afraid. Lin Fan said softly, it is indeed terrifying. It seems like I was right, someone spread the news to trick people to come to Black Mountain. They want us to become its food. Elder Yunsheng looked at Lin Fan and realized that he was right. Black Mountain wasn't an amazing place. It was just a mountain in Niteo River, how could it compare to those true secret lands? So many years. Although there were rumors that they obtained treasures from Black Mountain, if someone purposely placed it here, then it would make sense. At that moment, the experts who were bound by the tentacles were sent to the edge of the abyss. When they saw the monster in the abyss, all of them were filled with terror. They struggled and roared. Dense internal strength exploded out, but to the tentacles that bound them, it was useless. A weird roar exploded out from the mouth of the octopus monster. It opened and closed its mouth, revealing 2 rows of malevolent and terrifying teeth. Then, countless tiny tentacles shot out like bullets, piercing through the bodies of those experts in an instant. Then, they coiled around them and dragged them back into its mouth. Kachi! Kachi! It was the sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, those experts were all swallowed. This is too. Lin Fan was shocked. Facing such a terrifying being, he was actually helpless. Suddenly, he noticed that there were many caves in the distance. There were people hidden there. Looking closely, wasn't that a Shidao sect expert? He was in a bad state and his body was covered in blood. He actually escaped from the tentacles and hid in the cave to come here. There were many living people hidden in the caves. Did they all survive from the tentacles? At that moment, Lin Fan saw the Shidao sect expert and he also saw Lin Fan. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Lin Fan grabbed a basketball-sized stone and was prepared to smash it to let the monster notice him. But just at that moment, the Shidao sect expert actually knelt down. He knelt on the ground and bowed towards Lin Fan. His fists were clasped together and he looked like he was begging. Like he was saying, "Big brother, please don't smash, please forgive me. Let's develop peacefully and no one can smash each other." Bastard! Just at that moment, a bright light shone in the sky. An extremely strong sword intent spread in the area. Lin Fan and the others raised their heads, only to see a man flying over from afar. A shocking light exploded from the sword in front of him. He pointed forwards and a sword light sliced open the sky, slicing off the tentacles that the monster was waving in the air. See! The monster roared like it didn't expect that an ant would come to harm it. Sword Palace C Generation, Elder Han. Elder Yunsheng exclaimed. You know him? Lin Fan asked. I met him once. Sword Palace Elder Han, Middle God Essence Realm, his sword intent is really terrifying. It seems like we are safe. No matter how strong this monster is, it is no match for Elder Han. It seems like what you said was true. Elder Su must have been killed and Elder Han rushed over to take revenge. Elder Yunqing said. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a change in the area. Dragon elephant. Elder Han hollered. The sword floating in the air shook and then gave off a bright light. At that moment, the light dissipated and numerous swords floated in the air. There was a shadow floating above the blade of each long sword. Dragon and elephant illusions. Slash! Xiao! The swords broke through the air and struck down like raindrops. Oh my god, is this the strength of God Essence Realm? Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. This wasn't something that the martial path could describe, or rather, it was a skill. If he became a God Essence Realm expert, what kind of scenes would that be? Hong Long. 10,000 swords landed, shocking the area. The entire abyss was shaking. At the same time, there was the roar of the octopus monster. Lin Fan couldn't open his eyes. Although the sword intent didn't strike them, they were too close and were still affected. What a strong sword intent. If such an expert locks onto me, I won't be able to escape. Lin Fan exclaimed. He had to be impressed. This was the reality. No, I have to look carefully to see how strong a God Essence Realm expert is. Lin Fan thought to himself. Just as he was prepared to move, there was a pang. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them from the outside. Elder Han held a sword and spat out blood from his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. His chest was pierced and blood flowed out. Expert! Expert! Lin Fan was stunned. What happened? He was just talking about how strong a God Essence Realm expert was, but in the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured and was right beside him. This. Chapter 235. The scene in front of him happened too quickly. It was so quick that Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Elder Yuanqing praised Elder Han very much, but the reality was very cruel. Pa, 2 slaps, causing his face to be swollen and bruised. Was this the legendary expert? Elder Han. Elder Yuanqing was worried and then said anxiously, I am Danxia Island Elder Dan Yuanqing. Elder Han doesn't need to be nervous. Just now, he sensed a sharp sword intent from Elder Han's body like he treated them as enemies. When he said those words, the originally swift and fierce sword intent suddenly dissipated. It was obvious that Elder Han knew what Danxia Island was like. It wasn't that they were strong but that Danxia Island was a righteous sect. That was publicly acknowledged. Hong Long. At that moment, there was a loud explosion from outside. It was obvious that the octopus monster was destroying the cave entrance. Pucci. Elder Han supported himself with his sword and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The wound on his chest was just too terrifying. Till now, he still didn't understand what was going on. He executed a sword move to deal damage to the octopus monster, but suddenly, a cold light flashed, and before he could react, a slender tentacle pierced through his body. If not for true essence protecting his body, he would have died. Junior brother is obviously not a match for such a ferocious beast. Pang! Just at that moment, the cave entrance was noticed. A tentacle shattered the surrounding rocks. What should we do? Elder Yuanqing asked in terror. He really didn't know what to do. If he knew that Black Mountain had such a terrifying monster, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have come here. He even dragged his 2 junior brothers along with him to their deaths. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. Run! Lin Fan shouted. He grabbed Elder Han's collar and pushed Elder Yuanqing and the others. What are you standing there for? Run! Oh my god! He really didn't expect that he didn't do anything and didn't even get any benefits before facing such a thing. The octopus monster didn't need to personally sense its strength. Elder Yuanqing boasted about how terrifying Elder Han's strength was, but so what? Wasn't he nearly beaten up? Junior brothers, run! Elder Yuancheng came back to his senses and sprinted. He regretted why he didn't grow a little more deformed when he was born. It would have been better if he had one more leg. This old man's butt. Elder Han's face was flushed red. Maybe it was because his injuries were too severe, or maybe it was because he had been dragged by Lin Fan, causing his butt to hit the rocks on the ground. But he didn't say it out loud. As a Sword Palace elder with a high status and over 1,000 disciples, how could he say such embarrassing words in front of others? But in his heart, he was terrified. How could there be such a terrifying creature in Black Mountain? With his middle god essence realm cultivation, he actually couldn't last 3 moves. Even if he told others, no one would believe him. Lin Fan turned his head and saw that the tentacle was chasing after them. If it caught up to them, they would definitely die. However, the situation now was not good. The tentacle was too fast, faster than they could run. Elder Han wanted to ask Lin Fan to stop dragging his feet. As an elder of Sword Palace, did he still care about his face? But at this moment, he discovered that the tentacles were about to reach him, and he was greatly alarmed. Heaven shocking! Elder Han hollered. The sword in his hand shone a bright light. A sword intent exploded out. The sword spun and instantly turned into a streak of light that swept forwards. The tentacle broke, it was directly sliced off. Amazing! Lin Fan took a look and praised. At such a time, he had to praise Elder Han so that he would be filled with motivation. Elder Han was badly injured, and when he used that move, it affected his injuries. His face turned ashen white and he said weakly, "Kid, can you run faster?" He couldn't hold on for long. Each time he used the sword, it was a little tough. If he was at his peak, it would be okay, but now it was a little tough. "This is already my fastest speed," Lin Fan said. He dissed in his heart. It wasn't that he was slow, but that the tentacle was just too quick. It was so quick that he couldn't react at all. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart spread out. A tentacle was really quick, like it was tearing through space. Elder Han felt death looming over him. He raised his sword in front of him and shouted, "Sword shield!" Instantly, a shield formed from true essence appeared in front of him. Pang! The tentacle smashed into it and the sword shield shattered right away. Elder Han's eyes turned red and his face flushed red. He flipped his palm and a sword floated in it. True essence shook. 10,000 sword. Shwa! The sword shone brightly and instantly split apart. Many of them appeared in front of him like gears that spun quickly. Pang! Pang! The tentacles collided with each other, directly smashing one long sword after another. Elder Han's aura became weaker and weaker. At his weakest moment, it was too much for him to use his strongest moves. "You are too much. I will use my entire life's worth of cultivation to fight you to the end," Elder Han growled. His eyes became very sharp, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the other party. Sword seed. Instantly, many mysterious things came out from his nose and mouth. They floated in front of him and formed into a small sword. This small sword shone brightly. Break! Following Elder Han's angry roar, the pocket-sized sword flew towards the tentacle with a xiao sound. One could vaguely see a real dragon coiling around the pocket-sized sword. See law. The small sword struck the tentacle and tore it apart. Blood and flesh scattered. At the same time, its strength didn't decrease at all. The strong sword intent caused the tunnel to shake. At the same time, many pieces of stone fell and there was a loud explosion. Just at that moment, a tentacle covered with eyes attacked from the outside. This tentacle was very different from the other tentacles. It had hideous facial features, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit down on the pocket-sized sword. Kacha! The small sword shattered. Elder Han was badly injured. This was his life sword seed and there was nothing it couldn't destroy. But facing this special tentacle, it wasn't able to harm it at all. Lin Fan noticed that Elder Han's aura was getting weaker and said, "I think you shouldn't risk your life. We can leave. The exit is in front and we will be fine once we are outside." He would turn his head to look. Elder Han was really strong and his sword intent was really sharp. If one sword landed on his body, he would basically be finished. But this octopus monster didn't care at all and just fought head-on. It was just too terrifying. "Run faster. This is already my strongest sword," Elder Han said. He didn't lie. He had already exploded his sword seed, but the monster was just too terrifying and he was helpless. Who was the one who raised it? He wouldn't believe that this was a monster that was born from Black Mountain. Lin Fan ran and used the Nine Heavens lightning drawing technique. Thick internal strength surged out. Although it couldn't harm the monster at all, no matter what, if he didn't do anything, that would be the dumbest thing to do. Hong Long. Lightning descended from the sky. Elder Han was astonished. He didn't expect the kid who was pulling his collar to be so strong. He was so young and actually had such strength. If he was given a few more days, how strong would he be in the future? The lightning landed on the tentacle, but it was useless. Maybe it could numb it. These were all his guesses. As for the exact situation, he didn't know. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. A crazy amount of rage points struck him, shocking him. He didn't expect that the monster's rage points would come so directly. If not for the monster being so strong, he wanted to farm here. But it was too dangerous, and if he stopped for even a moment, he might lose his life. Instantly, Lin Fan and the others left the tunnel. When they were outside, they didn't stop and just sped up. The tentacles still chased closely behind them. It was obvious that it wasn't prepared to let them off. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and saw people fleeing in the distance. Wasn't that a Shidao sect expert? He instantly changed direction and led the tentacle towards the Shidao sect expert. The Shidao sect expert was stunned by the situation in Black Mountain. Damn! He heard that there was a treasure, so he came to take a look. Who knew that he would actually face such a terrifying being and nearly lose his life here? Damn fellow, if I find out who spread the rumors, I will teach all of you a lesson. He was furious. Although he obtained a blood flower, that bastard smashed it. In the end, apart from being badly injured, he didn't get anything. The Shidao sect expert was fleeing. He wanted to flee as quickly as possible, but he noticed a black shadow flash across from the corner of his eyes. Pang! Lin Fan kicked the Shidao sect expert to the ground. He didn't even turn his head. "Brother, help me hold on for a while and I will repay you in the future." The Shidao sect expert was furious. That damn fellow. A cold intent covered his body. He turned his head and the tentacle that was following closely behind struck towards him. Damn, I will find you. His face was ashen white and he was terrified. He didn't dare to stay and just crazily fled. Rage points plus 999. How annoying. To Lin Fan, there were already many people who wanted to kill him. But he was too friendly to people and couldn't bear to kill anyone who wanted to kill him. Maybe this was what it meant to be kind. Young hero Lin, there are no boats, so how are we going to leave? Elder Yunqing asked. Although they couldn't teleport, they could reach 100 meters in a step and leave an afterimage in the air. Step on the river surface and leave. Lin Fan said. Did he even need to say that? So what if they didn't have a boat? When one's life was in danger, all of that wasn't a reason anymore. Elder Yunqing said, Young hero Lin, without a boat and just relying on internal strength, I am afraid I won't be able to reach the shore. Just follow me. Lin Fan said. At the same time, he paid attention to the movements behind. The Shidao sect expert was decent and attracted some aggro. But there were still tentacles following, just that there weren't that many. As for how they left, that wasn't his problem. Damn. He came for nothing and nearly died. In the future, he couldn't be so rash and had to raise his strength. Chapter 236. Beside the river. Don't hesitate, just step on the river and leave. Lin Fan stepped on the river and then dashed forward. The river water rolled and two long tails were drawn out. He used internal strength like he was walking on flat land, like he was walking on the ground. But all of this was supported by internal strength. Even Grandmaster experts had no problem walking on the river for a short period of time. But as time passed, they would realize that their internal strength wasn't enough and it would be tough for them to continue. This was why only God Essence Realm experts could absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Elder Yunsheng and the others exchanged glances with one another. There was nothing they could do and they followed. No matter what happened, it was more important to keep their lives. The octopus monster didn't follow. Maybe it hated the river water. The octopus monster was furious that it had lost its prey. A furious roar spread out from the depths, shocking a bunch of birds. There were some survivors living in Black Mountain, and when they heard such a terrifying voice, they were terrified. They managed to escape, but in the end, they were unable to leave Black Mountain. It was terrifying to not have a boat. Those damn boatmen, I will fuck your ancestors. These were the true thoughts of the survivors. They were sent to Black Mountain and said that they would wait for them to leave, but in the end, they were all gone. And also that fellow who spread the rumors. But there was another saying, rumors stopped with the wise. After a long while, Elder Han, who was being dragged by Lin Fan, didn't say a word. Who knew whether or not he was dead or alive, but he looked like he was dead. He didn't feel like his stamina was running out or his internal strength was drying up. As for Elder Yunsheng and the other two, they were slowly running out. They estimated that they had been running on the ocean for 7 hours. Even if they were Grandmaster cultivators, they couldn't support such consumption. They were just too tired, too tired. Elder Yunyu and Elder Yunsheng couldn't hold on right away. With a putong sound, they fell into the water. They didn't shout for help. At such a moment, everyone was the same. Why drag both sides down? Dying in Nuteo River was much better than dying in the mouths of monsters. Junior brother. Elder Yunsheng exclaimed. He could still hold on for a while and pulled his two junior brothers out of the water. Senior brother, we can't go on, don't worry about us. Elder Yunsheng scolded angrily, what nonsense are you saying? No matter what, as a senior brother, I won't abandon all of you. After so many years, do you still care about this? Lin Fan turned his head and saw that Elder Yunsheng couldn't take it anymore. He turned his head and tossed Elder Han to Elder Yunsheng, carry him and then I will carry you. I will hold these two. Elder Yunsheng looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was obvious that he didn't react. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, it's not too far away. We'll reach the shore soon. Lin Fan said. He had expected something like this to happen. He just wanted to see how long they could last. He had lasted much longer than he had expected. Young hero Lin, then you. Elder Yunsheng was touched. It was said that people in Danxia Island were the most righteous people in the world. Actually, he realized that this young hero was the righteous one. Even they were inferior to him. Stop wasting time. I'm a young man and you guys are getting on in years. It's normal for you guys to be a little exhausted. Lin Fan said. Elder Yunsheng and the others felt stifled. They weren't old and were in the prime of their lives, so why did they feel like they were old? They had no choice. Seeing how serious young hero Lin was, it didn't seem like he was joking. Elder Yunsheng was grateful, young hero Lin, thank you so much. Lin Fan carried the two elders Yunyu and Yunsheng and continued walking. The most overbearing part of the small support system was unlimited stamina and internal strength. He felt that this was a very fair cheat. It wasn't too overpowered, it was normal but slightly abnormal. Young hero Lin, don't you feel tired? Elder Yunsheng asked. Lin Fan said calmly, "Of course I am, but how can I say that I am tired when I walk the world? Moreover, I still have to send all of you to shore." He was so touched that he wanted to cry. They had never seen such a righteous young man. After a long while, the shore was right in front of them. Lin Fan jumped and landed on the shore. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He couldn't see any signs of Black Mountain. 10 hours of journey was impossible for others. "I will return," Lin Fan muttered in his heart. He wouldn't let go of the monster in Black Mountain. Who cared whether or not Lin Fan caused physical damage to him, but his heart was definitely hurt. He was nearly scared stiff. The key was that the rage points that Lin Fan provided were really overbearing. If his strength allowed it, he was willing to play with him. "Young hero Lin, take a rest." Elder Yunsheng supported Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan was definitely tired and needed a good rest. After all, he carried them and attacked for so long. Even an Iron Man would be tired. Elder Yunsheng was an emotional person. He was so touched by Lin Fan's actions that he cried. Young hero Lin needed Grandmaster techniques. He wanted to contribute many times. After all, they owed him too much and he couldn't repay him. However, he was fighting in his mind. He thought about how he was an elder of Dansha Island and couldn't break the rules. However, he also wanted to repay young hero Lin. That made things tough for him. Actually, he really wanted to return to Dansha Island and meet the sect leader to beg him to give some Grandmaster techniques to young hero Lin. Even if the chances were slim, he wanted to try. Elder Yunsheng's passion made Lin Fan want to laugh. "Elder Yunsheng, I am really fine. Let's take a look at the expert. I feel like he has a huge problem." "Poochie." Elder Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who knew if it was because his injuries were too heavy or because Lin Fan's word "expert" provoked him and he thought that he was mocking him. "Elder Han, how is it?" Yunsheng asked with concern. Although Dansha Island and Sword Palace weren't close, they still had dealings with each other. Elder Han opened his eyes. There was no light and it was really dim. The injuries on his chest couldn't be healed. Although the flesh and blood moved like it was healing, it was really too serious. "Thank you all for saving my life, but my injuries are too serious. My sword seed is destroyed and it can't be healed." Elder Han's tone was low and he felt powerless, like he could die at any moment. This. Elder Yunsheng didn't know what to say. Naturally, he didn't want Elder Han to die, but his cultivation was too weak and he didn't know what to do. Black Mountain's monster is too strong, far above God Essence realm. It pierced my body with one strike. If I was in Sword Palace, I might have a chance to live, but now. Elder Han shook his head and then looked towards Lin Fan. "Kid, you are young and really strong. In the future, you will definitely become an expert. I've been cultivating for more than 60 years. My talent and comprehension aren't very good, so I can only reach this point. My cultivation base focuses on the Tao of the sword, so it would be a pity to leave with me. Since you were able to save me, it shows that you're not a bad person. Before I die, I'll pass on my cultivation base to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your comprehension." The moment he said this, true essence exploded out from Elder Han's body, forming into a palm that grabbed Lin Fan's head. "Comprehend it well, comprehend as much as you can." Just as Lin Fan wanted to struggle free, Elder Han's voice spread into his ears. Instantly, many illusions appeared in the true essence. These illusions were practicing all sorts of sword techniques. This was the result of Elder Han's cultivation of the sword path. The speed of the illusions was really quick and there seemed to be sound spreading out. Basic sword technique, falling dust sword technique. The illusions were practicing basic sword techniques. This was the first sword technique that Elder Han cultivated to pave the way for his future sword path. The illusions became faster and faster. Dragon Elephant Sword Technique. Heaven Shocking Sword Technique. 10,000 Sword Technique. Great Sumeru Sword Technique. Lin Fan was thinking that he relied on the small support system to cultivate, so there was no point in passing it to him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he realized that the situation wasn't right. The data of the small support system was undergoing a shocking change. In the cultivation technique column, the names of these sword techniques appeared and they continued to jump. Basic Sword Technique, Falling Dust Sword Technique, Return to True, Dragon Elephant Sword Technique, Reach the Peak, Heaven Shocking Sword Technique, Return to True, 10,000 Sword Technique, Reach the Peak, Great Sumeru Sword Technique, Reach the Next Level. What was going on? Was it because the small support system was recording Elder Han's sword technique cultivation? Suddenly, Heart Cultivation appeared. Sword Seed, Grade 8. What was more terrifying was that his cultivation was jumping. Internal Strength, 400, Initial Grandmaster, it didn't stop, it was still jumping. Internal Strength, 410, Middle Grandmaster, Pucci. Elder Han spat out blood once more. His body dried up, his hair turned from black to white. His body gave off death energy and it was tough for him to continue. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a dual cultivator. But before I die, let me remind you not to cultivate external cultivation as it is too difficult. If not, it will be extremely difficult to step into God Essence realm, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Elder Han coughed, his voice became really weak. He raised his trembling hand and passed the sword to Lin Fan. This is my personal sword. It has accompanied me since I started cultivating the way of the sword. Its name is Repentance. Now, I will give it to you. In the future, if you meet a woman with 6 fingers, give it to her. Tell her that I was wrong when I mocked her for being deformed. The moment he said this, Elder Han closed his eyes and breathed his last. To Elder Han, he passed his cultivation to Lin Fan before he died. He saw that Lin Fan had such cultivation at such a young age and that he would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Why not do him a favor and form a good relationship with Sword Palace? But to Elder Han, what he regretted the most was that he wasn't able to find that 6-fingered woman. When he was young, he mocked her for being deformed, causing her to leave Sword Palace. 50 years passed and he still hadn't found her. Lin Fan looked at Elder Han with a complicated expression. He walked to his side and sighed, Elder Han, I respect you, I understand what you mean. Lin Fan wasn't a fool, he knew why he did that. Anyway, he was going to die and had no chance to live, so why not do him a favor? He had high hopes for Lin Fan's future. He knew that Lin Fan would definitely become a peak expert and form a good relationship with Sword Palace. Lin Fan's palm landed on Elder Han's shoulder and he said, Don't worry, I will remember Sword Palace. Also, if I meet this woman, I will tell you. Hayes, Elder Han has been righteous and righteous, who knew that he would die in Black Mountain. What a waste, what a waste. Elder Yunsheng said regretfully. Chapter 237. Elder Han left. He left really peacefully and peacefully. He didn't suffer much and he didn't suffer much. In terms of sadness, he wasn't sad. He didn't feel too sad. After all, he had just met Elder Han. He couldn't cry just because Elder Han gave him a blessing. That was too fake. Although Lin Fan was good at acting, he had to pay attention to the process. Sadness without a process would have no soul. Sadness without a soul would be out of character. Lin Fan dug a hole and buried Elder Han. He then found a stone and cut it into a tombstone. When he was prepared to carve words, he turned his head and asked, What is Elder Han's name? This was an awkward matter. He only knew that he was called Elder Han but he didn't know his real name. Han Qing. Elder Yunsheng replied. Lin Fan nodded his head and carved his name on the tombstone. This was all he could do, there was nothing else he could do. Everything was done. Everyone stood beside the river. Elder Yunsheng and the others witnessed someone obtain a fortuitous encounter. It was a huge one. Young hero Lin, how much did you comprehend from Elder Han's cultivation? Elder Yunsheng asked curiously. Based on normal situations, it was not bad to comprehend 10%. Those with good comprehension would be able to comprehend 20 to 30%. Lin Fan said calmly, still okay. It was indeed still okay. If Elder Han wasn't able to hold on, he might have been able to comprehend all of his cultivation techniques. Elder Yunsheng didn't ask. Maybe as young hero Lin said, it was still okay. There was no need to ask too much. If he asked too much, it would seem like he was envious. But it was really enviable. They were witnesses of this fortuitous encounter. Young hero Lin, what are your plans? If you have nothing, why not head to Danxia Island? Elder Yunsheng asked. He hoped that Lin Fan could head to Danxia Island. Firstly, he wanted to get closer to young hero Lin. Such a teen, as long as nothing unexpected happened, would definitely be able to reach a higher realm. Secondly, he wanted to go back and tell the sect leader that young hero Lin saved their lives. He wanted the sect leader to make an exception and allow them to give their techniques to him to repay him. Although rules were rules, sometimes it was not too much to make an exception. No, I still have things to do, so I won't head to Danxia Island. But if I have a chance to pass by, I will take a seat. Lin Fan smiled. He felt that these three elders were not bad. Unlike 9-bug gang who would harm people for no reason, his head was about to explode. Elder Yunsheng said regretfully, okay, since that is the case, then we won't force you. If you face any problems in the future, you can come to Danxia Island to find us. We won't reject you. To the three of them, the debt of saving their lives was greater than the heavens, and it wasn't just once or twice, but many times. So what if they lost their lives for him? To them, it was all worth it. Danxia Island lost many disciples every year, why? It's not that we have a lot of enemies, but they are very righteous and know how to repay favors. You have done us a favor, so we are willing to give you everything. Even if it had nothing to do with them, as long as they encountered something, they would do something about it. Being weak in cultivation was not scary, but their hearts were not afraid. This was why they suffered heavy casualties. But even then, Danxia Island maintained such a culture and became a publicly recognized righteous sect. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan smiled, if anything happens in the future, I won't be courteous. Let's say goodbye here. The world isn't big, and we will have a chance to meet in the future. Okay. Elder Yunsheng and the others cupped their fists and thanked Lin Fan once more. They weren't prepared to return to Danxia Island. They wanted to head to Sword Palace to tell them about what happened on Black Mountain. Elder Han was a C-generation elder of Sword Palace and had a high status. Now that he was in trouble, if they didn't inform him clearly, there would definitely be conflicts if the Sword Palace people met young hero Lin who carried the Repentance Sword. This trip would be fine. Lin Fan stood beside the river and looked on as the three elders left. He then looked into the distance. There were no more boatmen, not even a single one. In his opinion, this matter was very straightforward. There might be a problem with those boatmen. They purposely sent people to Black Mountain and then left them there, such that they had no boat to return to. Forget it. It was better to leave. Those who survived on Black Mountain would slowly think of a way to leave. Lin Fan tried to refresh his points and realized that the cultivation technique he got from Elder Han couldn't. If he didn't raise them himself, then he wouldn't be able to refresh them. But it didn't matter. The sword technique was good, along with endless internal strength, maybe it could give off the brightest glow. Where did my horse go? Lin Fan searched for his horse. Before heading to Black Mountain, he tied it up here. But why was it gone when he arrived and only a rope was left on the ground? Who stole my horse? I want to find my horse. Lin Fan muttered to himself. Then, the story of him searching for the horse happened. 100-man army was wiped out, I want to know who did it. A rough man asked solemnly. He was one of the generals under King Wudong. Yesterday, someone came to report that they found corpses that were split into two in the forest. From their clothes, they knew that this was King Wudong's army. The deputy generals around him remained silent. They didn't know who did it. If they knew, they wouldn't have waited until now. Zhu Xiang was promoted from Earl Captain to Captain. Although it was just one rank, he was already a military official. Out of all the generals in King Wudong, he was the one who rose the fastest. He was able to rise so quickly thanks to one person, Lu Xian, who had high hopes for him. "Loyal captain, speak," the general asked. And this loyal martial captain was Zhu Xiang's title. Zhu Xiang's expression was solemn and he stepped forwards. "General, I don't know what happened. If I go there to take a look, maybe I will be able to notice something." You will lead people to investigate." The general nodded his head and had high hopes for Zhu Xiang. He could tell that Zhu Xiang wasn't as stupid as the other generals. He was really talented, and as long as he was used well, he would be able to raise his position in front of King Wudong. "Yes, I will follow your orders," Zhu Xiang replied. He urgently needed to climb up and climb to a higher position, but the current state commandant position was not enough to satisfy him. When Zhu Xiang left the camp, he noticed Lu Xian. "Sir Lu." Zhu Xiang smiled and cupped his fists. He wasn't angry that Lu Xian sold him out. He just felt that the time wasn't right for Lu Xian. Lu Xian was stunned when he saw Zhu Xiang, and then he smiled. "Loyal captain." The two of them looked at one another and smiled. Normal people would think that they had a good relationship, but only they knew what the exact situation was. Several days later. Yunlu City. He didn't see it wrongly. Didn't the name of the city sound familiar? Lin Fan was here once more. He wasn't here to play house but to absorb more rage points. As for the horse, it was a waste. He didn't find it and felt sad. Who stole his horse? How could they do such a thing? Lin Fan asked about the Yunlu City division and found out that 9 Bug Gang was rebuilding it and it was pretty much done. To the people of Yunlu City, during this period of time, they were terrified. 9 Bug Gang searched for suspicious people. No matter whether or not you did it, as long as they suspected you, they would capture you. Everyone was in danger and didn't dare to walk around in the city. If I wipe them out once more, will 9 Bug Gang list me as their top enemy? Lin Fan touched his heart and asked himself, was it good to do that? It should be good. He believed that 9 Bug Gang would hate him to the bone. But he had no choice. For some reason, he wanted to fight them to the death. Maybe this was the legendary unbreakable bond. Even if they hadn't been enemies for long, his feelings towards them wouldn't change so easily. If he had to say it clearly. That was love, true love. That night. Darkness descended. There were stars in the sky that shone brightly. It was really beautiful. This was a world where one could fly. He was curious whether or not there were experts living on the stars. Also, how far away was the star? Would he have a chance to see it in his life? The repairs are not bad. Lin Fan stood on a roof and looked at the division not far away. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't need to enter the city through the main gate, he just stepped on the city walls. Division. A bunch of people were drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was good. There was wine and meat. The only thing they lacked was beauties. If there were beauties, then their relationship would be great. Congratulations, gang leader Chen. White Demon's death allowed you to rise up and be transferred to the Yunlu City division. That's right, what was so special about White Demon in the past? He was just transferred to Yunlu City by gang leader. Now he is in such a tragic state, someone killed him right away. We thought that gang leader Chen would definitely rise up. The people around were all 9 Bug Gang members. They were all transferred to the Yunlu City division, so naturally, they felt great. Being far away from the headquarters meant more freedom and they could even do whatever they wanted. Gang leader Chen's face flushed red as everyone praised him. He was in high spirits, especially when he was transferred to be in charge. Moreover, his old enemy White Demon was dead. Could he not be happy? As for whether or not anything would happen to the Yunlu City Division, he could pat his chest and tell anyone that it was impossible. That was because based on normal thinking, no one would come to the same place, especially a place that was so closely watched. Do you all hear a buzzing sound outside? A division higher up pricked up his ears and frowned as he asked. At the start, they thought that it was a mosquito flying beside them. But they realized that it wasn't. The noisy environment suddenly quietened down. Everyone listened carefully and they did indeed hear a buzzing sound. Go take a look at the situation. Gang leader Chen instructed another person to hand these small matters to others. He just needed to be the gang leader of this division. Yes, I am listening. That person's face flushed red and he even pretended to kneel on one knee. It made everyone laugh. Gang leader Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. This feeling felt great. After a while, everyone was confused. They went out for a period of time, so why was there no reaction at all? Oi! What are you doing? The person in the room asked impatiently. Another gang member got up and wanted to see what was going on outside. Then, he didn't move. At the entrance of the room, two people stood there quietly and didn't move at all. Chapter 238. What is going on with the two of you? Checking the buzzing sound and you are in a daze. Is the outside really that nice? Gang leader Chen was furious. Although they were brothers, he was the division gang leader, so naturally, he had to have the prestige of a gang leader. For them to take so long to check on something, what kind of behavior was that? Gang leader. Suddenly, the voices of the two people outside trembled like they had seen something really terrifying. They were so frightened that they started to stutter. Haze. Gang leader Chen's palm landed on the table. He got up and walked outside. He wanted to see what was going on. Then, there was nothing else. The group of them stood outside and looked at the sky not far away. A shocking scene was unfolding there. On the roof, Lin Fan opened his arms, his palms facing upwards. Thick internal strength shook, and his hair flew backwards. Behind him, it was like a peacock spreading its tail. A dense bunch of long swords floated in the air. These swords were all formed from internal strength. After a period of time, a long sword would appear. Grandmaster Realm couldn't support such a vast sword ocean, but his internal strength was endless. If he had enough time, he would be able to form more swords. 10,000 Path Sword. Elder Hanqing's sword technique, which he cultivated to the peak. At this moment, Lin Fan perfectly copied it. Moonlight scattered on Lin Fan's body, making him look like a god of swords. Who are you? Gang leader Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Who was this person? Why did he come here? Didn't he know what this place was? Lin Fan found it weird and then said regretfully, I have done so many things, and there are people in Nine Bug Gang who don't know me. He was a little sad. He did so many things and could even be said to be enemies, but there were people who didn't know him at all. That was tough for him to accept. You. When gang leader Chen heard this, his heart shook like he thought about someone. You are. Lin Fan didn't wait for him to finish, he smiled and nodded his head. Right, it is me. I wiped out the last division. How long has passed, and I actually have to wipe it out a second time. My head hurts. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Was this rage in despair? If that was the case, then he could continue. However, the rage wasn't deep enough, and he didn't want to kill him. Go. Lin Fan pushed his palms forward, and with a swoosh, the long sword that was floating behind him struck out. They blotted out the sky and covered the sun. They were densely packed like countless arrows descending from the sky, sealing off all paths of escape. There was no way out. In the past, they were powerful beings in Lin Fan's eyes. But now, their cultivation states were no longer sufficient. The strongest was just peak master. That was an existence that could be easily crushed. Ah! Screams could be heard. The long sword condensed from inner power did not take their lives. Instead, it pierced through their limbs and nailed them to the ground. Gang leader Chen roared in rage. His internal energy was absorbed to the surface of his body, forming an internal energy shield. However, he had overestimated himself, or perhaps he was just struggling to the death. The sword pierced through his upstanding energy in his limbs, nailing him to the ground. Damn it! Gang leader Chen was furious and hollered. He didn't expect this person to be so bold to appear in Yunlu City. Did he think that 9-bug gang was easy to offend? Unfortunately, Yunlu City didn't have any experts in the sect and was directly flattened to a division. Rage points plus 999. Gang leader Chen's rage reached its peak. He wanted to kill Lin Fan, but his strength didn't allow him to. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. This was why he was filled with endless rage. Who did he offend? Why did he have to face such a thing? He was a person who worked hard to get to such a position. Was he going to lose everything? No, definitely not. He wasn't addicted to power. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 444. The other people were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In front of absolute strength, they were just paper tigers. They had no way to fight back at all. Damn! If they knew that this would happen, they shouldn't have come to Yunlu City so early. Screams spread outside. When the commoners near the division heard the screams, they were so frightened that they sat up from their beds. Their expressions were filled with shock. It was here again. A terrifying sound spread out from the 9-bug gang division. Some commoners sneakily pushed open the windows a little and looked outside. They saw a man standing on the eaves of the house. Sleep then sleep, don't peek. Pata. The commoners who peeked closed their windows and broke out in a cold sweat. How terrifying, it was just too terrifying. They just peeked and they were noticed. Would he come to kill them? The commoners were terrified, their hearts jumped. They hid in their blankets and shivered. Gang leader Chen hollered, "You provoked us so many times, aren't you afraid we will find you? You make it sound like 9-bug gang didn't find me. Unfortunately, can you find me?" Lin Fan smiled. He was really calm, like he didn't care about his threats at all. Lin Fan raised his arm and the swords that stabbed into his body instantly dissipated. Numerous swords floated behind his back. Damn! Gang leader Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He wanted to torture them. Damn, damn. Don't be too arrogant, 9-bug gang will find you. He hollered in rage. Only 9-bug gang bullied others, no one dared to bully them. Now this person who dared to bully them appeared. He was right in front of them, but they were helpless. Go! With a xiao, the swords shot out like a flood and pierced the bodies of the division members. Ah! A shocking scream exploded out. To the division members, their actions were just too vicious. He didn't kill them and instead tortured them. Was that something a human could do? Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Lin Fan didn't kill them just like that. He needed them to provide some rage points. Taking this chance, naturally, he forced them to contribute all their potential. But very quickly, rage points slowly decreased and then disappeared. What was going on? Did they know that they were suppressed and had no chance of survival, which was why their rage turned to despair? If that was the case, then it was such a waste. So boring. You are not only weak in terms of strength but also in your mentality. I have already given you all a huge honor by wasting so much energy with you. But you all disappoint me. Lin Fan sighed. He waved his hands and a sword light shot out. The sword light split apart and numerous small sword lights shot out, directly killing all of them. The existence of internal strength is to give one's killing moves a sense of beauty. There is nothing else. Lin Fan comprehended himself. He had already seen through the nature of internal strength. The choice between physique and internal strength. He cared more about internal strength as it was indeed beautiful. If one's physique wasn't good, he would sweat easily and become a smelly man. The long swords formed by internal energy dissipated, leaving only bloody holes on the gang members' bodies. I have to leave my name. Lin Fan held the sword and rode in the air. With a flick of his wrist, sword energy surged. One could say that his brush was like a swimming dragon. He looked like a calligrapher as he left a row of twisted words on the wall. Lin Fan once more. It wasn't good to kill so cleanly. If he didn't let others know who did it, then wouldn't everything he did be for nothing? He stepped into the air and jumped into the distance. He landed on the roof and disappeared into the night sky just like that. Could he be so lawless just because he was strong? Right. He felt that he could be lawless when he was strong, and it felt good too. He was prepared to fight to the death with 9 Bug Gang. There was no other reason, just to vent his anger. Who asked 9 Bug Gang to find trouble with him first? In the night, commoners sneaked out. They didn't dare to enter the division and just took a look. Just one look frightened them so much that they left right away. Something huge happened. 9 Bug Gang division was wiped out once more. This was the second time. If 9 Bug Gang found out, what kind of shocking matter would happen? The commoners nearby wanted to flee and felt like it was dangerous to stay here. The next day, all the commoners of Yunlu City were shocked. They didn't expect that the division would be wiped out. Who had animosity with 9 Bug Gang? Why did they wipe out so many divisions? To the commoners, they had never seen 9 Bug Gang suffer such a huge loss. They knew that Yunlu City was about to face the strictest control. 9 Bug Gang definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Imperial Dynasty. A carriage drove into the city. No one dared to block the carriage of the Zhao family 9th son, young Master Zhao. But at this moment, Zhao Bufan didn't want to speak. He was feeling really suppressed. This was the first time his 3 subordinates came to the Imperial City and they looked at everything curiously. The Imperial City was too prosperous, it felt like the entire ground was covered in gold. Even experts could be seen everywhere. Naturally, their strength wasn't enough in the Imperial City. Look more and speak less. Zhao Bufan's voice spread out from within the carriage. He was thinking about whether or not to report what happened outside to his family. The purple gold dragon essence pill was stolen. If his father found out, he would definitely break his legs. He struggled and hesitated. What should he do? Should he tell his father? The Imperial City was huge. Even after entering the city, the carriage to Zhao family took close to 40 minutes. Very quickly, the carriage came to an extremely luxurious and ancient mansion. Zhao Manor. The top aristocratic families of the Imperial City had many experts. Even God Essence Realm, Zhao family had many. Zhao Bufan was filled with regret. Why did he have to act cool? He thought that no one dared to offend him because of his family background. Who knew that he would be killed outside? He hesitated for a long while before finally walking out of the carriage. 9th young master. The servant at the door saw Zhao Bufan and ran over. He knelt on the ground to welcome him. Zhao Bufan walked into the manor and waved his hands. These are the followers I recruited outside, 3rd grade. Zhao family was a slave family. For example, the servant who knelt on the ground was 5th grade, the lowest. So when he heard young master say that he was going to give them 3rd grade, his eyes were filled with envy. What? Qin Tai's mouth was agape and he felt like something wasn't right. The servant said enviously, of course, you are going to be slaves. You are lucky, 3rd grade. Qin Tai. Zhangmu. Shenhu. The 3 of them wanted to say that they weren't here to be slaves. Chapter 239. To be able to enter the Zhao family was a dream for anyone. When Qin Tai and the others learned that they were going to be slaves, their first thought was to disagree. But when they saw the envious gaze of the servant, they felt that it was a good thing. Apart from the Zhao family people who had helpers, the others were all slaves. Although they were master realm experts, they weren't much in the Zhao family. So to be able to have a third-grade slave was a decent thing. Within the courtyard, Zhao Bufan frowned and thought about it. On the way back from Rong City, he was thinking about what to do. The purple gold dragon essence pill was lost in his hands. If he didn't tell anyone, then he would be fine. But if he told others, then he would be in trouble right away. Ninth brother, where are you going? A voice spread over. Zhao Bufan heard the voice and knew who it was. It was eighth sister Zhao Qingma. In the distance, a tall girl walked over slowly. Her legs were like chopsticks, long and thin. The skin that was exposed was snow-white, like there was a layer of snow on it. As she walked, her petal-like dress swayed. She was really beautiful and had the cold aura of a top aristocrat. I am not going anywhere, I am a little tired and want to rest. Zhao Bufan was arrogant outside, but at home, his position was a little awkward. Especially towards this eighth sister, he was really afraid of her. Zhao Qingma's lips curled up and she smiled. Ninth brother, are you hiding something? Zhao Bufan panicked and then calmed himself down. You are being too nosy. The trace of panic on his face naturally didn't escape Zhao Qingma's eyes. She then smiled. Ninth brother, you have to work hard. Right now, you're the weakest in the family. I want to discuss something with you. The purple gold dragon essence pill is actually useless to you. Why don't you sell it to me? Zhao Bufan laughed. Zhao Qingma, don't go overboard. I won't give it to you. No matter what, I am a direct descendant of the Zhao family. The moment he said that, Zhao Bufan left right away and was too lazy to talk to Zhao Qingma. He was afraid that the more he said, the higher the chances of him being exposed. Zhao Qingma looked at Zhao Bufan, who left, and a smile appeared on her face. She saw the servant bring 3 strangers into the Zhao family and her ears shook. She heard the conversation between the servant and the 3 of them. A follower you brought back from outside? Zhao Qingma smiled and walked towards the 3 of them. He saw through their cultivation, initial master realm, very weak, not even worth mentioning in the Zhao family. A few days later, Fuzhou 9 Bug Gang headquarters. The atmosphere on the huge ship was very oppressive, so the gang members all stayed away from the cabin where the gang leader was. Their faces looked as if they had seen a ghost. Damn! Originally, they were still fine, but when they heard that the Yunlu City division was destroyed once again, they were totally shocked. It was Lin Fan again. It was still the same Lin Fan. Are you going to fight to the death with us? Do you guys think it's going to rain? Why is it so dark? It should be, it's suddenly turned dark. No, it isn't going to rain, the gang leader is angry. Bugs are covering the sky, I suggest we hide in the cabin, otherwise, the outcome would be catastrophic. That was indeed the case. To the gang members, they really feared the gang leader and didn't care about their lives at all. If he wanted to kill them, he killed them for no reason at all. Could they be casually killed just because they were weak? That was right. Those who were weak would be easily crushed to death. Within the cabin. I just want to ask whether or not you can find this person for me. Gang leader was furious, his tone was terrifyingly low. The higher-ups lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They really hated this surname Lin. Can't you fucking stop it? Since this surname Lin offended them many times, who knew how many people died in the hands of the gang leader? They might have been higher-ups, but they were actually really afraid. Ing Jiu kept silent. He knew who did it, it was someone besides senior brother. But why did he do that? The terrifying thing about 9 Bug Gang wasn't these people but the gang leader himself. Even eldest senior brother was no match for sect master. And why is no one replying to me? Gang leader asked. The higher-ups exchanged glances with one another. Who dared to reply? Look at the situation. Those who felt strong could try to speak and see what the outcome would be. Slowly, the atmosphere in the cabin became suppressed. The gang leader's aura made it hard for them to breathe. They were terrified of the gang leader. His strength could make one feel despair. They were thinking about whether or not the gang leader was even a human. Even if Nine Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley, the gang leader's situation was different from normal people. He was like a monster. Trash. After a long while, the gang leader opened his mouth. He didn't say anything else. It was just the word trash. Such insulting words. No one present dared to fight back. They didn't even have any thoughts of being unhappy. All of them were like obedient kids, lowering their heads and not saying a word. They waited for the gang leader to insult them and then let them go. Suddenly, the gang leader sensed something and said solemnly, "All of you scram." To the higher-ups, what they loved to hear the gang leader say was to scram. That meant that they were temporarily safe and they didn't need to worry too much. Soon, the higher-ups left with their tails between their legs. Who would dare to stay here any longer? Ingzhou was the same. He wanted to head out to find senior brother to ask about what happened that year. He still had the same thought. Senior brother definitely wouldn't kill master, so there was definitely a secret hidden within. The cabin was silent. There was only the sound of the gang leader breathing and the movement of his fat meat. A person in a black robe walked out from the void. One couldn't see his face clearly as his entire body was covered in the black robe. However, for some reason, there was a dangerous aura wrapped around his body. The gang leader looked at the person in the black robe. The eyes hidden under the black robe seemed to be looking at him too. Both sides didn't speak. However, the aura in the cabin became even weirder. After Lin Fan left Yunlu City, he didn't return to Martial Path Mountain. He was prepared to raise his strength to God Essence Realm before heading back. Yunlu City is going to panic once more. I have sensed 9 bug gangs rage towards me, so I have to change places. He had already decided to fight to the death with 9 bug gang. What was there to think about? He had to continue. Anyway, 9 bug gang had other divisions, so he didn't mind wiping them out. He looked at the small support system. Rage points, 58799. Not bad, at least during this period of time, his hard work wasn't wasted. Improve. Internal strength, 420, peak Grandmaster. He spent 20,000 rage points to raise his internal strength from middle Grandmaster to peak realm. His meridians were all opened up, internal strength flowed to every part of his body. Each meridian was filled with strong internal strength. What a waste of physique. Lin Fan thought about it. His physique couldn't keep up and he didn't dare to casually raise it. However, he had enough internal strength. The heart cultivation sword seed he got from Hanqing was really strong. He felt that it was a Grandmaster technique or a God Essence Realm technique. I can still improve. Lin Fan felt that he had enough internal strength, maybe he could charge into God Essence Realm. Since that was the case, then why not raise it to God Essence Realm? These two realms were worlds apart. Improve. Internal strength started to change. This was a qualitative increase. A whirlpool appeared above Lin Fan's head like it was ripping the true essence in the area. The inner force in his body quietly changed, condensing into a bead. Then, the bead broke, turning into a puddle of watery mist. Was this the transformation of inner force into Jin Yuan? This change is a little shocking. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and sensed the movement in his body. At the same time, he paid attention to the changes in the small support system. As expected, the small support system changed. True Essence, 430, Initial God Essence Realm changed, internal strength turned into True Essence. He spent a total of 30,000 rage points. Lin Fan sensed the true essence in his body and noticed that it was several times stronger than internal strength. No, it was dozens of times stronger. That was a whole new level of strength, it wasn't on the same level at all. Using the true essence in his body, He floated in the air. He could sense that he had a connection with heaven and earth. Although it wasn't strong, it really existed. I can fly. Excitement appeared on his face. This was something that he had dreamed of. At the same time, he had a new understanding of internal strength and true essence. Internal strength needed one to train oneself, to use the existing internal strength to flow through the various acupoints in the body, using the ability of the body to produce internal strength. Simply put, internal strength was the soil and true essence was the sky. Absorbing the spiritual energy in the area, God essence continuously strengthened one's body. Maybe this was the difference between a mortal and someone who had transcended. Originally, he had a feeling that even if he was peak grandmaster, he wouldn't be able to fight against God essence realm experts. Maybe this was the difference between internal strength and true essence. Like how internal strength was soil and true essence was iron. No matter how big or hard the soil was, when it smashed onto iron, only the soil would shatter. The iron wouldn't be damaged at all. Oh my God, I am looking forward to raising my physique to God essence realm. What kind of shocking changes will there be? Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. To him, maybe it would become really terrifying. However, he didn't have enough rage points and physique cultivation techniques were lacking. He could only slowly collect them. Hee, with my current strength, I should be really strong. 9 Bug Gang Division, I can only apologize. All of you are finished. Swollen. His heart was really swollen. Cultivation might be tiring, but when one became stronger, one would feel very fulfilled. Chapter 240. Ha ha ha. I am really flying. In the sky, a streak of light flashed across. Lin Fan flew in the air and did all sorts of difficult flying postures. To Lin Fan, who came to this foreign world, he didn't expect that there would be a day where he could fly. Even if he was strong now, he was really emotional. He had just become a God Essence Realm expert, so he couldn't fly like that. He needed to comprehend how to use true essence. Even my horizons have changed. The scenes imprinted in his eyes weren't just one side, but all around. He could see the endless land in front of him. No wonder everyone was so passionate about cultivation. When one cultivated to a certain realm, one's horizons would really change. Being able to look at a small area and being able to look at the entire world was really different. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan flew in the air and cried out. He charged into the forest and then the green leaves above his head flew into the air once more. It was just too exciting. To normal cultivators, when they broke through to God Essence Realm, they wouldn't be like that. Naturally, they would calmly accept all of this. They would mutter to themselves that this was how flying felt. But Lin Fan was a modern person. He had a normal heart and a dream to fly. Now that his dream had been realized, naturally, he felt great. He landed on the ground. Stepping on the ground, the feeling of being able to soar into the sky at any time was very refreshing. Flying in the sky feels good, but walking on the ground, I can meet many interesting things. Lin Fan walked forwards, his mood was much better. He was thinking about whether or not the other 9 Bug Gang divisions treated him as the most dangerous person, or did they know nothing about him? That shouldn't be possible. The various 9 Bug Gang divisions would definitely know about him. On the official path, Lin Fan was a little curious. Why were there so many sect disciples? Was this the difference between a busy place and a poor place? It was rare to see sect disciples in U City or Jiang City. Actually, he was just being humble, there weren't any at all. He was very unfamiliar with these sect disciples. They were all wearing the same style of clothes, but Lin Fan was blind to sects, so how could he recognize which sect these disciples were from? Kuei City. Lin Fan didn't enter the city. He was now the top enemy of 9 Bug Gang. Looking out, he noticed that there were people interrogating people. Even sect disciples had to listen. You think that because you are a disciple of a sect, you think that you are powerful enough to look down on us. We've already remembered your sect. We'll inform the headquarters when we get back. To some sect disciples, even if they were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. Their positions weren't high enough, so the sect wouldn't have a huge conflict with 9-Bug Gang because of them. They really are strong. Does the Imperial Dynasty eat shit? Lin Fan muttered. It wasn't that he underestimated the Imperial Dynasty, but in his heart, they were really weak. They couldn't even deal with 9-Bug Gang, so he looked down on them. There was a tea stall outside the city. Lin Fan found a seat and asked the old man to serve tea to quench his thirst. He had to do something big tonight. Although his internal strength had broken through to God Essence Realm and he was a little arrogant, he wasn't a fool. How could he charge in the day and not give him face? In the future, he would face people who didn't give him face. Sigh, I heard that a war broke out in Laoshan City. Is that true? Laoshan City is in the most remote area, how could there be a war there? I don't know. My relative fled from Laoshan City and joined me. He personally told me. At the table next to him, 3 guys drank tea and chatted. They were all normal people. Do you mind if I sit here? Lin Fan said. The 3 of them raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. Right away, they felt that he wasn't ordinary. They were a little afraid but they still nodded their heads. Okay, young master, please sit. Lin Fan was dressed well, he carried a blade and sword on his back. To the commoners, such a person wasn't someone they could offend. The war you talked about, did King Wudong's army attack the city? Lin Fan asked. His conflict with King Wudong was okay. He wanted to find trouble with King Wudong, but 9-Bug Gang was really despicable. They came to Jiang City to destroy the formation, causing the Yin demons to attack. He had no time to be distracted and could only find the most despicable person. Once 9-Bug Gang submitted, he would find King Wudong. It isn't King Wudong. My relative told me that at the start, they thought that King Wudong came to attack. Then, they found out that King Wudong was far away and wouldn't attack them. The male said. The commoners all knew about King Wudong rebelling. But King Wudong didn't attack any city. It was like he was waiting somewhere. Occasionally when troops passed a city, there were no conflicts. As normal people, when they chatted, they cared about country matters. They were confused as to why the Imperial Dynasty didn't suppress them and instead allowed them to roam the land. Many people thought that way. King Wudong was the emperor's brother, and blood brothers had contact and were discussing. Some people even explained the matter like they were telling a story. Emperor, brother, stop fooling around. Come back and be a king. King Wudong, no, I have to. I am not happy, I want to be the emperor. Emperor, I will give you some time to think about it. King Wudong, okay. To the commoners, they believed this version. They heard from the older generation that King Wudong had rebelled several times. The emperor had been on the throne for over 50 years, and during this time, King Wudong had rebelled 3 times. Every 10 years, he would rebel once. It was like he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't. But what no one knew was that each time King Wudong revolted, no one knew how it was resolved. Isn't that the case? Lin Fan was confused. This was a little confusing. Young master, we still have things to do, so we will take our leave. The 3 males said. They finished drinking tea and had to continue working, otherwise, they wouldn't have anything to eat. Lin Fan smiled and continued to drink tea to kill time. When the sky turned dark, it would be time for him to act. The sky turned dark. Kuei City was silent. This was a division of 9-Bug Gang. To the commoners, life was normal and there weren't many changes. As long as they didn't offend 9-Bug Gang or avoid 9-Bug Gang members, it was fine. Although sometimes a 9-Bug Gang members would do things that infuriated them, apart from bearing with it, there was nothing they could do. What 9-Bug Gang members loved to do was to snatch girls and take concubines. The people in the city were furious but didn't dare to say anything. This division building is really luxurious. Lin Fan casually floated in the air above the 9-bug gang division and then slowly landed. He held a blade in his left hand and a sword in his right. He came to the entrance, raised his leg and kicked it open. He was a polite person and would not climb over the wall like a thief. What he wanted was to enter through the main entrance openly. Although his methods were a little violent. But this was to tell everyone that he didn't come here to brag to them, but to play with them to let them know what it meant to be overbearing. Who is it? The gang members who were guarding the place were woken up by the explosion. When they saw someone enter with a weapon, they were furious. This was the 9-bug gang division, and someone actually dared to charge in. Did he really not care about them? Lin Fan smiled, true essence boiled. The blade and sword in his hand gave off an eye-catching glow, chasing away the darkness around. It was like it was daytime. The aura was shocking, and the gang members were stunned. This guy was a little tough. If you don't want to die, then scram in. Lin Fan said. Today, he was going to rely on one blade and one sword to make this division yield. You are asking to die. Zhao Shaosun was an expert in this branch. People called him Brother Executioner Shaosun. His tiger blade technique was superb. Seeing that someone dared to cause trouble here, he naturally couldn't tolerate it. He immediately raised his blade and slashed towards Lin Fan's head with the tiger blade in his hand. Kiki. Zhao Shaosun was delighted. It seemed like the person who dared to cause trouble here would die under his tiger gate blade. Once again, he would gain merit for the division. Kang! The tiger gate blade slashed onto Lin Fan's shoulder like it was hitting an iron board. What do you want to do? Lin Fan asked. Zhao Shaosun was shocked. His face was ashen white and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Even a rock would shatter under his attack. However, the other party was just a body of flesh and blood. How could he be completely fine? Quang Dang! The tiger gate blade fell to the ground. This was Zhao Xiaosun's personal weapon. He once told the other gang members that this blade was his life, his pursuit of the blade path. When his blade fell to the ground, it meant that he was already dead. But he wasn't dead now. Don't kill me. Zhao Shaosun knelt on the ground and was terrified. He was so terrified that his heart felt cold and he had no strength to fight back at all. All of you scram in. Where is the gang leader? All of you, die and come out. Lin Fan held a blade and a sword. It was just too overbearing, like he was holding two colored sticks. True essence was even more fancy than internal strength. His true essence was endless and it was enough for him to crazily consume it. Zhao Shaosun hurriedly crawled and rolled inside. Although he didn't know where he was going or how long he was going to roll, he didn't ask. As long as he rolled, then it was okay. His life was more important than anything and he couldn't do anything that wasn't good for his life. Inner courtyard. Kuei City gang leader Wu Xiaozuan sat cross-legged. Many disgusting poisonous bugs crawled on his body. A green aura wrapped around his body. He was cultivating a terrifying poison technique. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise coming from outside. This made Wu Xiaozuan frown. He was really unhappy. These kids, if he didn't teach them a lesson, would they really be so lawless? Wu Xiaozuan sucked in and the green energy around was sucked into his stomach. The bugs crawling on his body seemed to have received an order and crawled towards the box not far away. Chapter 241. So problematic. Wu Xiaozuan was in a bad mood. He was cultivating and now he faced such a problem. There was a lot of noise outside and it affected his cultivation speed. Paw! Gang leader. The people who pushed open the door were ashen white and panicked. They were about to say something but they were stunned by gang leader's gaze. Scram! Wu Xiaozuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. To those people, it was like they had fallen into an ice cellar, a bone-piercing cold. But the things that happened outside were too serious. Gang! They wanted to say something. Scram! Wu Xiaozuan scolded in rage. Killing intent boiled like he was about to attack. That person was shocked. He sensed the killing intent from gang leader. He believed that if he continued, the outcome would be terrifying. Gang leader would definitely kill him. He didn't say a word. He backed out, but he felt helpless. Gang leader, something huge had happened outside, so why were you still hesitating? Outside? Ah! A higher-up cried out. He relied on his middle master cultivation to be arrogant, but reality taught him a huge lesson. Lin Fan sliced off one of his legs, and it was bloody. The higher-up dragged his broken body and crawled backwards. Terror appeared on his face, and his eyes were about to explode. What happened just now? He wanted to kick him to death. But in the blink of an eye, before he noticed what was going on, he felt that his leg had lost all feeling. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 99, a really weak rage point struck him. Kuei City's division was not bad, there were many of them, much larger than Yunlu City. But regretfully, God Essence Realm really swept them over. He wanted to ask, did the 9-Bug Gang division really not have any experts? Even if they were peak Grandmaster, it was okay. However, the current situation felt like he was bullying them. He might have a blade in one hand and a sword in the other, but it was like he had entered Beihai Kindergarten. He had no opponents at all. That feeling of being suppressed made him unable to feel the joy that came from being strong. It was more of a kind of helplessness and loneliness. Maybe I am too cowardly, I can go and have fun. Lin Fan muttered. His restless heart was unable to calm down. No. Definitely not. Very soon. Lin Fan suppressed his thoughts. He didn't want to do anything too dangerous. It was better to be safe. Get lost, hurry up and get lost. He was like herding pigs, chasing them into the pen. Not only Lin Fan, but even the 9-Bug Gang division members felt the same way. The other party really treated them like pigs. Who are you? This is the Kuei City 9-Bug Gang division, do you think it is good to do that? A higher-up raged. He really didn't expect such a thing to happen in front of them. Their 9-Bug Gang division didn't seem strong, but no one dared to offend them. Even the disciples of some sects who passed by did not dare to act rashly. As long as he acted arrogantly, 9-Bug Gang would target him. Their greatest confidence was that they had gang leader. As long as he was there, everything would be fine. Are you serious? You still don't know who I am? Lin Fan looked at these gang members and felt a little tired. Did everything he did not attract their attention? Or were the 9-Bug Gang people dumb? He had already left some basic information, but they still, Lin Fan. A higher-up exclaimed. His expression turned dark and sunken, you are the Lin Fan who destroyed the Yunlu City division twice, the top target of 9-Bug Gang. When the higher-up said Lin Fan's identity, the gang members were terrified, but more of them were furious. During this period of time, the humiliation that 9-Bug Gang suffered was caused by him. As a part of 9-Bug Gang, they shared honor and disgrace, so how could they take such humiliation? Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 66. Many people were trying their best to be furious, to explode out the rage in their hearts. However, at such a time, they didn't know what to do. Lin Fan smiled. It seemed like they knew. He said that it was impossible. He had done so many things, so how could 9-Bug Gang not know who he was? Wu! Where is your gang leader? The blade in Lin Fan's hand burned with true essence. Like flames, it burned brightly, and even the air twisted. Kachi! In the distance, a door was pushed open. Wu Xiaozuan wore his clothes and walked out slowly. Men, tell me, what is going on? He wanted to ask, but when he looked at Lin Fan, he was speechless. His eyes were filled with shock like he had seen a ghost. The division members were heavily injured and all of them were squatting there. As the gang leader, he was the last to appear, protecting the dignity of the gang leader. Gang leader, he is Lin Fan, the top wanted person from the headquarters. A higher-up hollered. Their cultivation wasn't weak, Master Realm, but in front of him, they were like kids, being beaten up casually. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. That was enough to show how strong he was. God Essence Realm Expert. Wu Xiaozuan didn't say anything. When he looked at the two burning True Essence weapons in Lin Fan's hands, his heart creaked. Internal strength and True Essence were very different. As a Grandmaster, how could he not see it? Wait. Where did such an expert come from? Did my sword and saber expose me? Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at the weapons in his hands. The weapons burning with True Essence were just too beautiful. If not for the terrifying aura they gave off, one would have thought that they were fireworks. Rage points plus 999. Wu Xiaozuan provided a wave of rage points. He then fled. He didn't want to say a single word and didn't want to stop. With his strength, if he faced a God Essence Realm expert, he could only flee. At this moment, he didn't think that he could flee from a God Essence Realm expert. But if he didn't work hard, then there was no hope. Also, why did this happen? Why did a God Essence Realm expert come to destroy the division? Such an expert definitely had a high status. He actually didn't find the headquarters, so how did this happen? He didn't chase. Wu Xiaozuan turned his head and didn't see him. Although he heaved a sigh of relief, he didn't dare to be careless. When he turned his head, he noticed that this person had appeared in front of him. Scram! Lin Fan held the sword and blade in his hands. He felt like if he didn't listen to him, he would chop him to death. Gulp! Wu Xiaozuan's throat moved, his body shuddered, and despair appeared in his eyes. Do you really want to fight 9 Bug Gang to the death? He opened his mouth and said. He hoped that he could have a good talk with him. Some things weren't as simple as he thought, maybe pang. Wu Xiaozuan was kicked in the face. His face changed shape, his features twisted together. He flew backward like a missile and returned to where he was before. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood he spat out was dozens of feet away. Kang! Kang! Lin Fan rubbed the blade and sword in his hands like he was about to kill a pig. Kuei City 9 Bug Gang Division, the entire army is here. He smiled. With the small support system, he couldn't kill all of them right away. After all, he needed them to help him become stronger. Pooh! This was the first time Wu Xiaozuan was kicked in the face by a God Essence Realm expert and didn't die. To him, it was like this was a skill, enough for him to brag that he was able to survive a God Essence Realm attack. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and looked at Lin Fan in shock. What do you want? Wu Xiaozuan asked. He didn't want to fight anymore. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape from a God Essence Realm expert. Miracles didn't happen like that. Suddenly, a voice spread out from outside. Lin Fan turned his head and looked. The commoners heard the voice and gathered their courage to take a look at the division. Go home and sleep, aren't you afraid of bumping into ghosts? Voila! The people who peeked instantly ran, not daring to stay for even a second. These commoners were really bold. He was chopping people and they all dared to come over to take a look. Lin Fan smiled, I already hit the door, so what do you think I want? Do you think I am here to visit you? I didn't expect your division to be so weak. So boring. Weak? If you have balls, then head to the headquarters. Gang leader will let you know what terror is. A higher-up raged. The flames in his eyes were about to swallow Lin Fan. The division wasn't weak, it was just that his cultivation was God Essence Realm. Dragon Elephant. Lin Fan hollered. Instantly, a long sword floated in the air. A dragon wrapped around it as it landed. Hung long. It was like a missile landing, one after another. It directly turned the higher-up into a porcupine. You talk too much, do you know how to speak? Lin Fan glanced. I hate people who try to sow discord. I came to find your division and not the headquarters, so why did I find your gang leader? You deserve to die. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 99. When one didn't see their actual status, one couldn't guess one's level. After all, they all looked the same. However, rage points were able to clearly differentiate them. Who was 99? Was it really hard for him to break 100? Are you really so willing to become the lowest level of people? Lin Fan's move had truly shocked everyone. Wu Xiaozuan looked at Lin Fan like he had seen a ghost. Wasn't he just killing one person? Was there a need to make such a huge scene? Wait, that wasn't right. Why did that move look like someone from Sword Palace? Could he be from the Sword Palace? He couldn't say. He hid this small discovery in his heart. If he knew that he had discovered his background, he would definitely kill him. As for whether or not he would kill him now, that was hard to say. But at least there was a bit of hope. Lin Fan held his sword and walked in front of a higher-up. Let me ask you, are there any Grandmaster physique techniques here? No. The higher-up replied. Infuriating. Lin Fan was furious. He stabbed the sword into the ground, piercing the back of the higher-up's hand. He then cried out in pain. I didn't pay attention. Lin Fan was stunned. He pulled out the sword. He was already furious. He really needed physique techniques now. The higher-up looked at Lin Fan in rage. Do you think I am afraid of you? If you have balls, then attack. No one from 9 Bug Gang is afraid of death. Okay. Lin Fan agreed to his request. Wait, Pucci. One sword sliced him to death. Uproar. The other gang members shuddered. They heard the higher-up say wait. But Lin Fan didn't stop and didn't think about letting them live. The gang members exchanged glances with one another. What should they do? Were they going to sit and wait to be killed, or were they going to rise up and resist and escape? Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Wu Xiaozuan felt like he was facing a dead end. Did he really have to escape from the hands of a god essence realm? The possibility was close to zero. Especially since he was the gang leader, he could let others run but he definitely wouldn't let him. One didn't need to think much about it. Just as he was thinking about all this, the blade pressed against his throat. Do you have any Grandmaster physique techniques? Lin Fan asked. Actually, he didn't have much hope. Lin Fan was only initial Grandmaster, so how could he have any physique techniques? As expected. Wu Xiaozuan shook his head, no. To Wu Xiaozuan, he wanted to cry. Who did he offend? Why did he have to come to Kuei City to find trouble with him? Lin Fan asked, what about the riches? Wu Xiaozuan looked at Lin Fan. He had a bit of hope in his heart. If I tell you where the riches are, will you let me go? The current situation was really awkward. 9 Bug Gang had done many such things. Usually, when one wanted to know secrets from others, they would ask, if I tell you, will you let us go? They would usually say, okay. But what would the outcome be? Naturally, they would kill him. Now, he felt that he was stupid enough to ask such a stupid question. However, he understood that he was not stupid. Instead, when his life was in danger, he would hold on to a glimmer of hope in some things that he would never believe in. Okay. Lin Fan smiled. Wu Xiaozuan still didn't believe Lin Fan's words. He was an expert in this area, so how could he believe Lin Fan's promise so easily? Okay, you let them go first. I will stay with a gang member. I will tell him the location and then I will leave. With your strength, you definitely won't harm a gang member who is only at the 2nd rank of the martial path, right? Lin Fan looked at Wu Xiaozuan. Do you think I am a fool? Or do you think that you are smart? Understand the situation, your life is in my hands. Wu Xiaozuan said, no matter if I say it or not, I will die. If you want to kill me before I say it, then I would rather not say it. Lin Fan's head hurt. He realized that some people were smart, and it made him feel helpless. For example, Wu Xiaozuan wasn't easy to deal with. He had said so much, so why was he still talking to him? Lin Fan, don't think that we are afraid of death. People in Nine Bug Gang don't care about life and death. If we are afraid, then we wouldn't be in Nine Bug Gang. This is my condition, and the only condition I will tell you where the riches are. If you don't believe me, then I have no choice, just kill me. Wu Xiaozuan said. He believed that people who needed riches wouldn't kill them so easily. They would think of ways to torture them. As long as they could last till daybreak, someone would notice the situation here. Moreover, he revealed many things. This was a huge amount of riches. Riches that anyone would be jealous of. Forget it, how annoying, wasting my time. You aren't the only division. Lin Fan was lazy to waste time and attacked. 10,000 Path Sword. Hong Long. The 9 Bug Gang members were covered by the sword intent. Wu Xiaozuan died with his eyes wide open. He didn't expect Lin Fan to attack. Lin Fan rose into the air and left Kuei City. Wasting his time. Did he really think that he was someone who would give in so easily? If he didn't want to say, then so be it. He actually felt delighted. He had reached a level where he viewed money as dirt. He kept moving forward. The place he was heading to was none other than the next branch. 9 Bug Gang didn't want to keep them. Based on what he saw and heard, 9 Bug Gang was quite cruel. Keeping them would just bring trouble to others, so why not just take them all to save trouble? Zhao family young master Zhao Bufan was arrogant, but that was it. Leaving him alive to provide rage points was a good choice. The sky was bright. Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan was packing things in the room. Liang Yongqi was stunned. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, where are you going? During this period of time, Zhang Tianshan had trained Liang Yongqi so well. Liang Yongqi noticed that Zhang Tianshan's expression was solemn and a little off. However, he couldn't pinpoint what it was. I am going to do something huge. Zhang Tianshan didn't raise his head and was still packing. Let me go with you. Liang Yongqi said. Zhang Tianshan smiled, you go with me. What ability do you have? What cultivation? Martial Path Grade 4. You should stay here. If you go with me, you will be scared to death. Liang Yongqi was a little helpless. His impression of Zhang Tianshan had changed a lot. When they first met, he thought that he was a liar. But now that he interacted with him, he felt that Zhang Tianshan was like his life teacher, suppressing his bad habits. Oh right, this book is for you. Read it when you are free, you can learn many good things. Zhang Tianshan tossed a yellow book to Liang Yongqi. No name. Liang Yongqi flipped it and didn't see the title. This is something to deal with demons? Zhang Tianshan smiled, demon. Just something to deal with. If you are free then read it. This is a good thing. Let me tell you, when I created Martial Path Mountain, I didn't pass it down to so many disciples. You have taken good care of me during this period of time, so I will reward you. Very quickly. Zhang Tianshan packed his things and carried his bag out. Liang Yongqi chased. Outside. Yuan Tianchu looked at the sky in the distance. Recently, his mind was in a mess. He couldn't understand Zhang Tianshan's actions. What kind of plot was he hiding? When he saw Zhang Tianshan carry his bag like he was about to head out, he was shocked. What was he doing? That Lin person had left for such a long time, that was a problem. Now that he wanted to leave, the problem was a little complicated. Mountain entrance. Zhang Tianshan patted Liang Yongqi's shoulder, remember, stay here. Don't let others see this book, it is my gift to you. Why do I feel like you have a huge matter? Liang Yongqi said. Zhang Tianshan smiled, "You are right, it is indeed a huge matter, something I want to do the most in my life." "Oh right, did you see that kid? I noticed that he is really weird and sneaky. Who knows what he is doing? When I am not here, you need to pay more attention." "I know." Liang Yongqi nodded his head. He noticed that Yuan Tianchu's situation wasn't right, it was too wrong. Zhang Tianshan got on the horse and waved his hands, "Let's go, when that kid comes back tell him that I am going out to do something. I don't know when, leave the deputy sect leader position for me, don't let others snatch it. Let's go." Liang Yongqi stood there and shouted, "Are you really okay?" On the steps down the mountain. Zhang Tianshan controlled the horse, his back facing Liang Yongqi. He waved his hands and didn't say anything, like he was saying that he was definitely okay. Yuan Tianchu walked over and saw that Liang Yongqi was in a low mood. "Brother Liang, where is he going?" When Liang Yongqi heard Yuan Tianchu's voice, he was shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Junior brother Yuan, how many times have I told you that I am your senior brother? In the future, you have to call me senior brother Liang, do you understand?" Yuan Tianchu looked at Liang Yongqi. He felt like this fellow was really brainwashed by Zhang Tianshan. He didn't dare to reply, his brain thinking quickly. What was the reason why Liang Yongqi said all that to him? Where did Zhang Tianshan go after leaving Martial Path Mountain? What did he say to Liang Yongqi when he left? These questions had been troubling Yuan Tianchu and he didn't understand. "Forget it, let's not talk about it." Liang Yongqi saw that Yuan Tianchu was in a daze and didn't want to ask anymore. He felt that junior brother Yuan had changed too much. When he was in Yu City, he wasn't like this. At that time, brother Yuan was so calm and domineering, suppressing him so much that he didn't know what to say. Why did he change so much after leaving Yu City and coming to Martial Path Mountain? Without cousin, Martial Path Mountain didn't have a soul. Zhou Zhongmao had been cultivating and improving quickly. The effects of the purple gold dragon essence pill were just too amazing. His cultivation had risen from initial grade 10 to peak. This was something that he didn't dare to imagine in the past. However, all of this was due to the purple gold dragon essence pill. Several days later, the cities around Fuzhou were all shocked. 9 bug gangs divisions were mostly wiped out and they suffered heavy losses. This matter spread out and caused a huge storm around Fuzhou. An expert who wasn't afraid of death was fighting 9 bug gang head-on, causing the 9 bug gang division to cry out in pain. When the news spread to the Fuzhou headquarters, what they expected happened. The few higher-ups were killed by the furious gang leader. Everyone in the headquarters was in danger, afraid that such a terrifying scene would happen to them. Damn! They were extremely angry in their hearts. "Lin Fan, did our 9 bug gang kill your entire family or rape your wife? Why did you have to go against us? Forget it, if you have balls, come to the headquarters." He only knew how to bully people, such that they didn't know where to hide. To the higher-ups of 9 bug gang, they had raped Lin Fan 10,000 times and didn't stop. What a good dog. Chapter 242. Beside Nuteo River. Someone used stones to build a simple fire pit. 2 pillars stood there and an iron pot hung in the middle. The hot flames caused the iron pot to turn red. There was also a fragrance of fish that spread in the air. What delicious river food! Lin Fan smiled. After this period of hard work, he felt like his life had improved. His horizons became wider, and the way he looked at problems changed. "I told you that even if you don't say it, others will. You still want to talk terms with me, why don't you think about the situation?" Lin Fan was in a good mood. He had already found 2 physique cultivation techniques, but it was really tough. The strength of the 9 bug gang division was actually decided by the division in the city. Towards the end, the cultivation of the gang leaders had huge changes. In the last city, there was actually a God Essence Realm expert. At that time, when Lin Fan saw him, he wasn't afraid at all. He was even a little emotional. He had never fought a God Essence Realm expert before. Of course, not mentioning that Black Mountain monster, was that even a God Essence Realm monster? It was just sick in the head. Elder Hanqing was Middle God Essence Realm, but before he could do much, the monster pierced his chest and he died. How was that something a God Essence Realm expert could do? Then, a battle occurred. It wasn't really intense, but it allowed Lin Fan to feel how strong he was on a deeper level. Xian True Technique, Elephant God Power. He got these two physique cultivation techniques, and he was really lucky. Xian True Technique was a Grandmaster technique and Elephant God Power was a God Essence Realm technique. Naturally, the latter wasn't something that the division could have. It seemed like some sect wanted to connect with Nine Bug Gang and personally sent it over. However, this sect was really despicable. To put it nicely, they gave Nine Bug Gang a God Essence Realm technique. To be more direct, it was a physique cultivation technique that no one wanted to cultivate. It was really despicable. Lin Fan looked at the two carriages filled with riches beside him. All of a sudden, he didn't know what to do. Why weren't there legendary storage rings? Till now, he hadn't seen anyone with one. If there was, then it would be much more convenient. It would be great to put everything inside. Take his current situation for example. He had a saber and a sword on his back. At first glance, he looked quite stylish, but it didn't match his identity as a rich young master. There was always a hint of acting. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that he had obtained a physique cultivation technique, no matter how much it was, he would definitely improve it. Upgrade. First, he had to upgrade the Grandmaster's Xian True Technique. He consumed 2,000 rage points. Xian True Skill, entry level, he consumed 7,000 rage points. Xian True Art, return to simplicity, the increase in physique strength was indeed mysterious. When one tempered their physique to the highest level, the strength of their physique was already boiling. Next was the God Essence Realm Technique Elephant God Power. He consumed 4,000 rage points. Elephant God Power, Elementary, he consumed 9,000 rage points. Elephant God Power, Return to Simplicity, who? Lin Fan opened his mouth, and a cloud of condensed mist swept out from his mouth. He felt that the strength of his physique had been raised to an extremely high level, enough to raise his physique cultivation. To raise these two techniques, he consumed 66,000 rage points. These were all painstakingly accumulated during this period of time. Internal and external cultivation, raise physique cultivation to God Essence Realm. Lin Fan felt that there was no problem and that he could definitely do it. Improve. His physique slowly rose, and so did his rage points. Physique, 410, Middle Grandmaster, it didn't stop, and his physique continued to rise. At that moment, his body underwent a huge change. Be it inside or outside, it was slowly changing. His body shook and the surrounding space was affected, twisting slightly. Physique, 420, Peak Grandmaster, okay, let me break through to God Essence Realm right away. Lin Fan hollered and charged upwards. There was a loud explosion. When the 420 health value jumped up, his mind shook violently. It was like a layer of mist was sliced open by lightning. When the fog was split apart, a simple and unadorned door appeared indistinctly. The door opened slightly, revealing a gap. However, it was this gap that gushed out a lot of gray matter that he had never seen before. Then, it dispersed to various parts of his body. If not for the small support system, it wouldn't have been so simple. Lin Fan muttered. When the gate appeared, he felt an unstoppable pressure. However, under the small support system's charge, the gate opened. Someone once said that when you are born, God closes a door for you. It's the door of your physical body, turning your physical body into a mortal. But when this door is opened, your appearance will never grow old, and your body will never deteriorate. Wait. Lin Fan thought about his own father. How old was he? He should be 60 years old, but he still looked like he was 20 years old. Didn't that mean that his father was also a master of both internal and external cultivation? Not only that, his physique had also been raised to a very strong state. Oh my God! Was his father so strong? He knew that his father was strong, but he didn't expect that he would be so strong. Now that he raised his physique to God Essence realm, he could sense how terrifying his strength was. Did I open the door to the treasures in my body? Lin Fan had such a thought, but he wasn't sure. However, as long as he continued, it would be fine. The strength of his physique was enough to support him to continue improving. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough rage points. Hundreds of thousands of rage points were used up just like that. He wiped out the 9 bug gang divisions and fought with them for so long, making them so furious that they were about to explode. That was how he obtained so many rage points. It would be tough for him to accumulate more next time. He took a look at the small support system. Rage points, 799. His original physique changed too. Physique became God body. Could it be that his current physical body had already transcended the mortal world and was developing towards a higher level? Yes, that should be the case. There's no mistake. Today, he was satisfied with his stats. He was heading towards a stronger and further path. God body, 430, initial God essence realm, true essence, 430, initial God essence realm, heart cultivation, purple sun 4 saint scripture, grade 33, demon heart enforcing scripture, grade 12, sword seed, grade 8, cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, returning to true, bug controlling technique, basics, unmovable king body, returning to true, lightning blade 4 strokes, returning to true, mixed energy broken jade hand, unlearnt, demon ape fist, returning to true, big dipper silence palm, returning to true, barbaric saint battle technique, returning to true, 9 heavens lightning drawing technique, returning to true, fallen dust sword technique, returning to true, dragon elephant sword technique, reaching the peak, heaven shocking sword technique, returning to true, 10,000 path sword, reaching the peak, great sumaru sword technique, reaching the next level, Xian true technique, returning to true, elephant god power, returning to true. Rage points, 799. Hee. Lin Fan felt that he was really overbearing. When he left U City, he was just a small martial path realm expert. But now it was different. He had crossed Master and Grandmaster, he had stepped into the ranks of God Essence realm experts. This path might not be easy to walk on. But he would continue to work hard. At this moment, Lin Fan was considering what to do next. The 9 bug gang division matter was slightly complicated and would attract a large-scale search. If he was unlucky and met the gang leader, then it would be problematic. Let's return to Marshall Path Mountain and rest up. Once everything calms down, then I will come out to take a look. Another few days later. U City. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was a little suppressed, like everyone was an enemy. The people in the city weren't as harmless as before, like they could be bullied by anyone. Instead, all of them were sharpening their weapons in front of their houses. Their clothes were all changed. They weren't normal commoner clothes but true battle attire. Their expressions were solemn and boiling fighting intent gathered on their bodies. How many years has it been? We have disguised ourselves as normal people and waited for this moment. These people still dare to come, so we have to make them pay the price. That is indeed the case. 20 years of cultivation to experience a normal life is really good. The people of U City casually talked and laughed. If Lin Fan returned to U City and saw such scenes, he would exclaim, "Oh my God! What the fuck was going on?" They were all normal people, but why did it feel like they were people who lived on the edge of a knife? Liang family. Father, has U City always been like this? Liang Yichu asked in disbelief. When he saw the U City people reveal their true nature, he was terrified. The old man selling candied fruits outside the manor actually carried 2 blades and walked on the streets. When he saw him, he even smiled. This change was just too huge. Ichu, you don't blame me, right? Liang family had asked. Liang Yichu was stunned and only reacted after a long while, "Father, then you sent third brother out of Yu City not because you didn't want to see him but because you wanted him to leave Yu City. You knew that there would be danger, right?" "That's right. Initially, I wanted to send you away because you were too cowardly. But later on, I saw how you changed. After thinking about it, I decided to let you bear the responsibility as the big brother. So, I sent your third brother away. As for number 2, she's a girl. I don't know what kind of life she'll have if she goes out. It's better for her to stay in the Liang family. At least, she won't be bullied before she's in danger." Liang Yichu didn't expect things to be like this. Old Master Yuan had many children, but many of them weren't in Yu City. In the end, Old Master Yuan sent Yuan Tianchu out. The eldest was cultivating in the sect and had returned recently. He was going to stay in the Yuan family. There was also the rule of not letting refugees into the city. So it wasn't that they didn't want to see them, but that Yu City wasn't suitable for them to live in. That was because everyone in the city was waiting for war to arrive. Those abandoned fields and harsh taxes were all to drive the people who had the land to leave. "Father, then you and Old Master Yuan's discord with Old Master Lin was also created?" Liang Yichu asked. "No, Old Master Yuan and I didn't like Lin Wani. Of course, we also created an atmosphere," Old Master Liang said. Liang Yichu's eyes opened wide. If that was the case, then the few of them lived in an environment where everyone knew what they were doing and only they didn't. That was just too terrifying. Suddenly, Liang Yichu thought about something really terrifying. Apart from some servants in the manor, there were very few children in the city. Chapter 243. Border. Lin Wani sat cross-legged and floated in the air. The halberd beside him was covered in a layer of golden light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the horse. He frowned. Why did he come? Very quickly, a horse stopped not far from Lin Wani. The two of them looked at one another and didn't say a word. At that moment, Lin Wani opened his mouth. His tone was a little helpless. "Zhang Tianshan, why did you come here?" He really didn't expect Zhang Tianshan to actually come. "Didn't I tell you to take care of my son? Since you are here, then what about him?" Zhang Tianshan said, "We haven't met for so many years and you didn't even ask me how I was. Being a friend is just so bad. Don't talk to me about all this. I don't need to ask about your situation, I can guess it. Leave, you can't help here. Go back and find my son, don't let him come back," Lin Wani said. He passed his son to Zhang Tianshan because he believed in his character. As for Martial Path Mountain, he was just bragging about it. He didn't expose him. As for what it was like, how could he not know? "Can you let me help you once? I feel like I have failed in my life, so I want to help my friend do something big. In the past, I was useless and cowardly, but after these few years, I feel like I can help you," Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani said, "Help what? What cultivation, what realm are you at? Are you dragging me down? Leave, this isn't a place where you can stay. I don't blame you for what happened in the past, I treat you as a friend, which is why I passed my son to you." The words at the front were familiar. Zhang Tianshan modified Lin Wani's words and said them to Liang Yongqi. "How could you say such heartless words?" "That's right. In the past, my cultivation base was weak, I was cowardly, useless, and I couldn't help you at all. But in the past 20 years, I've been working hard. Although my cultivation base is still weak, I'm not afraid anymore. I just want to prove that I, Zhang Tianshan, can even throw away my life for my friends," Zhang Tianshan said calmly. Lin Wani looked at Zhang Tianshan and sighed, "You came here and I knew that you can give up your life, but what ability do you have? Are you going to stay here and wait to die? Listen to me and go back. I already understand." Normally, Zhang Tianshan was unreliable, but in front of Lin Wani, his emotions were stirred up, and his true feelings were revealed. His eyes were slightly red. You are a normal person and can reach such a stage. Why don't you believe that after so many years of hard work, I haven't improved? I don't have your talent and comprehension. I am indeed weak and can't break through to Master Realm, but don't underestimate me. Today, I, Zhang Tianshan, will let you know that looking down on others is a bad habit. Zhang Tianshan opened the bag and seemed to be taking something out. Lin Wani had a headache. Why was this fellow still the same as before? There was no change at all. What's the use of him coming? The ones who truly decided the outcome of the battle were always experts like them. The crack on the boundary had already closed. Although there was no danger for the time being, no one knew when a war would break out. Laoshan City had already started. Although it was just the initial contact, there were already casualties. He was anxious, but he couldn't leave. His target was the U City border. No matter what, he wouldn't let them take a single step in. Just at that moment, Zhang Tianshan held a few small flags and tossed them into the sky. Those flags seemed to have a mind of their own, turning into streaks of light that shot in all directions. Did you see that? This is what I researched for 20 years. Then, Zhang Tianshan muttered something that others couldn't understand. His position changed so many times that it made one tongue-tied. Lin Wani frowned. He didn't understand what he wanted to do. But suddenly, he felt that the temperature around wasn't right. It was much hotter than before. Those flags that were stabbed into the ground instantly retracted into the depths. Shortly after, numerous red lights charged into the sky. The red light looked like it was Earth flame. Lunar Phoenix Formation. Zhang Tianshan hollered. A red phoenix appeared, its body was covered in flames. It charged down and entered the core of the formation. How do you know these things? Lin Wani looked at Zhang Tianshan in shock. He didn't expect Zhang Tianshan to know something that even he couldn't understand. Zhang Tianshan said, Lin Wani, I won't ask anything else. Just answer me, is it strong or not? Amazing, amazing. Lin Wani said, praising him. Zhang Tianshan was really amazing. Although his cultivation wasn't high, the aura he gave off wasn't weak at all. Zhang Tianshan felt much better. He didn't want to show off in front of Lin Wani, but to let him know that he could help. How did you learn all these things? Lin Wani asked. Zhang Tianshan smiled, do you remember that nameless book? You are talking about that book that is used to deal with demons? Lin Wani recalled. That book was really tattered and the things inside were really complicated. He knew that he hadn't studied for many years, so how would he like to read those things? It was only because he was surrounded by books that he developed a special aura. Right, but then I realized that the content to deal with demons was just a small portion. Most of it was the formation that I used. When one's strength isn't enough, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth. Wind, water, earth fire, sky fire, etc. It is really complicated. Luckily, I was a scholar when I was young, otherwise, I might not have understood. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani sighed, okay, since that is the case, then you can stay. What happened to my son? Zhang Tianshan smiled, he is great, I didn't expect you to raise your son so well. He is just born to be in the pugilistic world. Stop, don't brag to me. How can I not know my own son? Just look at him, if he wasn't my son, I would have slapped him to death. Lin Wani said. He felt that Zhang Tianshan was a dishonest person, always saying such unreliable things. Zhang Tianshan shook his head, I am impressed. You were just like that when you were young, but you actually have such high requirements for your son. Forget it, I am lazy to talk about it. I will head to your house to place things down and get some food and wine. Let's just drink here. You city. Zhang Tianshan rode his horse into the city. He hadn't come here in a long time, who knew how many years. Before he could even react, he heard a cry of surprise. Come out and take a look, Zhang Xiaodan actually came to you city. After so many years, I thought that he was dead. A muscular male held a machete in his hand. There were words carved on the machete. Imperial Dynasty Top Blade. Zhang Tianshan frowned. Damn, which bastard dared to talk about his old nickname? When he saw that person, he was stunned. Pig King. Excitement appeared on his face as he got off the horse. Brother, you didn't die, I thought you did. When he wanted to hug the Pig King, he was mercilessly pushed away by the other party. Pig King looked at Zhang Tianshan in disdain. Zhang Xiaodan, who is your brother? You have a brother? Only Master Lin treats you as a brother. Do you see the wound on my chest? 30 years ago, in order to help you take revenge, Master Lin left it on my body. At that time, you were just a piece of trash and no one cared about you. Only Master Lin treated you as a brother. But the things you did after that are shameful. Zhang Tianshan looked at him awkwardly and didn't know how to explain. Old pig, what are you saying? We are all on the same side. You didn't personally witness it, so how can you be so sure? At that moment, an old man walked over. If Lin Fan saw him, he would exclaim. Damn! Wasn't that the manager of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion? The manager of the place where he brought the refugees to eat. He even acted in front of him and didn't dare to ask for money from the Lin family. Old Zhang, don't speak up for him. He is as timid as a mouse. Even if you didn't personally witness it, it is pretty much the case. Pig King said. Anyways, he just insisted that Zhang Tianshan was such a person. He definitely wouldn't be wrong. Zhang Sheng shook his head and walked in front of Zhang Tianshan. Don't worry about him. He is such a person. Let's go sit in my restaurant. Zhang Tianshan's smile was a little awkward. He nodded towards Pig King. Pig King scoffed coldly and didn't care about Zhang Tianshan at all. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Haze, the waiters have been dismissed and I am the only one here. What do you want to drink? Zhang Sheng asked. Zhang Tianshan asked, Old Zhang, you have always been in Yu City? Zhang Sheng smiled, that's right. Since the battle 20 years ago, many people died. We were thinking that if we split up, what would happen if something happened in the future? So, we all stayed in Yu City and lived as commoners. It was really carefree and there weren't so many Jianghu matters. You are an elder of a large sect. They didn't find you. Zhang Tianshan looked at Zhang Sheng and shock appeared on his face. Zhang Sheng took the wine and prepared some dishes to go with the wine. What's there to look for? They must have thought that I'm dead. But to be honest, the feeling here is really good. I've lived a leisurely life for 20 years. It's something that I wouldn't even dare to imagine normally. Also, the crack isn't stable recently, but it is still okay. It should be because we are all here and they are afraid of Lin Wani's strength, so they don't dare to attack. However, it is hard to say how long this situation can last. Zhang Tianshan kept silent and didn't say a word. What did the Imperial Dynasty say? Zhang Tianshan asked. Zhang Sheng said, they are all working hard. Luckily, our emperor is a wise ruler and knows what to do. We are in charge of the matters here and they are in charge of the internal matters. There won't be much conflict between us. Chapter 244. In the center of the Imperial City occupied an endless amount of land. The most eye-catching thing was at the center of the Imperial City. A dazzling palace stood there like a celestial palace. Around the palace were rows of long jade steps. There were a total of 99 steps, surrounding the palace in the middle. The entire palace was made up of 999 pieces of top-grade desolate wood. Palace, reading room. Someone wiped out the 9-bug gang division. The emperor looked at the secret document and was in deep thought. He didn't expect that someone would wipe out the 9-bug gang division. The name recorded in the secret document was Lin Fan. Lin Wani's son is called Lin Fan, Is it his son? The emperor thought about it but quickly shook his head to deny it. Maybe it was just someone with the same name. He had investigated Lin Fan long ago because he wanted to marry a princess to Lin Fan. So he knew that Lin Wani's son was trash, really trash. Compared to the disciples of the aristocratic families in the imperial city, he couldn't be compared at all. But no matter what, he still had to get married. This was the promise that the imperial family gave Lin Wani. At that moment, Lin Fan faced the most headache-inducing thing in his life. No one would believe him if he said it out loud. He faced bandits. A bunch of men blocked in front of Lin Fan. They were either carrying spiked clubs or 9-ringed machetes. They looked really fierce, and anyone who saw them would be terrified to death. But to Lin Fan, these bandits were just trying to humiliate him. Were they really so arrogant? They dared to block the path of a God Essence Realm expert, weren't they afraid of being beaten to death? Kid, if you are smart, then know your place. We don't care about our women or our lives, we just want your money. Hand it over, if not, we will attack. The leader's lips curled up and he touched his bald head. That style, that attitude, it was just so overbearing. They roamed dozens of miles around, looking for young and lone people to attack. Not for anything else, but because they were afraid of kicking an iron board. Lin Fan sat on the carriage and squinted his eyes. Have you seen a shining blade? Ha! These words confused the bandits. What shining saber? I'm asking you, have you ever seen a saber dyed red? The bald bandit shouted angrily. That's right. Behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll take your life. One of the lackeys chimed in. The bald bandit was furious. What the fuck are you talking about? How can it be a black knife? Is your blood black? Shwa! Lin Fan drew his saber and absorbed his true essence into the blade, causing a bright and blinding saber light to burst forth. Shocking! The bandits looked at Lin Fan in shock as if they had seen a ghost. What was going on? Why did the saber have a color to it? Wasn't the other party's cultivation a little too terrifying? As people who walked on the road, their eyesight was naturally not bad. Scram! Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to waste time with these bandits. He still had to hurry on with his journey. With a crash, the bandits disappeared without a trace in an instant. They stepped on a tough spot. It was already not bad that he didn't bother with them. Lin Fan shook his head and felt a headache coming on. He was a person who saw money as dirt and felt that it was too troublesome to pull this carriage. However, he wasn't someone who liked to casually throw rubbish away. He could only bring these things along and take it one step at a time. Now, if he wanted to return to Marshall Path Mountain, he had to pass Fuzhou. However, he was still far away from Fuzhou. If he brought these 2 carriages of riches and didn't change his route, he would definitely bump into 9 bug gang members. If he only bumped into gang members, naturally nothing would happen. However, if he bumped into the 9 bug gang leader, then the situation would be a little complicated. Although he was confident in his own strength, who knew how strong the 9 bug gang leader was? If he was too strong, then he would be finished. So, it was best to be safe and avoid him in case he bumped into the 9 bug gang leader. He changed his route. After all, he had to pass Chaojiang City, Chuanhua City, Jinhe City to Kuei City and then to Fuzhou. But now, he didn't pass Chaojiang City. Instead, he used a semicircular route to bypass these cities and return to Jiang City. The rage of the 9 bug gang leader burned the area that 9 bug gang controlled. No one dared to go against the gang leader. In the eyes of the gang leader, their lives couldn't even be compared to a bug in his hands. The assassination squad was the strongest organization in 9 bug gang, they were above all hall heads. There were 12 really strong and terrifying people in the assassination squad. Their bodies were covered in robes and they had never shown it in front of others. Ing Jiu was the deputy of the assassination squad, but compared to these 12, the gap was huge. One could say that they couldn't be compared at all. Under the orders of the gang leader, the 12 strongest members of the assassination group left Fuzhou to search for traces of their target. Several days later, in the forest, the two carriages moved slowly. They weren't fast. Lin Fan laid on the box and hummed a tune. He was really relaxed and didn't panic at all. Recently, he had been too busy. He wiped out so many divisions, so he had to take a good rest. He had been thinking about something, which was to find a luxurious city and then spend the riches or bring them back to Marshall Path Mountain. Suddenly, the wind rose up. Many leaves fell and spun in midair before slowly falling to the ground. Such a scene was normal in the quiet forest. But to Lin Fan, it wasn't normal at all. It was even a little weird. Gradually, killing intent boiled in the forest, as if it had covered the entire forest. Stop hiding, I have already noticed all of you. Come out. Lin Fan sat up and looked around. Although there was no one around, he could sense the boiling killing intent. We already went around and you can still find us. You are really amazing. Forget it, I will tell you. I did it. Come out, it is better for everyone to end this. Instantly, there seemed to be something moving in all directions, directly locking down Lin Fan's path. Lin Fan jumped off the carriage and landed on the ground. With a bang, with him as the center, a surge of true essence exploded out. There was a loud explosion. The bulging mounds of earth that came from all directions directly exploded, releasing a lot of black fog. At that moment, 12 people surrounded Lin Fan. They stood there and didn't move, but the eyes hidden in their robes stared right at Lin Fan. They were certain. This was the person they were looking for. Amazing, they are all experts. Lin Fan sensed a terrifying aura from their bodies. They were totally different from those small fries from Nine Bug Gang. This is the battle that I was looking forward to. The moment he said this, the 12 experts of the assassination group attacked. They didn't say any nonsense to Lin Fan. Their actions were in sync, like they had been trained for a long time. 10,000 sword. At that moment, numerous swords spun out, forming a circle. With a xiao, they struck in all directions. Pang! The explosion was shocking. The might of the myriad sword Dao wasn't weak. It was already an extremely terrifying sword technique in the sword Dao. However, these 12 experts weren't weak at all. It was basically impossible to kill them with just this move. Lightning blade 4 strokes, heaven and earth destruction. Lin Fan held the blade, true essence surged out. The thick true essence wrapped around the blade, forming a terrifying blade glow. He then slashed forwards. He had already reached God Essence realm, and when he used this blade, the strength was even more terrifying. The surrounding space was covered by blade energy. The space twisted and numerous blade lights flashed. Poochie! At that moment, an assassination group expert's abdomen was sliced open. However, there wasn't blood spurting out. Instead, there was a weird thing moving about, connecting the torn flesh back together. Lin Fan noticed that and felt like the situation wasn't right. Dragon elephant. Shocking. 10,000 sword. Sumeru sword. At this moment, Lin Fan let out a low roar and raised both his palms. Countless long swords that glowed with divine light floated around him. At this moment, the consumption of true energy had reached an extremely high level when he used the 4-sword Das. Normal God Essence realm experts wouldn't be able to take it, but to Lin Fan, it was just a small matter. Slash! The moment Lin Fan said this, a dense sword intent exploded and pressed down on the 12 experts. The sword intent dealt terrifying damage to the 12 experts, but they didn't cry out. It was as if they didn't feel any pain at all. They allowed the sword intent to slice them. The skin that was sliced closed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an assassination group expert appeared in front of Lin Fan. His palms were covered in a black glow as he struck towards Lin Fan's stomach. Pang! A palm struck Lin Fan's stomach. A terrifying power exploded out and sent Lin Fan flying. The rest of the assassin team experts attacked one after another. It was as if they were combining their moves. Palm after palm landed on Lin Fan's body continuously, smashing Lin Fan into the ground and forming a deep hole. A shocking shockwave spread out, destroying the surrounding trees. The 12 of them stood together and didn't move at all. They didn't say a single word. Their bodies exuded a black mist, which then condensed into a pitch-black insect with 12 legs. Cough cough. Amazing, really amazing. Slowly. Lin Fan stood up from the deep hole and coughed. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the 12 of them. I thought that all of you weren't much, but who knew that you were so strong? This blade, this sword, it is so problematic. I need to use my strongest move to deal with all of you. With a show. Lin Fan tossed the blade and sword to the side and then slowly stepped out of the hole. He didn't expect 9-Bug Gang to have such an expert. These people were definitely God Essence Realm, but he didn't know what level they were at. That was weird. He felt like these people weren't humans at all. But it didn't matter. Even if they weren't humans, they would die later. What a waste. Why didn't he get rage points? Chapter 245. A gust of wind swept up the dust in the air. Lin Fan stood straight. His hair swayed and a smile appeared on his face. Hung long. Power exploded in his body. True essence broke and covered his entire body, burning crazily. A terrifying aura spread out from Lin Fan's body. Internal and external cultivation, the highest attainments of God Essence Realm. When it exploded out, it was extremely terrifying. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture. 2 of his most overbearing heart cultivation techniques boiled. Purple True Essence and Black True Essence clashed, giving rise to a shocking change. That was the merger of True Essence. Crackling sounds could be heard as small lightning flashed. A layer of bright light appeared on the surface of his body. A fierce and majestic demon ape appeared behind his back. This demon ape was formed from True Essence and slowly turned into a physical body. Its needle-like black fur was really realistic. Kong! The demon ape roared in rage, forming a shocking aura. At that moment, Lin Fan activated all the cultivation techniques that he had learned. Not to mention barbaric saint battle technique, Xian True technique, or elephant god power. Lin Fan stepped forwards. The ground couldn't take such terrifying power and directly cracked. Pili Pala. His body shook slightly, causing some changes with True Essence. Occasionally, lightning would strike down from the sky. His consumption was really terrifying. Normal God Essence Realm experts wouldn't dare to continue like this. Even if God Essence Realm could absorb spiritual energy to replenish their consumption, the absorption speed wouldn't be able to keep up with such consumption. The 12 experts of the assassination group seemed like they were all mute. Till now, they didn't say a single word. Didn't they see how explosive his power was? Maybe, he had to teach them a lesson so that they would understand that they were just asking for shit. Pang! In an instant, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Everything around seemed to slow down in Lin Fan's eyes. The 12 experts didn't move at all. When Lin Fan got close, they moved too. The surrounding spiritual energy crazily surged into their bodies. Naturally, they were God Essence Realm. Lin Fan was initial God Essence Realm. No matter who it was, fighting 12 God Essence Realm experts at initial God Essence Realm was just asking to die. There was no hope at all. Lin Fan walked in front of an expert. His fists were filled with terrifying True Essence as he swept forwards. This was one of the most overbearing moves of the demonic ape fist. The illusory ape demon ape let out a ferocious roar and swept out with its fists. It seemed as if it could sweep through everything. Bang! The 2 of them collided with each other, and an astonishing might erupted. Lin Fan looked at him and hollered. His fists exploded with even more shocking power. How could a dual cultivator be so easy to deal with? There was a loud rumble. A figure was sent flying, crashing into a giant tree in the distance. The giant tree was broken, and the figure continued to fly backwards, breaking several branches. Then, the figure used the momentum to flip over, landing on the ground with both feet, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. Puff! The assassin group expert knelt on one knee, his palms supporting the ground, and spat out a mouthful of black sticky blood. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan had defeated one person, but now he had to face the attacks of the remaining 11 people. Their moves contained many tiny insects that were invisible to the naked eye. These insects floated in the air and could enter the body through the pores of the skin, devouring the blood and Jin Yuan. Refresh. Bug controlling technique directly reached the peak level. A terrifying gray internal strength exploded out, suppressing the small bugs in the air. They were led over and counterattacked. However, the 12 of them weren't normal people. When these small bugs entered their bodies, it was like there was a power that directly cut off Lin Fan's connection with them. 9 Heavens Lightning Drawing Technique, Lightning World. Lin Fan hollered, the lightning on his body was like a dragon. The lightning swelled up, forming a circular strike. With a pang, it spread out in all directions. Pang pang. The bodies of the 12 experts slowly broke down, like they were made up of numerous bugs. In Lin Fan's words, it was like they were turning into elements. Return to me. Bug controlling technique's internal strength pressed forwards, suppressing the bodies that were about to break down. Hong Long. Lightning covered the experts of the assassin group. There was a deafening explosion all around, and the shockwaves destroyed everything around. This place had already turned into a terrifying region. Anyone who entered, as long as their cultivation was too low, even if they weren't attacked, they would spit out blood from the pressure here. Pata! Pata! The dust scattered, and the 12 of them still stood there. The black meat that looked like numerous bugs fell to the ground. However, there were bugs crawling all around their legs like they were recovering their damaged bodies. These little monsters are so problematic. I seem to understand why 9 Bug Gang was able to stand tall and not fall. Lin Fan muttered, he had a basic understanding. 9 Bug Gang inherited Insect Valley, and the true experts were really strong in controlling bugs. Normal people found it tough to kill them, so what if there was an army? They were unable to defend against these small bugs. The 12 of them were 9 Bug Gang experts, so one didn't need to talk about how strong the gang leader was. He might have reached a level where he could fight an army alone. Suddenly, the 12 experts of the assassin group smacked their hands on the ground. True essence formed a ripple that covered the surrounding area. With a poochie, it was as if something had popped out. The robes on their backs exploded. A pair of gray sickle-shaped spikes spread out from their backs. They were really long, dozens of feet long. Xiao! These sickle-shaped spikes were really nimble, directly locking down Lin Fan's path and slashing towards him. The spikes slashed across. As they were too quick, they left a gray glow in the air. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand was satisfied. Lin Fan's palms changed color, directly clashing with the nimble spikes. Pang! Pang! Where Lin Fan was, the shockwaves were just too sharp. One couldn't even see his hands, only numerous afterimages. Sparks flew, circle after circle of shockwaves spread out. As the power was too strong, it formed a tornado that covered all of them. They aren't weak, they are definitely peak God Essence realm. Lin Fan felt pressure, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. If he fought one-on-one, he would have been able to crush them. But the key was that the 12 of them were all peak God Essence realm. In terms of fighting as a team, their teamwork was actually flawless. As time went on, he was infuriated by these people. He didn't block, revealing his back and hollering. Strongest God body. The muscles on his back swelled up and true essence covered him. He cultivated both internal and external, using true essence to buff his body. Those techniques that strengthened his god body directly exploded out. Xuanwu, god elephant, demon ape, barbarian saint illusions covered his back. Kang! Hong Long! 12 pairs of sickle-shaped spikes smashed into his back. The unbearable power caused Lin Fan's body to shake. His legs sunk into the ground and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Lin Fan hollered in rage. He opened his arms and directly hugged the 12 pairs of scythe spikes. He then raised his feet that were stuck in the ground and stomped on the ground. His body spun and the 12 experts of the assassination team were lifted up from the ground. Shwa shwa! He spun faster and faster, forming a terrifying storm. He then stopped and raised his hands. He hollered in rage and smashed towards the ground. There was a loud explosion. The ground cracked, and a thick layer of dust rippled out. 10,000 sword path. Shortly after, numerous swords formed from true essence floated behind Lin Fan. He pressed down with his palm and the swords swept forwards like arrows. The explosions continued. But this wasn't enough. Lin Fan jumped up and his body was covered in light. It was as if a god elephant was floating in the air. Elephant god power, earth explosion. He hollered. He landed on the ground. Pang! Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that the mountains were shaking, the entire ground was shaking. The strength of the divine body and the true essence fused together, condensing into a terrifying force that directly crushed over. The ground couldn't handle such a terrifying power and caved in. With a loud explosion, it formed a circular hole that was dozens of meters wide. Do you think that this is the end? Wrong, this is just the beginning. Lin Fan retreated and slashed with the strongest move of lightning blade 4 strokes. It wasn't just one blade but in the blink of an eye, dozens of blades were slashed out. Terrifying blade intent boiled and the space around started to twist. Hong Long! Hong Long! The explosions didn't stop. My hands are getting tired, so let's change moves. Big Dipper silence palm. The sky was covered in lightning. Lightning dragons wrapped around his palms and smashed forwards, covering the deep hole. Pilai Pala. The lightning formed a huge net and a dense lightning power flowed about. Even a pig would become a roasted pig under such a terrifying frequency of attacks. Who? Lin Fan retracted his aura and locked onto the deep hole. If he still didn't die, then he had to re-evaluate 9 bug gang's overall strength. At that moment, the deep hole was covered in a layer of dust and one couldn't see what was going on within. The 12 experts of 9 bug gang gave him a really weird feeling, so weird that he didn't dare to believe it. What was going on? They suffered such heavy injuries and didn't even cry out. They didn't even give any rage points. They don't have emotions and desires, or do you not feel a trace of anger? Very quickly, the dust slowly dissipated. Thick black smoke rose up from the deep hole. The figures of the 12 experts of the assassination group disappeared, only countless black flesh and blood were moving. That wasn't right. This was not flesh and blood at all. Instead, it was more like flesh and blood formed by countless insects. At that moment, the flesh and blood of the bugs were merging. They really aren't human. Lin Fan frowned. All of a sudden, an astonishing aura erupted from the deep pit. CSI. It was like a weird living being was roaring. Kachi. The sound of bones clashing. Suddenly, the flesh and blood in the deep hole merged into a giant body. The robe disappeared and the main body was revealed. There was indeed flesh and blood, but there were many thin bugs wrapped around it. It was so disgusting. Just as he was dissing, a strong wind struck him. The bugman appeared in front of Lin Fan and punched him. Lin Fan blocked with his hands and with a pang, his body flew backward. His legs landed on the ground and he raised his head. His expression was really solemn. So strong. Chapter 246. He was really strong. He was not mocking the other party, but the other party's strength had indeed shocked him. There were originally 12 of them, but he beat them up until they merged into one. This change was a little huge. Also, how the hell did he do it? Even if they weren't human, they couldn't merge like that. It didn't match reality and the structure of a human body. It was worth studying. It is time for me to be more serious. Lin Fan turned his head and casually spat out a mouthful of blood. It was normal to spit out blood during an intense battle. The bugman in front of him was 3 meters tall. He looked really strong, but the muscles weren't flesh and blood. They were made up of black bugs. Poochie. The bugman's back exploded and many black arms popped out. The arms were filled with sharp teeth. The 12 arms gave one a shocking visual impact. This exceeded what a human body should look like. Did it mutate? What was 9 Bug Gang, to be able to play with bugs like this? What was Insect Valley like? He didn't dare to imagine. Who? The bugman breathed. The air that he spat out was black like it was poisonous. The air was about to be poisoned to death. A pair of pupilless eyes stared right at Lin Fan. The cold intent made one feel like one was in ice. Pang! The bugman disappeared from the spot and the surrounding pressure suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Fan and punched. An energy current appeared on his fist and there was a series of explosions. Was he trying to destroy the air? Lin Fan clenched his fist and punched forwards without any fear. Pang! The moment the fists clashed, a shocking aura exploded. Numerous chaotic energy currents swept forwards, slicing everything around like wind blades. Elephant God power, God shocking. Internal and external cultivator, when he used his killing move, it wasn't just a clash of strength. There was also the movement of true essence. The two powers combined together was enough to destroy everything. Hong Long. The battle between the two of them was really intense. Lin Fan's true essence and God body power was like a flood, endless and didn't stop at all. The battle between fists and kicks was so quick that one could only see after images. Many deep holes appeared in the ground. These holes were left by the two powers clashing together. Lin Fan's habitual insta-kill didn't show on the enemy. Instead, they were on the same level and both sides were injured. So the feeling of fighting is really comfortable. This was the only feeling he had after fighting for so long. He had never experienced it before. Perhaps this was the true feeling of satisfaction that could only be experienced when one's strength became extremely terrifying. Rumble. Lin Fan wiped off the fresh blood at the corner of his lips. He looked at the bugman whose chest was pierced and who was regenerating. His gaze was extremely sharp. Did this guy have an undying body? That was impossible. There was no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Everything about immortality was just bragging. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his arms wide, and the true energy in his body gathered in front of him. The true energy that emanated from his body was like a dense fog, dragging a long tail as it gradually fused together. In this quintessential essence fog, many phantoms appeared. These phantoms were the moves of a cultivation technique. He had condensed everything he had learned together, and then used absolute strength to crush his opponent. This was extremely taxing on his real essence, and at the same time, it had an indelible effect on his physical strength. It was a pity. Lin Fan's true essence and God body would never be extinguished. They were endless and he would never feel exhausted. At this moment, the condensed power had reached its peak. He raised his cultivation technique to returning to true realm. This was something that other people didn't even dare to think about. Sword Palace Elder Hanqing was really strong, middle god essence realm. But even then, only one of his heaven-shocking sword techniques reached returning to true. The others were far from it. Let's see how this move is. Lin Fan pushed forwards with his palm. With a loud explosion, it turned into a light pillar that struck forwards. The bugman's body slanted. A black veil appeared in front of him, blocking the light pillar. ZZ. The bugman's legs stepped into the ground like it was blocking with much difficulty. But it wasn't able to block enough. Hong long. The light pillar covered the bugman. The bugman seemed to be disintegrating, and one couldn't see what was going on inside. Very quickly, the light pillar that contained the strongest true essence swept hundreds of meters, destroying numerous trees and leaving a circular moat on the ground. Damn, Lin Fan looked at the scenes in front of him and his head hurt. Half of the bugman's body was smashed, but the flesh and blood were moving and healing. Very quickly, that half of his body was actually recovered. Can I really not kill him? Lin Fan frowned and wasn't satisfied with the situation. No, it definitely can't. It is just that the time isn't right. I think I can definitely do it. Lin Fan wasn't tired at all, he didn't even sweat. He just spat out a mouthful of blood. These were all small matters and there was no need to worry about it. The bugman twisted his neck and locked onto Lin Fan once more. It was obvious that he wouldn't stop until one of them died. Shwa! The bugman disappeared from the spot. Lin Fan also disappeared from the spot. Very quickly, there was a loud explosion. Water-like ripples spread out in the air. These were the shockwaves from the clash of power. The two of them clashed, it was a battle at the peak of God Essence realm. Lin Fan was able to fight it at initial realm and not be at a disadvantage. Not only was he a dual cultivator, but more importantly, his cultivation technique had reached returning to true realm. The moment Lin Fan appeared, the bugman appeared beside him. He used his fists and legs to sweep forwards. He raised his hands to block. There was a low explosion and then shockwaves spread out. The sky slowly turned dark. But the battle here was still going on. The duration of this battle was too long. Even a peak God Essence realm expert would be exhausted. For the bugman to be able to last until now, Lin Fan felt that there was a problem. Or rather, his situation was really weird. Both sides were on the same level and no one could take down the other. It all depended on who would be exhausted first. Of course, with Lin Fan's current strength, that wouldn't happen. But the bugman's situation didn't change much. How did 9 Bug Gang have such terrifying combat strength? This was enough to show that 9 Bug Gang was able to control the important Fuzhou not because of Insect Valley but because 9 Bug Gang itself wasn't simple. In the distance, a few thousand meters away from Lin Fan, there were a few people hiding in the darkness. What an intense battle, it seems like experts are fighting. Who knows when it will end? The person who spoke was covered in black. He retracted his aura like he was one with the darkness. He definitely wouldn't expose himself. Don't rush, let's wait. When such experts fight, there will be a winner. When the time comes, we can pick up the corpses. Let's hope that we can gain something. They were professionals at picking up corpses to get good things from the bodies of the dead. Although sometimes they would return empty-handed, most of the time they would gain a lot. This was their way of survival. Of course. If both sides were badly injured, then it would be even better. They would directly kill both sides and that would be a huge gain. The sky was bright. A streak of sunlight shone down. Impossible, how is that possible? Who is fighting, how did it last until now? They were completely shocked. They didn't sleep for an entire night because they were waiting for an opportunity. They thought that it would end quickly, but who would have thought that the rumbling sounds didn't stop? In the darkness of the night, the light was resplendent, illuminating the entire area. In midair. Elephant God power, destruction. Lin Fan hollered in rage. He clenched his fists and pressed down. Shocking God energy and strength surged out and smashed onto the bugman's head. With a pang, the bugman's head exploded. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a particularly strange red worm in the bugman's exploded head. This red worm had a mouth and a tail that formed a circle. At the same time, there were many tiny suckers on the body of the long worm that connected the flesh and blood of the entire head. One of the thicker tentacles was connected to the neck. Could this be the crux of the matter? Lin Fan wasn't dumb at all. Although he was a little dumb sometimes, when facing some special situations, he was really smart. Just as he was thinking about all these things, the Bugman's head had recovered. But it didn't matter anymore. Recovery wasn't scary, he just needed to blow it up once more. After fighting for so long, Lin Fan had a deeper understanding of his own strength. The Bugman was definitely Peak God Essence Realm, but he was much stronger than normal Peak God Essence Realm experts. Without such a special person like him, the Bugman might have been invincible among Peak God Essence Realm experts. It seems like I can't head to 9 Bug Gang yet. Lin Fan warned himself that it was normal for his heart to be restless, but he couldn't just ask to die. His improvement speed was already really quick. Other people needed decades, but he only needed a short time. As long as he stabilized himself, in less than a year, he would be able to reach a higher level. Pang! Since he knew the key, then he would go all out. A person without rage points had no soul. After a long while. With a Poochie. Lin Fan took the Bugman's strike head-on, punching its head. He opened his fingers and pulled the bug out. Is this the reason why you can infinitely recover? Lin Fan looked at the struggling bug in his hand and then clenched his fingers. With a Poochie, he crushed the bug. When he looked at the Bugman, he noticed that its flesh and blood were falling like it was in pain. Then, it turned into a pile of mud. This? Lin Fan was a little confused. How could a long red worm have such abilities? This wasn't Master or Grandmaster, but a God Essence Realm expert. He had seen many situations in 9 Bug Gang. Some Hall heads were all Master Realm, so they weren't much. However, the current situation was not quite right. Did 9 Bug Gang rely on gang leader alone to hold it up? Chapter 247. The surrounding environment was in a desolate state. The trees were destroyed, who knew how many had been destroyed? Luckily, true essence and stamina are unlimited, otherwise, I would have died from exhaustion. He didn't feel any joy from hammering this fellow to death. It was just slightly more comfortable during the battle. He said long ago that a battle without rage points would have no soul. Although it would feel better in the middle, after that, one would feel really empty. Am I missing something? Lin Fan looked around and felt like something wasn't right. However, he didn't know what it was. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes wide like he had seen a ghost. He thought about something really terrifying. Ah! My wealth! He screamed in agony. His heart, which was originally quite comfortable, was suddenly filled with unbearable pain. Even breathing became a little difficult. Wealth, this is all my wealth. As for what he said about treating money like dirt, that was nonsense. Who the fuck would treat money like dirt? Unless that person liked to show off, and after showing off, they would still work hard to accumulate wealth. The situation was really awkward. The battle was too intense. True essence was much higher than internal strength. In such an intense battle, how would one be able to take care of so much? In the end, the outcome was expected. The 2 horses were very handsome, and steam was coming out of their nostrils. As virgins, they hoped to do good work for humans so that they could be rewarded with a few beautiful female horses. However, they really did not expect that misfortune would befall them. They were so hard-working, but they were actually killed. Their corpses weren't even left, not even a single piece of flesh could be found. They really wanted to roar angrily. How could there still be law? How could there still be justice? Lin Fan walked back and forth in the surroundings, searching for treasures. He held on to his last hope, which was that some of the gold and silver treasures had not been destroyed by their Jin Yuan, but were scattered around and buried in the ground. But he knew that it was just a fantasy, an unrealistic fantasy. I feel a little helpless. If I knew that this would happen, I would have chased the carriage away. It would be better than not getting anything at all. Lin Fan's head hurt. Even so, what could he do? He really had no choice. Haze! Lin Fan sat on the ground and grabbed his hair. He consoled himself that he should just forget it. Wasn't it just wealth? Men had to treat money as dirt. Just as he was thinking about these things, footsteps could be heard from the surroundings. Amazing, truly amazing. I didn't expect the battle to last for an entire day and night. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Not far away, a figure appeared. He was dressed in black, and his tone was playful and even a little excited. The way he sat on the ground made it seem as if he was heavily injured and was recuperating. At that time, they were pondering whether they should take a gamble or not. They said that they would wait for the other party to leave before taking action. Finally, after careful consideration, they decided that only by taking risks would they gain something. After such an intense battle, no one could remain unaffected. He must be so tired that he couldn't even lift a finger. Lin Fan didn't bother about these people. He was troubled and regretful. Wasn't it just a little pretentious words? Was there a need to take it so seriously? The corpse hunters who had been hiding in the dark did not all come out to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. However, seeing that the other party had not moved at all, it seemed to them that he was recovering. Swoosh! 4 more people appeared. They looked exactly the same as the first person who had appeared. They were all dressed in black, and their faces could not be seen. Don't hesitate. If he recovers, it will be troublesome for us. Yes, that's right. We're going to be rich today. Although they said that, their actions were still rather timid. They didn't dare to be rash. After all, the counterattack of a strong person was still very scary. Not long after, they were getting closer and closer to Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan, who was feeling very pained, gradually found a reason to calm his heart. Forget it. Money was just a worldly possession. Compared to happiness, this bit of money was nothing. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the approaching men in black. The 5 men in black were already prepared to counterattack. After all, picking up corpses was also a dangerous job. But this single turn of Lin Fan's had them all stumped. This gaze, the corpse hunters were stunned. They stared at Lin Fan's gaze. Gradually, to them, there was only darkness in front of them. In that darkness, an eye suddenly appeared. To them, that eye seemed very dangerous. Silence. There was no sound. The group of them had been surrounded by Lin Fan. After a long while. Dig for me. Lin Fan stood there with his arms behind his back. He looked at the 5 men in black holding their weapons and digging the soil. He didn't believe that the treasures would disappear just like that. They were definitely buried here. As long as they worked hard, they would be able to find them. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. The 5 men in black were furious. They even wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Was he even a human? They thought that he would kill them right away. Who knew that he would actually make them do such a thing? Dig? Damn, what did he treat them as? Why did he make them dig like that? Did he consider their feelings? Big brother, I can't take it. One of the men in black said unwillingly. He didn't dare to speak loudly in case Lin Fan heard him and killed him. The other 4 looked at him as if to say, just give it to me, don't talk nonsense and work hard. I was the one who suggested to make a move without waiting for them to leave, and you were the one who shouted the loudest. Now, he actually couldn't take it. Why didn't he just die? The weapons in their hands were used to pick up corpses and fight when they met enemies. Now, they were actually used as hoes. He really wanted to ask. Just because he was strong, he could do whatever he wanted. Did he not care about them at all? But reality was like that. He could do whatever he wanted and didn't care about them at all. Dig quickly, stop wasting time. Lin Fan really wanted to give up, but the arrival of the few men in black gave him a bit of hope. They were pretty much free labor. If he used true essence to strike the ground, it was hard to say whether or not it would be destroyed a second time. He could only use the most primitive method to dig out the hidden treasures. Let's hope that we can find some. The 5 of them felt wronged and like they were cheated. However, they didn't understand. The battle was so intense, and no matter how strong one was, at such a stage, one would definitely be heavily injured. They had already analyzed it. To be able to fight for such a long time, they were definitely evenly matched. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be unharmed. Moreover, they would be exhausted. What they couldn't accept was that Lin Fan was perfectly fine. When he looked at them, his eyes actually shone with a blue light. Fuzhou, giant ship. Pang! A crisp sound spread out. Gang leader's expression changed. He flipped the blanket in front of him and revealed a pitch-black hole. Other people couldn't see what was inside, but he saw it clearly. Within the hole, a giant ball of meat seemed to be breathing. It expanded and contracted, but at this moment, a portion of its body exploded and many disgusting juices flowed out. Ah! My baby, what happened to you? Gang leader was heartbroken. How did this happen? Why did my baby become like this? How did he get injured? Shortly after, he thought about the assassination squad. Did they fail? Right, they definitely failed. Only when they failed would such a thing happen. No, gang leader hollered in rage. The entire ship shook. The originally calm Nuteo River shook and the river water smashed onto the ship. The power spread out and affected the river surface. How terrifying was this power? It was unimaginable. Maybe it was so strong that normal people couldn't block it. Ingjiu stood at the back of the ship, his expression was calm. He bore the rage and pressure of the gang leader. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were locked onto the river surface. He is getting more and more impulsive, he is unable to suppress his rage. In the end, he is going to walk the path of destruction. Ingjiu muttered. To 9-Bug Gang, it was a troubled time. They hadn't faced such a situation in a long time. There were too few people who could make 9-Bug Gang suffer losses. There were even fewer who dared to offend 9-Bug Gang. Even the Imperial Dynasty only suppressed 9-Bug Gang in the dark and didn't offend them on the surface. Ingjiu knew that the 9-Bug Gang members were nothing to worry about. What he should be wary of was that ugly and fat gang leader. As long as he was there, even if all the 9-Bug Gang members died, 9-Bug Gang's strength would still exist and wouldn't disappear. At that moment, many of them fell to the ground, foaming at their mouths and twitching. The gang leader's aura was too terrifying, it was like a mountain pressing down on their bodies. The next day, Lin Fan's expression became worse and worse. He opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know what to say. They dug 3 feet into the ground. They really dug 3 feet into the ground. A huge hole was dug 100 meters in front of them, but till now, they didn't see any treasures at all. The legs of the 5 black-shirt men trembled. Their hands that were holding their weapons were shaking badly too. Heavens, earth! Please, open your eyes and save us. We really couldn't take it anymore. They were angry for an entire night and in the end, they were numb. They wanted to fight back, but Lin Fan's strength terrified them. They felt that if they were impulsive, they would be killed on the spot. Maybe this is fate. Lin Fan was helpless. He wasn't someone who believed in fate, but he didn't believe that he had no choice. Could he get his wealth back? He turned around and left, silently disappearing from this place. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I will die. Not to mention you, even I will die. What do you want us to dig? At least give us a clear goal. The 5 black-shirt men failed to pick up the corpses and were dragged over to be laborers. To them, this was an insult. But compared to their lives, they cared more about their lives. Suddenly, they didn't have that piercing feeling anymore. They carefully turned their heads. That person was gone. Even then, they didn't act rashly and continued to search. They waited for a moment, but there was no movement. He left. Voila! They slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, and were already drenched in sweat. They had escaped death. I remember you, if you have balls, don't let us pick up your corpses. They only had such a thought in their hearts. Chapter 248. Lin Fan quickly tossed the loss of wealth to the back of his head. If he thought too much, it would make him feel really bad. Why did he have to care about all this? Wasn't it just a pile of smelly and hard dirt? However, he lost so much wealth, it would be a lie if he said that his heart didn't hurt. He could only swallow it down. This battle was a loss, such a loss that he even lost his underwear. The Bugman was really strong, but no matter how strong he was, it was useless. He had no rage points and no wealth. If he could be given some rage points or wealth, he could accept this loss. What a waste. He didn't even have a single hair. 9 Bug Gang, you are amazing. I gave you so much trouble, and now that you conned me, you are amazing. Lin Fan admitted that 9 Bug Gang was amazing. He would remember this, and if he had a chance in the future, he would pay them back. 10 years wasn't too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He knew that he wasn't a gentleman, so he would definitely take revenge within a year. If 9 Bug Gang knew what Lin Fan was thinking, they would curse him. Can't you have some fucking shame? He was so young, but his ability to distort black and white was not bad. Who offended who brought more trouble to who, didn't he know? He conned him. That was just too much. A few days later. In the forest far from Rong City. A bunch of troops appeared. Zhu Xiang was made a loyal martial captain and was slowly getting closer to the center of power. But his current position wasn't enough, not at all. He wanted to climb higher, to climb to the highest, to be able to control his own life and death, to be able to control the life and death of others. That was true power. He knew that it was a problematic thing to take on such tasks. But only through trouble could he gain more. If not, why would he be able to do such easy things? Even if the general took most of the credit for completing this, it didn't matter. As long as the general relied on him, he would think of him for everything. That was the biggest gain. At this moment, when they arrived and saw the scenes, they were all stunned like they didn't dare to believe it. There were many weird postures, black corpses piled up. One couldn't tell who they were from their faces. Even if their parents came, they wouldn't be able to recognize them. Such ruthless methods. Zhu Xiang frowned and thought about where to start. It was impossible to find clues and find the culprit from here. He walked through the burnt forest and looked carefully, not letting go of a single spot. He came to a giant tree that had been chopped off and burnt. He touched the cut with his finger and gradually came up with an idea. At the same time, they found many charred corpses of livestock. The opponent is an expert, and looking at these signs of burning, it doesn't look like it's slowly burning from a weak fire to a strong fire, but more like it's an instantaneous eruption of extremely high temperature. The inner force of a martial arts expert is very strong, and the level of their cultivation method is very high. Zhu Xiang muttered. His brain worked quickly, but he still couldn't think of who did it. There were too few clues and he couldn't think of a specific picture at all. Not long after. The soldier who went ahead to scout came back and said respectfully, "Commandant, we found a dilapidated village up ahead. Let's go take a look." Zhu Xiang felt that the village had something to do with this. When he arrived at the village and saw the tragic state it was in, he instantly understood. The collapsed houses, the doors with footprints, the blood stains that slowly turned black, and also the corpses of the commoners that fell to the ground. Images appeared in his mind. These images were of the village that was as good as before, and the scenes that happened when the army invaded. They deserved to die. Zhu Xiang frowned. He understood everything. These were all done by the soldiers of the army. King Wudong ordered that they weren't allowed to loot and burn. It seemed like this army was too arrogant and lawless. In the end, an expert passed by and saw such a heinous thing. He acted on behalf of the heavens and killed all of them. They deserved to die. Commandant. The soldiers at the side whispered. They admired the Master Commandant very much. They felt that the Master Commandant was an intelligent and courageous person. Many times, they relied on the Master Commandant's intelligence to complete the mission without sacrificing a single soldier. Therefore, they admired him very much. Zhu Xiang was confused. He looked in the direction that the soldier pointed at and noticed that a priest was walking over. He wasn't a blind person. The traveling Taoist priest walking over from afar didn't move very fast, but he gave off a feeling that he would disappear in the blink of an eye. He thought it would take a long time, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. Sir, I am Qingshan Temple Grade 2 disciple Xian Chengzi. Why are you all here? Xian Chengzi held his horsetail whisk and asked. So it is Qingshan Temple priest, sorry for the disrespect. Zhu Xiang naturally knew about Qingshan Temple. This was a really strong sect and was one of the big sects. I am King Wudong's loyal martial commandant Zhu Xiang. A few days ago, a group of soldiers passed by and were killed. I received orders to investigate the situation. Who are you? When Xian Chengzi heard that he was a military officer under King Wudong, his eyes lit up. He said, what a coincidence, my junior brother was ambushed a few days ago and was heavily injured. Speaking of which, the matter that loyal martial military officer wants to investigate probably has something to do with my junior brother. Xian Chengzi then roughly described the situation. Zhu Xiang listened seriously. It seemed like when he killed the soldiers, Qingshan Temple's Yun Yuzi bumped into him. The two of them clashed and in the end, Yun Yuzi was heavily injured and had to leave. This is what happened to the loyal martial commandant. My junior brother was kind and didn't want to see the monks being killed. He spoke out to stop them but was ambushed. This really pained us and caused the Taoist temple to lose a talented disciple. Thus, we were ordered to come and investigate. According to my junior brother, the scoundrel used a cultivation technique called mixed energy broken jade hand, and this is the scoundrel's portrait. Xian Chengzi took out a portrait from his sleeves. Zhu Xiang took it and opened it. At the start, he felt that it was a little foreign, but slowly, he realized that the person was familiar. Thinking about it, with his photographic memory, he directly recalled the people he had seen before. Very quickly. There was only one person in his mind. Xian Chengzi saw Zhu Xiang's expression change and knew something. Loyal martial commandant, do you recognize the person in the portrait? Zhu Xiang thought about it and then nodded his head. If I remember correctly, I do. He is the Yu City Lin family young master. That shouldn't be the case. Based on what I know, he is a playboy and his cultivation is weak. He shouldn't have the ability. Xian Chengzi found it weird and then asked, Loyal martial commandant, are you sure you are right? I shouldn't be wrong. Zhu Xiang said. Xian Chengzi asked, how many Lin families are there in Yu City? Zhu Xiang said, there is only one Lin family. His name is Lin Fan, he is 80% similar to the portrait. As a grade 2 disciple of Qingshan Temple, Yun Yuzi was skilled in painting and calligraphy. He hated Lin Fan so much, so how could he not remember that face? Xian Chengzi had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked again, who is his father? His father is Lin Wani. Zhu Xiang said. Kachi. When Xian Chengzi heard this name, his heart fiercely trembled. However, he still acted as if nothing had happened and said, oh, so that's how it is. Many thanks for the information, loyal martial commandant. Priest, please stop. King Wudong needs people. Priest's realm is high and you are strong. Although you aren't tempted by mortal things, why don't you follow the dragon and help Qingshan Temple become more famous? Zhu Xiang asked. When Xian Chengzi heard that, he was shocked. Thank you for your love, but I just want to pursue the Tao and don't want to be tied down by worldly matters. Goodbye. Xian Chengzi left in a hurry and didn't give Zhu Xiang a chance to speak at all. Zhu Xiang wanted to say a few more words to Xian Chengzi, but he didn't expect him to leave in such a hurry. Forget it. Since he knew who it was, he just had to report back. As for what would happen to the Yu City Lin family young master, that wasn't something he cared about. In the distance, Xian Chengzi's face was filled with shock. The one who trashed his junior brother was Lin Wani's son, so there was nothing to talk about. It had nothing to do with him. Even if he went back and told the Tao head, the outcome would be the same. Other people might not know who Lin Wani was, but he had lived for 73 years, so how could he not know who Lin Wani was? When he was still at Grandmaster Realm, he saw that shocking aura from afar. When he attacked, heaven and earth changed colors. That wasn't something that humans could compare to. Now, even if he knew who did it, so what? Whoever had balls would head to Yu City. Anyways, he wouldn't go. If he really met Lin Wani's son outside, then he could attack. As for finding him, forget about it. He wouldn't even know how he died. As for that loyal martial commander Zhu Xiang, he shook his head and sighed. He didn't have long to live. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on with King Wudong. However, the Taoist had once said something that was still fresh in his memory. Many years ago, when King Wudong rebelled, Fire God sect rebelled along with him. Although the Tao head didn't say it in detail, he did reveal it. From the sect leader to the elders, they all disappeared in a night. No one knew where they went and no one knew what happened. Anyway, Fire God sect fell from being a big sect to a weak one. In the end, other sects invaded them and they disappeared in the river of history. As for why, the Tao head didn't explain, so he didn't know. If the Tao head knew that Xian Chengzi didn't know until now, he would probably be furious. How could you say it so bluntly? Are you a fool or an idiot? Looking at the people who rebelled with King Wudong, how many of them ended up well? After a dozen years, did they all forget what happened? To the Tao head, such actions were despicable. Chapter 249. Since Lin Fan was prepared to return to Martial Path Mountain, he didn't think about fighting to the death with 9 Bug Gang. He wanted to slow down and raise his strength a little. When he felt that it was enough, he would fight them to the death. However, he remembered the monster in Black Mountain and wanted to head there to take a look. However, his strength didn't allow him to. Elder Hanqing was Middle God Essence Realm and was instantly killed by the monster. He felt that he was strong, but compared to the monster in Black Mountain, he wasn't strong enough. Extremely far away. In the void space, there was suddenly a sky-shattering sword will. The 3 elders stepped on their divine swords and moved extremely fast. It was as if they could travel through the void space. The 3 old men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes contained an astonishing sword will. They were the strongest elders of the Sword Palace's A generation. They were also the strongest people in the Sword Palace apart from the Sword Head. Through Heaven's Sword, Guyuan Tian. Tao Destruction Sword, Ancient Destruction 1. God-Slaying Sword, Gu Jia Shen. Don't think that they were old men just because they had white hair. Their strength was immeasurable, especially when the 3 of them were brothers. Their bloodlines were interlinked, and their sword wills were interlinked. They could burst out with astonishing power. The purpose of their trip this time was to find the monster in the Black Mountain and avenge their martial nephew. The 3 elders of Danxia Island went to Sword Palace to explain the situation. They trusted the Danxia Island elders. At the same time, they knew what kind of person Han Qing was. Before he died, he would really pass down the sword. They also understood that Han Qing's purpose in passing down the sword doctrine was naturally not because he was worried about the decline of the sword doctrine, but because he wanted to form a good relationship with the Sword Palace. This kind of disciple, this kind of elder, had died in Black Mountain for no reason. As elders, how could they not come to take revenge? Xiao! Piercing through the void, the sharp sword was incomparably sharp. Divine light flashed, directly tearing the void apart. The three of them entered, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Black Mountain. Rumble. Gu Yuantian slashed the Black Mountain apart and an unassuming sword light appeared in the air. Then, the sword light descended and turned into a pillar of sword light, covering the deep pit in the middle of the Black Mountain. This sword intent was even stronger than Elder Han Qing's. Not only was it an expert, it was even more domineering. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream came from the pit. The monster roared. It was covered by the sword light, which caused great damage to its body. In an instant, countless wounds appeared. Bastard, you deserve to die. Gu Yuantian's voice was extremely dark. His domineering sky-connecting sword intent was enough to tear apart the clouds in the sky. He did not expect such a monster to exist in Black Mountain. If the monster didn't kill Sword Palace's Elder Han Qing and Elder Su, maybe he could let it go. But if it did, then naturally he wouldn't hold back. Senior brother, this monster's cultivation is already at the Void Realm. We should kill it in case it becomes a threat in the future. Gu Mai said solemnly. Suddenly, countless tentacles emerged from the void at an extremely fast speed, wanting to kill these three hateful people. Shwa! No one made a move, but Gu Mai's surroundings erupted with a destructive sword energy. Those tentacles that extended out from the void were directly sliced apart and turned into ashes. The octopus monster in the abyss suddenly stopped moving. It was as if it knew that it was no match for the three people in the sky. It actually hit itself and wanted to escape. Gu Jieshan's eyes locked onto the ground. In his eyes, the ground wasn't a barrier and it was transparent. He could see the giant monster that was moving deep underground. At that moment, Gu Jieshan opened his fingers and a sword floated in his palm. It gave off an eye-catching light and he slapped it down. The sword suddenly became bigger, turning into a sword light that stabbed into the ground. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the body of the octopus monster. The sword was huge and stabbed into the ground. It was 1,000 feet long, and as for how deep it was immeasurable. The octopus monster cried out and blood flowed from its body. Its tentacles kept smashing into the surroundings, but the sword stuck in its body prevented it from moving. What a strong life force. Senior brother, this monster should be raised by someone. Gu Jieshan said solemnly. When the sword stabbed into the monster's body, he sensed that there was a power within the monster that was fighting back. Suddenly, the moment he said that, they noticed that the space behind them was shaking intensely and there was a terrifying power brewing. Shortly after, a dark and terrifying voice spread out from the space. You three, since you know that someone raised it, you still dare to attack. Do you all want to die? Hong Long. The space ripped open and a black palm covered in terrifying bugs slapped out. The palm was huge and covered the sky, giving off a thick black mist. The 3A generation elders of Sword Palace were stunned. They slashed with their swords and three extremely beautiful yet terrifying sword intents tore through the air and slashed the palm. Hong Long. Heaven and earth shook and light struck. A terrifying shockwave spread out. Pang pang. The 3A generation elders took half a step back. Their eyes were filled with shock, but more of it was solemnity. 9-Bug Gang leader. They didn't expect that it was a monster raised by the 9-Bug Gang leader. Now, he came personally. Hong Long. A huge figure leaped out of the void and landed on the ground. A huge rumbling sound was heard and the entire Black Mountain shook violently. Deep underground, the octopus monster seemed to know who was coming and let out a whimper. Good kid, don't worry, I am here. Gang leader's heart pained like he saw his kid being hurt. He raised his head and his eyes were dark and sunken. Sword Palace generation elders, you dare to come to Black Mountain to find trouble with my kid. It is obvious that you don't want to return alive, so I will grant your wish. Gang leader's body was really too fat. His whole body was full of fat, circles after circles. His body looked like it was covered with swimming rings. Compared to his whole body, his head was actually very uncoordinated. Gu Yuantian and his two junior brothers looked at one another and then locked onto one another. There is no point in talking so much, we will know once we fight. They knew that this matter wasn't so easy to solve. 9 Bug Gang's existence wasn't good for the world. If they could, they didn't mind killing the gang leader. Junior brothers, kill. Today, if he doesn't die, then we will. At that moment, the strongest A-generation elders of Sword Palace worked together and prepared to fight to the death with the gang leader. Hong Long. The sky above the Black Mountain was shaking. Divine origin energy collided with each other, and the soaring sword will slash the heavens and the earth. The void gradually showed signs of cracking. All of this showed that the Black Mountain was very dangerous at this time. No matter who it was, as long as they approached here, they would be torn apart in an instant. A few days later, Lin Fan had long forgotten about the helplessness from before. That was just a small matter. It made him feel bad to keep thinking about it. At that moment, when he passed by a small city, he stopped and looked curiously into the distance. Something unpleasant had happened there. A group of youths seemed to have surrounded someone. Wah, where did such a fat kid come from? He looks like a monster. Right, I feel like he can eat a lot. Since he eats like that, it won't hurt if we beat him up. Oi, monster, where did you come from? What did you eat to grow up? Don't you feel that your fat body is disgusting? I am talking to you, why aren't you replying to me? You are asking for a beating. Pang! Pang! A bunch of teens surrounded there, punching and kicking the person inside. The scene was a little unharmonious. Oi! Kids, what are you all doing? Lin Fan walked over and asked. He didn't expect that he would face such a story of teens bullying others. Although stories of people pulling out their swords to help were common, he wasn't the main character. But what he was doing wasn't pulling out his swords to help. He was just asking the bunch of kids to restrain themselves. Even if they were teens, in his eyes, they were like kids. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? A teen turned his head, his face was filled with arrogance. He looked like he was from a rich family in the city. Paw! Lin Fan calmly waved his hand. 5 fingers landed on the teen's face. He used quite a bit of strength, causing him to fall to the ground. 5 thick black finger marks were left on his face. Scram! He casually said calmly. He used the word scram really well, it was really precise. Wah! The teen couldn't take it. The pain on his face made him cry. He then ran away in despair. The surrounding teens saw that their boss ran, so how would they dare to stay here? Naturally, they all ran too. A bunch of brats. Lin Fan looked at their escaping silhouettes. He then looked at the guy who had been beaten up. Looking at him, he was stunned. Oh my god. Where did this kid come from? How did he eat? He was just too fat. Even if he ate pig feed, he wouldn't be so fat. Of course, those were just his thoughts. Naturally, he couldn't say it out loud, otherwise, it would hurt his heart. Especially when he looked at his age, he didn't look that old. He understood that when he said such things to a teen, it would leave a permanent mark on his weak heart. But it was impossible for him to say that he was thin. He wasn't blind, so he couldn't lie. At that moment, Lin Fan exchanged glances with him. He noticed that his gaze was a little off, like he was looking at him with animosity. He understood. This was a teen who was injured before. Did he think that he was the same as those teens and would laugh at him? No. Teen, you are wrong. I am not such a shallow person, so why would I laugh at you? To Lin Fan, he was under huge pressure. He had to use sincere words to let this guy who was so fat that he didn't even have a shadow feel the love of the world. Pata! Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder. Although he wanted to dodge, he still couldn't escape from Lin Fan's palm. "Teen, don't you think that you are beautiful?" Lin Fan resisted the urge to vomit and praised. That was the only way. If not, he really didn't know what to say. He could even tell him that he felt that he had too much fat and needed to train his body. What was the difference between saying that and not saying it? Maybe it would hurt him a second time. Chapter 250. He was going against his conscience to speak. If it was another adult, he definitely wouldn't have said that. To him, those words were disgusting. Could a human even say that? To be able to take it until now was already his limit. But he had no choice. The person in front of him who was as fat as a pig was a teen. He still had a child's heart. If he used sharp and humiliating words to tell him that he should lose weight, it would definitely deal a huge blow to his soul. At that moment, the fat teen looked at Lin Fan with a furious gaze. It suddenly changed. He lowered his head and looked at the circles of fat on his body. He grabbed a handful and released his hand. It was really bouncy and the fat bounced up and down. Beautiful? Was this what he meant by beauty? But he didn't feel anything special about it. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "Did you notice where your beauty lies?" The fat teen looked at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't know how to speak. "You didn't notice?" Lin Fan smiled. He reached out and grabbed the fat on the teen's stomach. He pressed down lightly and his fingers sunk deep into the fat. He then released his fingers and the fat bounced up. "Look, don't you feel like it's a wave? The waves are shaking. Listen, there is the sound of the sea. Isn't it nice?" He really respected himself for saying such things that normal people wouldn't say. The sound of the sea reminded him of the movie Kung Fu. In the movie, when the fatty shook his fat, it made a sound. Right, the sound that the fat teen made was even more exaggerated than in the movie. He really wanted to know, "Young man, how on earth did you eat to actually eat like this?" The fat teen looked at Lin Fan and was slightly shocked. Then, he calmed down. "You really like my fat? Do you really think that my fat is beautiful?" His voice sounded weird. Even if he was suppressing his throat, it still sounded a little hoarse. Lin Fan didn't care about his voice. He just felt that he was young and mature. As for the question, if he answered it according to his true thoughts, he would tell him bluntly, "Young man, stop dreaming. Wake up and accept reality. It's impossible for you to find happiness." But as a good person, he could only nod and say, "Yes, that's right. I really like you. I hope you can persevere and not be affected by external factors. They don't know what beauty is. Look at how thin I am. My abdomen is so thin that it isn't even flat." Lin Fan revealed his abdomen and pointed at his 10-pack. Initially, he only had 8. But after his physique became a god physique, there were 2 more. This was something that others could not ask for, but now, in order to let the fat teenager find the beauty of being fat, he deliberately devalued his perfect abs. Lin Fan patted the fat youth's shoulder and nodded, "Good luck, I have faith in you. Don't be defeated by setbacks." After saying this, he immediately turned around and left, not wanting to continue facing the fat youth in front of him. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in and blurt out what was on his mind. The fat teenager looked at Lin Fan, who was getting further and further away. He lowered his head and flicked the fat on his body. It really felt like waves, and there was even the sound of the sea. Hey, where did this guy come from? And how exactly did he eat it? Even food with hormones wouldn't be this strong. Lin Fan thought about it, but he didn't understand. As he walked, he gradually slowed down. Someone was following behind him. Who was it? He turned his head and noticed that there was no one at all. However, there was a person hiding behind a tree. Although he hid well, there was too much fat on his body, and the tree couldn't cover him at all. Why did this fellow follow him? Suddenly, a meaty face popped out. The smile on his face was really weird, like that of a person stalking prey. Especially his expression, it was like he didn't notice him. Did this kid have nowhere else to go and want me to bring him back to Marshall Path Mountain? Lin Fan thought about it and felt like it was possible. No. Definitely not. He had already made an exception by lying through his teeth. In fact, he had only said those words under great pressure. If he brought this fellow back to Marshall Path Mountain, then he wouldn't be able to live. Moreover, with his body size, one could tell that he ate a lot. Marshall Path Mountain had so much wealth for him to eat. Teen, take care of yourself. The world isn't big, let's meet again if we are fated. Lin Fan rose into the air and waved towards the person behind the tree before leaving quickly. He didn't want to stay any longer. Who knew what this fellow was thinking? If he really shamelessly followed, then the outcome would be unimaginable. Lin Fan's departure didn't cause the fat teen to leave. Instead, he hid behind the tree and peeked. Even if he couldn't see his body, he still maintained his posture. After a long while, the fat teen slowly walked into the distance. Occasionally, he would flick the fat on his body, and there really was the sound of the ocean. Suddenly, a voice spread out from not far away. That's him. The young man who had been slapped by Lin Fan rushed over with his fierce-looking servant. When he saw the fat young man, he revealed a cruel smile. Before he even reached Lin Fan, he shouted, "Where did that guy go? He dared to hit me. I'm going to cut off his hand." The servants that followed the young man held wooden sticks in their hands, and some of them held long sabers in their hands. They were really aggressive. If it was someone else, they would have peed their pants. But the fat teen didn't bother about them and continued to walk forwards. "Damn, teach him a lesson." The rich family teen hollered in rage. Flames were burning in his eyes. He had never seen such an arrogant person. A rod-wielding servant wanted to show off in front of young master. He didn't say a word and charged forwards. He raised his rod and smacked towards the back of the fat teen. He didn't dare to smack his head in case he killed him and made young master unhappy. Pang! The rod smacked heavily onto the back of the fat teen. This servant had some cultivation, grade 1 of the martial path. Although this rod wouldn't kill him, it definitely wasn't something that normal people could take. Pain, screams, and roars were unavoidable. However, the fat teen didn't react at all, and it was like he didn't care at all. This made the rod-wielding servant feel disbelief and even shocked. The fat teen stopped and slowly turned his head. When he faced everyone, he smiled. Kachi! Kachi! A weird sound spread out from the fat teen's body. Suddenly, a wound opened up on his right chest and something was about to come out. With a pang, a streak of light shot out and then fell to the ground. It was actually a sword. A light flowed on the surface of the sword and threads of destructive sword intent spread out. Now that it fell to the ground, it was just a normal sword. Sword intent is connected, how troublesome. The fat teen opened his mouth and his voice was really low and hoarse. Gulyalu. The right side of the fat teen's body started to swell up and the fats on his body became more and more shocking. Shortly after, another divine sword shot out from the left side of his chest and fell to the ground. God-slaying sword, slicing the heart meridian is indeed amazing, but unfortunately, it isn't enough. The sword fell to the ground. The left side of his body started to swell up once more. The fat swelled up and his entire body seemed to have turned into a meatball. The rich family young master and the servants all sat on the ground in terror. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. To them, it was like they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole appeared on the young man's forehead, as if something was moving inside. With a show, a heaven-reaching sword intent exploded out from the hole. Then, a sword floated out and shook slightly. Very quickly, it fell to the ground. Heaven-reaching sword to seal my heaven gate, what a joke. His head started to swell up. It didn't swell up too much, but his face started to change. It became vicious, violent, and unfriendly. "Ah!" the fat teen hollered. His body slowly grew taller, and a shadow covered the rich family young masters. A terrifying aura spread out and covered everything around. That fat teen was actually the gang leader of 9 Bug Gang. This was something that no one dared to imagine. 2 days. He healed up here for 2 days to force out the 3 swords in his body. Their hearts were connected, and it was really terrifying. He actually suffered a loss when he was about to die. However, it was a pity that they had exchanged their lives for this. "Little stinky bugs? What are you all doing? Oh right, are you disgusted by my beautiful and wave-like body?" Gang leader walked in front of the rich young master and slowly extended his finger, tapping his head. That finger was bigger than his head, scaring the rich family young master so much that his pants were wet. "You? What kind of monster are you?" The rich family young master panicked. He was stunned. The servants around were so frightened that they threw away the weapons in their hands. When had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? To them, he wasn't a human but a true demon. "Eh? Monster?" The sect master's lips curled into a smile. "You stinky bug, you don't even have the qualifications to be used to feed my little babies. Go to hell." At that moment, the gang leader raised his palm and slapped down. With a poochie. The corpses beneath his palm all exploded, and a deep mark was left on the ground. The gang leader looked towards where Lin Fan left. "I didn't expect that the person who could understand me would actually make me furious. No. I don't mind someone with an eye for talent, even if he commits a huge crime. Waves, the sound of the ocean, it is indeed not bad, I am happy." The gang leader smiled. If the others saw this, they definitely wouldn't believe that the cruel gang leader would actually reveal such a sincere smile. But shortly after, his expression became ferocious and terrifying. "Sword Palace, you dare to hurt my babies, I want you to pay the price." With a pang, the gang leader rose into the air, his muscular body smashing through the space. He sped in and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 251. A few days later, Lin Fan returned. When he saw Martial Path Mountain, his eyes were filled with tears and he had an urge to cry. He felt that it was just too tough for him. When he headed out, he didn't feel that anything was wrong. But when he returned to Martial Path Mountain and looked at the familiar environment, he was actually a little speechless and didn't know how to describe it. He stepped on the stairs and slowly walked up the mountain. When he returned, he had to ask Go Z to cook the best food to satisfy his cravings. What did he eat outside during this period of time? Could those even be considered good food? It was normal for him not to eat them for a few days. Go Z carried food to feed young master's pet. Young master's pet was really special. During this period of time he wasn't here, the pet grew really big and was nearly half the height of a human. His appetite also increased and his appetite was already the sum of everyone in Martial Path Mountain. Suddenly, 9 Demon, who was crazily eating, raised its 8 heads and looked into the distance. One head was stuffed in the basin and continued to eat. With a schwa, 9 Demon jumped out and flew towards the entrance of the mountain. The other head howled. It wasn't full yet. Go Z was confused. He thought about a possibility and hurried towards the entrance. Lin Fan was having a good time when a black shadow jumped down from above. It was too sudden and it was a little terrifying. He couldn't help but slap it. With a smacking sound, the food that 9 Demon had just eaten spat out from the nostrils of its 9 heads. This. Lin Fan realized that it was 9 Demon and was helpless. "My little pet, I am so sorry, I failed, I really failed." 9 Demon laid on the ground and its 9 heads spat out its tongue. It was obvious that there were stars spinning above its heads. "Young master." Go Zi saw the person he had been thinking about and was so emotional that he was about to jump up. Young Master was outside and he was really afraid that Young Master would face danger. This was why he prayed for Young Master every night and hoped that the heavens would protect Young Master. At the same time, he swore that as long as Young Master was safe, even if his lifespan was shortened, he didn't care. Lin Fan patted Go Zi's shoulder and smiled. "What are you crying for? Didn't I come back? Oh right, go prepare the best food. I have been outside for so long and I am about to die from cravings." Go Zi smiled in a silly manner. "Okay, I will prepare your favorite food right away." He knew that he couldn't help the Young Master much in terms of strength and would even be a burden. Thus, in terms of life, he had to take care of the Young Master's affairs from top to bottom and not let the Young Master worry at all. Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan and didn't come over to ask. He was still a little afraid of Lin Fan. "Liang Yongji, what happened to you? Now that I'm back, aren't you going to do anything?" Lin Fan asked. Since the time when the Yin demons attacked, everyone in Martial Path Mountain dared to fight alongside him. He had placed down the past grudges. Even if they were afraid of him, he was totally sincere. Sect leader. Liang Yongqi opened his mouth. He just said two simple words. Zhang Tianshan not being on Martial Path Mountain made Liang Yongqi feel like he lacked a spiritual leader. In the distance, when Yuan Tianchu saw that Lin Fan had returned, he didn't feel excited or helpless. Instead, he felt that he was going to reap the fruits of his scheme's success. Even if Lin Fan wasn't on Martial Path Mountain during this period of time, to Yuan Tianchu, Lin Fan's eyes were all over Martial Path Mountain. At that moment, Yuan Tianchu forced out a smile and then left. Lin Fan asked curiously, "Liang Yongqi, do you think Yuan Tianchu is sick? I noticed that after he came out of Yu City, he changed a lot." Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan. "You asked me that question, but who should I ask?" Of course, he agreed with what Lin Fan said. He did become weird. It wasn't right to say that he was crazy, but it was hard to say anything else. Yuan Tianchu walked towards his room. He lowered his head and was in deep thought. What was going on? Zhang Tianshan left Martial Path Mountain and Lin Fan returned. What was the meaning behind all of that? To him, he thought that Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan's scheme was simple and he could see through it just by thinking about it. But now he realized that it was getting more and more complicated and he was actually unable to guess the true meaning. To him, that was terrifying enough. Was it that their schemes were more profound and his intelligence couldn't keep up with their changes? Or was it that he was already dragged into it and thought that he was an outsider, but unknowingly, he had become an insider? Not long later, Go Zi served up the delicacies that he had prepared. Not bad, not bad. Just from the smell, I know that it is amazing. Lin Fan smiled. Go Zi, who was praised by Young Master, was filled with pride. Ah! Where is my cousin? Where are their people? Seeing that his cousin didn't come out, he was a little curious. Where were Zhang Tianshan and Feng Poliu? He returned and didn't see the two of them right away. Young Master, he is cultivating. Feng Poliu and the girl that Young Master brought back are cultivating in the back mountain. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang left Martial Path Mountain a few days ago to do something. I don't know where he went. Go Zi replied. Lin Fan ate the delicacies and his taste buds were in extreme enjoyment. Zhang Tianshan left Martial Path Mountain to do something? That was a little weird. Logically speaking, he didn't have much to do. However, with Zhang Tianshan's personality, he definitely wouldn't let himself suffer losses. He was at ease. If he faced anything, he would definitely come back to ask for help. As for the girl, he didn't care much about her. He would just hand her over to Feng Poliu. After all, in Martial Path Mountain, Feng Poliu was the best at teaching disciples. Sword Palace. A giant ancient sword stood there and around it were mountains. Sword Head's white hair reached his shoulders. He looked old but he was really energetic. He stood in front of a small table and held a brush to write words. As he wrote, he started to feel annoyed. Swordhead frowned. With his current mental state, why would he suddenly feel annoyed? What was going on? At that moment, a disciple hurried over. He was panicking and his face was filled with terror. He knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Swordhead, Elder Gu and the other 2 sword steels were broken and died." Kacha! The brush in Swordhead's hand broke. His gaze changed and the hand that held the broken brush trembled. "What did you say?" Swordhead stared at the disciple and asked. The disciple who went to check the sword steels every few days felt like his throat was being strangled, but he still said, "Today, I went to check the elder's sword steels and noticed that Gu Yuantian, Gu Sui, and Gu Jishan's steels were broken." Swordhead didn't believe it and had to personally see it. He came to where the sword steels were placed. The 3 steels below him were all broken and turned into pieces. Pooh! Swordhead felt something sweet in his throat. His footsteps were unstable and he retreated like he was about to fall. The pain in his heart was worse than 10,000 swords stabbing his heart. Junior brother, looking at the broken sword steels, he found it hard to believe that everything that happened in front of him was real. The sword steels were given out when they entered Sword Palace to cultivate. They were used to test the level of their sword intent. They were their life items and also recorded their past. It wasn't a problem for the sword steels to be broken by people, but if they died, the steels would shatter. That was because the steels contained their intent. If their main body's intent disappeared, it meant that the intent in the steels would disappear too. Swordhead was 20 years older than the 3 junior brothers and the 4 of them learned from the same master. When he was 25, the 3 junior brothers were only 4 or 5 and master brought them back from the outside. From then on, he was like a senior brother and also like a father, taking care of the 3 of them. He was even prepared to pass the sword head position to junior brother Gu Yuantian. Who knew that he would receive such grievous news? Wang! The million swords in Sword Palace buzzed and trembled like they sensed the sadness of the sword head. The elders from A, B, C, and D sensed the situation and quickly headed towards the sword head. They felt that something huge had happened. When everyone arrived at the sword steel room and saw the 3 broken sword steels under the sword master's sword steel, they were shocked. Sword head, the 3 senior brothers, they. Zhuang Sun wanted to say something but he stopped. So what if he didn't believe it? Nothing would happen to the sword steels. He was an A-generation elder and his sword technique was amazing. He had a good relationship with the 3 senior brothers. Now that he saw their sword steels shatter, he didn't know what to say. Zhuang Sun, during this period of time I am not here, you will be in charge. If I don't return in a month, you will become the new sword head. Sword head kept silent for a long while and then said with a hoarse voice. Sword head, what about you? Zhuang Sun was shocked. He sensed that Sword Head was going to leave Sword Palace. I want to take revenge for them. Sword Head said coldly. Zhuang Sun said, Sword Head, you can't do that. If you leave Sword Palace, then Sword Palace. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sword Head. There is no need to say any more. I have made up my mind. I can't act like nothing happened to the 3 junior brothers. I will personally head to Black Mountain. The moment he said that, Sword Head flew into the air. The swords in Sword Palace buzzed and then 10,000 swords rose up, forming a sword rain as they chased after him. Black Mountain. This place had long been broken into pieces. The 3 elders were really strong. If not for 9 bug gangs gang leader appearing, they would have killed the Void Realm octopus monster. Although Void Realm was strong, it wasn't as strong as the 3 of them. Sword Head came to Black Mountain and slowly landed. When he saw the scenes in front of him, he closed his eyes in despair. When he saw the sword steel shatter, he felt that he was lucky. But when he saw the corpses of the 3 junior brothers, he knew that the miracle was gone. The 3 elders stood there, maintaining their posture when they were alive. Their arms stretched forwards and they slashed out 3 times. But there was a bloody hole in their chests. Their hearts and flesh scattered to the ground. He saw many dead bug corpses on the ground. Rage rose up in him. 9 bug gang, I will wipe out your entire gang. He knew who killed his 3 junior brothers. Only the 9 bug gang leader had such strength. They didn't interfere with each other, but he killed his junior brothers. If he didn't take revenge, he wasn't a human. Swordhead was even a little mad. He had suppressed the anger in his heart in Sword Palace, but now it completely exploded. The next day, Nuteo River was split open by a sword. The river water flowed in reverse, causing huge waves to flood Fuzhou. 9 bug gang's ship was split into 2 and sunk into Nuteo River. There were heavy casualties. Gang leader was nowhere to be seen. Based on the descriptions of the survivors, a storm rose up in Nuteo River that day. The entire area seemed like it was about to be split open. After a long while, it slowly calmed down. But then there was a furious roar that reverberated through the area. It turned into a red light and disappeared into the distance. This matter shocked the world. When Lin Fan found out about it, several days had passed. What? 9 bug gang is gone. When Lin Fan found out, he was stunned. He didn't even attack, so why was it gone? When Feng Poliu found out, he was stunned. He thought about junior brother. Was he dead or alive? Chapter 252. It was hard to describe Lin Fan's current expression. When he heard the news, he felt like someone was playing a joke on him. 9 bug gang was wiped out, so his goal was gone. A life without a goal was lonely, so he could only lock his eyes on King Wudong. It wasn't that he wanted to offend King Wudong, but King Wudong didn't respect him. Without an opponent, he could only take a step back and clash head-on with King Wudong. Feng Poliu, your expression is a little ugly, did something happen? Or was the person we met last time really your junior brother? Lin Fan asked. He had long felt that that person was Feng Poliu's junior brother, but Feng Poliu didn't want to admit it. Of course, the key was that he felt like Feng Poliu treated him like a fool. If he couldn't even see such a small sign, then what was the point of living? Speaking, is it true or not? Under Lin Fan's questions, Feng Poliu nodded his head helplessly. And, that is indeed my junior brother. Feng Poliu didn't expect 9 bug gang to be wiped out. At the same time, he didn't know what happened to junior brother. One sword splitting the river, giant waves drowning Fuzhou, the giant ship of the headquarters being sliced. Such methods weren't something that a normal person could do. He definitely met a terrifying expert. If junior brother was there, with his cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Don't be too nervous, the heavens will help him. He will be fine. Lin Fan consoled. Looking at Feng Poliu's expression, it was like he was constipated. He was probably really worried about his junior brother's safety. He wanted to tell Feng Poliu that he asked him last time, but he didn't say anything. Now that something happened, even if he regretted it, it was useless. If they were related back then, he would have been able to bluff the other party over and directly say, "Don't you want to be together with your eldest senior brother?" Now that the chance was here, come to Martial Path Mountain and follow him, he would make you feel great. What a waste. Feng Poliu made his junior brother miss such a good chance for nothing. Who else could he blame? Haze. Feng Poliu sighed helplessly. He actually didn't know what to do. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Sword Palace. An old man slowly climbed up the mountain. Old ancestor Su had a headache. Why did people like to live in the mountains? Was the air on the mountain fragrant or sweet? He really couldn't figure it out. Now, Zhuang Sun felt like the burden on his body was much heavier. Senior brother left Sword Palace and everything was on him. All of a sudden, he was a little flustered. Fortunately, the disciples of Sword Palace cultivated as usual and nothing happened. He only hoped that his senior brother could return soon and continue to preside over the situation. Suddenly, Zhuang Sun was slightly stunned. He left the spot and headed toward Sword Palace. There was an amazing person there. Protector of the state. He came to the entrance and an old man was imprinted in Zhuang Sun's eyes. He recognized him right away and his expression changed. It was obvious that he didn't expect the person to be Old Ancestor Su, the Imperial Dynasty's country protector. Old Ancestor Su smiled, "So it is little Zhuang. I don't have the title of country protector anymore. I am just an old man looking around." He didn't take Old Ancestor Su's self-mockery seriously. To him, this Old Ancestor Su was a really dangerous person and no one could ignore him. As for him calling him Little Zhuang, naturally, there was no problem. But this was Sword Palace and if the disciples heard that, naturally, they would lose face. No matter what, Old Ancestor Su will always be the country protector in our hearts. Zhuang Sun said and then walked forwards, "Please don't blame me for not welcoming you." Sword Palace was a top sect and had a strong foundation. But compared to a person, there were always a few people in the world that couldn't be offended. Old Ancestor Su was one of them. "Little Zhuang, I didn't come for anything else. I just want to ask where Sword Head is." Old Ancestor Su asked. His goal was simple. He wanted to confirm whether or not Sword Head was the one who did what happened in Fuzhou. Where was he? Zhuang Sun knew and hesitated. If you are doing this for the good of your Sword Head, then tell me the truth. I suspect that he is controlled by killing intent. Old Ancestor Su said. When Zhuang Sun heard this, his heart shook. His first thought was that it was impossible. Sword Head's cultivation was so high, so how could he not suppress him? But since these words came from the mouth of the country protector, the possibility was really high. It didn't seem like a joke. You can tell me now, right? Old Ancestor Su asked. Zhuang Sun said, "Country protector, Sword Head isn't in Sword Palace. The 3 senior brothers were killed in Black Mountain and Sword Head left a few days ago to search for them. He hasn't returned yet." As expected. Old Ancestor Su said regretfully, he was too rash. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he shouldn't have split Nuteo River and caused the tsunami to flood Fuzhou. Numerous people lost their homes and died because of him. Zhuang Sun was shocked and said right away, "Impossible, how could Sword Head do such a thing? There is definitely a problem here." Old Ancestor Su shook his head, "Nothing is impossible. What he walks on is the path of killing. Even if he cultivated and polished the killing intent in his heart, killing will always be killing. No one can subdue the other." Country protector, what did the Imperial Dynasty say about this? Zhuang Sun asked. He was most afraid that the Imperial Dynasty would attack Sword Head. Old Ancestor Su looked at Zhuang Sun and said, "The Imperial Dynasty sent me over to give Sword Head a chance. His sins are too huge and he dragged down an entire city. You should know how heavy his sins are. But it is understandable that Sword Head cultivates the killing Tao. He has contributed greatly to the Imperial Dynasty, so I came to help Sword Head walk out of killing and return to the past." Zhuang Sun heaved a sigh of relief, but he was really helpless. So many days have passed and Sword Head hasn't returned. Till now, I don't know where he is and where to search for him. When Sword Head left, the million swords followed him. Now that there was no news of him, this was a huge blow to Sword Palace. Old Ancestor Su kept silent for a moment and then patted Zhuang Sun's shoulder. "If he returns, send someone to Zhua City to inform me. This matter will only benefit Sword Palace or him. Don't sink too deep or there will be endless problems in the future." "Thank you, Country Protector, for your advice. I will remember it," Zhuang Sun replied. He was worried about Sword Head's situation and didn't know where he was. No matter whether or not he fell into a demon, he just hoped that Sword Head would return. When that happened, he would go all out to protect Sword Head. In a certain cave. A crazy voice spread out. Swordhead sat cross-legged and a sword wrapped around his body. This sword gave off a green light and it contained unlimited life force. But now, there was actually red killing intent boiling within the green light. Above Swordhead's head, there was a red mist surging like a river. It was like it was about to merge into his body. But Swordhead tried his best to block it. The killing Tao was the most terrifying thing in the Sword Tao, but it was also the most dangerous. Although it could explode with shocking strength, if one wasn't careful, one would fall into a bottomless abyss. One couldn't cultivate it unless one was ambitious. The deaths of the three junior brothers affected Swordhead greatly. It was as painful as his family being killed. Swordhead's expression was sometimes gentle and sometimes vicious and maniacal. The Sword Tao in his heart was in total chaos. It was just too difficult to subdue the killing Tao that was deeply rooted in his heart. That battle was too shocking and too many people were implicated. Too many people died in Fuzhou. Swordhead blamed himself, his sword heart wasn't stable and he was immersed in guilt. Nine Bug Gang leader was in a tragic state. He wasn't Swordhead's match. Especially when he used the 10,000 swords to attack, it actually made gang leader feel the aura of death. At this moment, he was in a worse state than Swordhead. Swordhead wasn't injured by him but he was filled with rage. He attacked mercilessly and the killing Tao slowly appeared to change his personality. Although gang leader escaped, his entire body was sliced into pieces. He tried his best to flee to the bottom of the Nuteo River. If not, he would have died to Swordhead. He needed a period of time to recover. However, Nine Bug Gang was about to totally disappear. This made him furious. Numerous sects in the world saw that Nine Bug Gang was being wiped out. Insect Valley didn't react at all. Many people were shocked. It was already like that and they were still closing the valley. Did they really not care about Nine Bug Gang? Insect Valley was covered in fog and one was unable to find out the truth. To the commoners in the cities near Fuzhou, they were delighted. They felt like the heavens had opened their eyes and allowed Nine Bug Gang to be wiped out. It was easy to describe their emotions as emotional. When the division members in the cities learned that the headquarters was wiped out and the gang leader was nowhere to be found, they fled in fear. Don't be fooled by their strength. But Nine Bug Gang's reputation wasn't good. Now that they didn't have the support of the headquarters, naturally, they had to flee. Otherwise, they might really be killed. Several days later, when Huang Boran learned that sect leader Lin was back, he immediately headed to Martial Path Mountain. Recently, he had a headache and felt like his investment had failed. Since Martial Path Mountain took in a disciple, there was no news at all. They didn't even show signs of getting stronger. This made Huang Boran feel a little stifled. Young Master Huang, don't be anxious. Sects need to be built slowly and can't be built in one go. If not, there won't be any soul. Lin Fan consoled. No matter what, this person was an investor in Martial Path Mountain. Now that the investor came, naturally, he had to calm him down. Sect leader Lin, I am a businessman. I invested in Martial Path Mountain because I hope to see returns. Even if I don't, at least I have to do something. But now, Huang Boran only cared about money. If you had the right but no money, then so be it. After all, you worked hard. But now, he didn't even see you working hard. Chapter 253. Young Master Huang, calm down. I understand your anxiety. Lin Fan consoled him. He couldn't blame him for dissing. He really didn't think about what to do to Martial Path Mountain. He felt that the current situation was quite good. Huang Boran sighed, Sect leader Lin, I am not anxious, but I am a little anxious. If we can really make a sect strong, then our gains will be huge. During this period of time, Martial Path Mountain only added one disciple, that is too little. He was dissing to let sect leader Lin understand whether or not they could take in more. Lin Fan nodded his head and agreed with Huang Boren's words. He pulled him to the side and showed a few moves to let him understand how strong he was. To Huang Boren, his expression was one of shock and disbelief. Then, excitement appeared on his face. "How do you feel?" Lin Fan smiled and asked. Huang Boren said, "Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect sect leader Lin to be so strong." To him, he was helpless and felt like this investment was going to fail. Who knew that sect leader Lin would give him such a huge shock? Lin Fan said calmly, "It isn't much, but it is still okay. Young noble Huang, you have to think this through. My strength is constantly rising, and in the future, I will definitely recruit disciples of higher quality. But if I were to recruit disciples now, the quality of the disciples would definitely not be high. Don't you think so?" Huang Boren thought about it and nodded his head. Sect leader Lin's words make sense. This is like doing business. When the shop is small, it is hard for the things sold to be of high quality. But once the shop gets bigger, the things sold will be of high quality. Although it is a little forced, that is the rough meaning. He could only say that. Anyway, since he believed it, then it was for the best. As the Martial Path Mountain sect leader and young Master Huang was the investor, naturally, he couldn't disappoint him. Although he was bluffing now, it was true. No one knew what the future would be like. Truthfully, I didn't have much hope, but now I am at ease. Once I return, I will send someone to send silver. I hope that sect leader Lin can make Martial Path Mountain shine and become a top sect in the world." Huang Boren said. Many merchants in Jiang City spoke badly about him investing in Martial Path Mountain. Impossible, definitely impossible. How could Martial Path Mountain become a huge sect? Perhaps, not long after, it would disappear in the long river of history. Alright, I will continue to work hard and not waste young Master Huang's trust. Lin Fan laughed. Look, what a good person he was. He liked rich young masters like young Master Huang. In other words, he was an honest person. Huang Boren took out a piece of calligraphy and said, "Sect leader Lin, this is something I wrote at home. It can be considered the highest level of my Huang family's calligraphy, so please accept it." He was the one who called himself the Huang family calligraphy master. Everyone in Rivertown knew that the young master of the Huang family was fond of calligraphy. Even his own father didn't dare to recognize his calligraphy. He received many good reviews and even became so arrogant that he put it up for sale in his own shop. He even treated it as the treasure of the shop. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Fan smiled. He opened it and took a look. Then, he closed it. He was afraid that this calligraphy would stain his butt if he used it to wipe his butt. All of this wasn't important to Lin Fan. The most important thing was still money. "I don't eat, I don't drink, I want money. Jiang City." Lin Fan told Go Zi to accompany him. Cousin was still in secluded meditation like he was trying to break through to a higher realm. Thus, he didn't let anyone inform Cousin. Go Zi followed beside young master and accompanied him to stroll around Jiang City. Ah! Young master, why are there so many outsiders bringing their families to Jiang City? Lin Fan asked. He saw a few sitting on carriages with furniture piled up on them. It was obvious that they were migrating. It was okay if it was one or two, but the key was that along the way, he saw dozens of them. They didn't look like they were fleeing. "Young master, I will go ask." Go Zi walked towards those carriages. He reached out to stop a carriage and asked where they came from. Logically speaking, Go Zi should be back soon, but Go Zi took a long time to talk with them. Very quickly, Go Zi returned and his expression changed slightly. He learned from those people that they came from U City and were sent away. They were given a sum of money. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, he felt that things weren't right. He wasn't stupid. Old Master had the highest position in U City. Although he didn't allow refugees to enter, he never chased them away. He even gave them a relocation fee. Something definitely happened, otherwise, he wouldn't have done that. Thinking about how Old Master told young Master not to return to U City, he seemed to understand something. Go, Z, did you ask? What is going on? Lin Fan asked. Go, Z shook his head, young Master, they came from another city. Based on what they said, it was, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Go, Z, you started to lie to young Master. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. He saw the change in Go, Z's expression. As expected, when he heard young Master say that, Go, Z panicked and said anxiously, young Master, they came from U City and were sent away by Old Master. I didn't tell young Master the truth because, Lin Fan didn't finish listening and headed towards those moving carriages to stop them. You all came from U City? Lin Fan asked. Aren't you the Lin family, young Master? It was obvious that the people who were moving recognized Lin Fan. They were even shocked, like they didn't expect that the Lin family young Master would be in Jiang City. Lin Fan nodded and then asked, did something happen in U City? This was what he was most concerned about now. Young Master Lin, we don't know the exact situation. We all received news and then we received a sum of money to move out of U City. Many of us went to other places. The commoners who came from U City said. They were just normal people, so how would they know so much? Lin Fan was in deep thought and didn't say a word. He knew that something definitely happened, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people leaving U City. The people who were moving asked carefully, young Master Lin, is there anything else? Seeing that young Master Lin was stunned, he was a little nervous. No matter what, they were just normal people and this person was a true aristocratic family young master. Oh, nothing, thank you. Lin Fan reacted and waved his hands, telling them to leave. He had to make a trip back. He had to go back. Go, Z, let's return to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. He thought about something else. Zhang Tianshan left Martial Path Mountain for no reason. He definitely didn't say that he was going to see a friend. That was because he didn't have many friends, and the one who could be his friend was definitely his father. However, his father probably didn't have many friends, otherwise, why would he hand him to such an unreliable person like Zhang Tianshan? Is this what it means to entrust an orphan to someone? Lin Fan muttered. It was really similar. Go, Z knew what young Master was thinking about. He definitely wanted to return to U City. He wanted to stop young Master and tell him not to go back. Unfortunately, he knew that he couldn't stop him. Martial Path Mountain. You said that you want to return to U City? Feng Poliu was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. It was obvious that he didn't expect this kid to actually want to go back. Right, that's right. I want to return to U City, otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu thought about it for a moment. Let me follow you back, at least I can protect you on the way. No need. If you follow me, you will only slow me down. I can go back on my own. Please forgive Lin Fan for being so direct. He was telling the truth. There was no falsehood in his words. However, these words weren't so easy for Feng Poliu to accept. What did you say? I lowered your speed. Young Master Lin, aren't you looking down on me? His voice stopped. Feng Poliu opened his eyes wide and looked at the scenes in front of him in disbelief. He saw Lin Fan float up, his feet leaving the ground. Even he couldn't do that. Only God Essence Realm experts could fly in the air. You. Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but he felt like his throat was being grabbed. He actually didn't know what to say. Lin Fan smiled, are you shocked? How did I become so strong? Actually, this is all talent. I just went out and my cultivation rose. I can't do anything about it, I can't even stop it. Feng Poliu wanted to spit out blood. Nonsense, just going out and raising his cultivation, then after fighting in the gambling den for so many years, his cultivation didn't rise at all. Master Realm? Grandmaster? Now he was actually God Essence Realm. He really wanted to ask, "Dear young Master Lin, can you tell me the truth? How did your cultivation rise? Even if you ate strong pills, it wouldn't be so strong. Young Master Lin, did you have some fortuitous encounter or some overpowered treasure?" He could only ask like that. He didn't know how to describe the rest. Lin Fan said, "This is a long story. Although I had some fortuitous encounters, I think it is because my talent is too strong, which is why I improved so quickly." Nonsense. Feng Poliu really wanted to spit at Lin Fan. Couldn't this fellow speak the truth? Too strong talent. He had seen many talented people, but none of them were so overpowered. However, he felt that Lin Fan's fortuitous encounter was shocking, so it wasn't convenient for him to say it. He understood that, after all, everyone had their own secrets. So, he didn't continue to ask. "Young master, bring me back." "Go," Z shouted. To go, Z, he just wanted to serve young master. Even if Yu City was dangerous, he wasn't afraid. He had no regrets even if he died in Yu City. Lin Fan waved his hands, "Okay, I will go back myself. Wait for me at Martial Path Mountain. If there is nothing, I will come back." The moment he said this, he rose into the air and headed towards Yu City. Feng Poliu was helpless. He really envied him and wanted to become a God Essence Realm expert. Actually, he was just a little bit away. Chapter 254. Imperial Dynasty. Zhao family. Unfilial kid, you actually lost the purple gold dragon essence pill. What else do you have to say? In the hall, the Zhao family head was furious. His eyes were spitting flames and he really wanted to beat this kid to death. But this was his son, so how could he really beat him to death? Zhao Bufan knelt there. His face was ashen white and he was nearly frightened to death. "Father, I..." He was speechless and didn't know what to say. He looked at the side at the ice-cold eighth sister Zhao Qingma. What a vicious woman. To think that he had directly exposed this matter of his. Of course, he glanced at the three people standing behind Zhao Qingma. Bastards, bastards, they're not human at all. I brought you guys back to the Zhao family, but you guys betrayed me. Are you even human? Did you forget what I said when I was choosing my martial arts in Chengdu, become my people, and all the expenses tonight will be paid by me, young Master Zhao? I treated you well. The three people behind Zhao Qingma were really calm but their eyes were filled with guilt. They muttered in their hearts. Young Master Zhao, we're really sorry. The three of us didn't really want to betray you. It's just that your sister is too cunning. We couldn't guard against her at all. We told her everything that happened in Chengdu without holding anything back. Why aren't you talking anymore? Tell me, what's going on? The Zhao family's family head asked angrily. He was really about to go crazy from anger. He could accept that his ninth son was trash. After all, every family had one or two pieces of trash. But so be it, he actually lost the purple gold dragon essence pill. He was just an animal. He couldn't scold him like that. He was his son and calling him an animal was the same as scolding himself. Father, this is a long story. I was wandering outside and passed Rong City. I didn't expect someone to target me and steal my purple gold dragon essence pill. I didn't dare to tell anyone because I was afraid. Zhao Bufan said what happened, but before he finished, his father's furious holler scared him so much that he couldn't finish. Fool! You're a fool. If your strength isn't up to par, why didn't you bring along some experts when you left your family? Are you brainless or something? The Zhao family's family head berated out. Zhao Bufan lowered his head and his body shivered. Father, how can you scold me like that? Am I not confident in the Zhao family's strength? But who would have thought that there would be people out there who had holes in their brains and were completely fucking useless? The brothers and sisters around gloated as they looked at Zhao Bufan. They didn't sympathize with Xiao Bufan's situation at all. Instead, they felt that he was sick in the head. Luckily, ninth brother was sick in the head, otherwise, the competition in Zhao family would be huge. Father, it's useless to blame ninth brother now. The most important thing now is to find that person and take back the purple gold dragon essence pill, Zhao Qingma said. Zhao Bufan looked at eighth sister in annoyance. This girl was really vicious, he was so pitiful now because of her. Qingma is right. The purple gold dragon essence pill is something that Zhao family doesn't pass down. It is made from a dragon pellet and is really precious. Now that an outsider got it, it is a humiliation to Zhao family. The Zhao family head said. He then looked at Zhao Bufan and hollered, "Unfilial kid, let me ask you, what is his name?" "I don't know." Zhao Bufan shook his head and felt that he was in a tragic situation. He didn't even know what his name was. Moreover, he knew that father's rage would only get more intense. My temper is so explosive." The Zhao family head really wanted to kick him a few times. He only knew how to eat and play and now he didn't even know his name. What was the point? Zhao Bufan felt wronged and didn't dare to say anything. "Father, although I don't know his name, I have seen his face and remember what he looks like." His tone was really soft and he didn't dare to speak loudly. "You unfilial kid, draw out the portrait." The Zhao family head hollered in rage. He then looked at Qingma and his tone was much gentler. "Qingma, I will hand this matter to you. Bring the helpers to Rome City to investigate." "Yes, father." Zhao Qingma replied. The Zhao family head's attitude towards Qingma was totally different from Zhao Bufan's. The surrounding Zhao family disciples looked at Zhao Qingma with envy. This was a good job, with helpers following, how dangerous could there be? The competition among the younger generation of the Zhao family was very intense. They fought openly and secretly with each other. After all, there was only one position of the Zhao family patriarch. Scoff. When the Zhao family head passed Josie, he scoffed coldly to express his unhappiness and disappointment. He then left and didn't want to say anything more. Instantly, Zhao Bufan heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that father was going to teach him a lesson and didn't expect him to let him go just like that. Luckily. One after another, the other Zhao family disciples left. When they left, they all gave a friendly smile towards Zhao Bufan. Actually, only he knew that they were mocking him. Very quickly. Only Zhao Qingma, him, and the three traders were left in the hall. Zhao Bufan got up and looked at Zhao Qingma. He gave a "you win" expression. "Eighth sister, you really are vicious." "There is nothing vicious about that. You lost the purple gold dragon essence pill that the race rewarded you and someone else got it. You have already broken the rules. Not only did you not want to report it, but you even wanted to hide it. You probably didn't think about what kind of problems this would bring to the Zhao family, right?" Zhao Qingma said calmly. Zhao Bufan looked at the three people behind her and said viciously, "Zhao Qingma, don't be too happy. They can betray me, so they can betray you too. We will meet again in the future, let's wait and see." Zhao Qingma said, "Okay, I will wait. Also, you heard what father said. I want the portrait right away. I hope you don't delay, otherwise, I can only ask father to talk to you. As for you, I think you should leave the imperial city and live your life elsewhere. You aren't suitable for the Zhao family's game." The moment she said this, Zhao Qingma brought the three of them and left. "Damn girl, damn." Zhao Bufan was so furious that his liver was about to explode. He wouldn't admit defeat just like that. He was the Zhao family young master, so there was no way he would leave. But he didn't dare to waste time for Zhao Qingma. Very quickly, he found the best artist and based on what he said, the portrait was done. It was very similar, at least 80% similar. That day, Zhao Qingma brought the helpers and left the imperial city towards Rome City. They were really aggressive and it was obvious that they had to get the purple gold dragon essence pill back. Lin Fan left Marshall Path Mountain and flew in the air. He was really quick and it was much more comfortable than riding a horse. At this moment, he was thinking about the U-City situation. What happened? Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, his eyes were attracted by a bunch of people below. Of course, it was just a bunch of people, so naturally, it wasn't a big deal. But the key was that they were wearing 9-Bug Gang clothes. He really didn't expect to meet people from 9-Bug Gang here. Was it because the headquarters was wiped out and they knew that they had too many enemies and without a backer, they would be beaten up, so they headed to a faraway city to try to rule over there? Hayes, the headquarters is gone, so we are in trouble. We did so many things and without the headquarters suppressing us, we will be killed. Quickly find a place to change. They are still wearing the gang clothes, they really aren't afraid to die. Gang leader, can we really be emperors in a small city? How many times have I told you not to call me gang leader, call me boss? The division gang leader was furious. The headquarters was wiped out, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay. When they got the news, they fled. As for the future, that would depend on whether or not the gang leader appeared. If he did, they would be willing to return. Of course, the prerequisite was that their lives in the city weren't good. We are fated, I didn't expect to meet people from 9-Bug Gang here. Suddenly, a voice spread into everyone's ears. They were startled. Now, they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. Even the slightest movement could make them tremble in fear. Very quickly, they saw someone slowly land from the sky. Damn! An expert who could fly. The division gang leader wasn't a fool, he had some knowledge. The person in front of him was an expert above Grandmaster. After all, only God Essence Realm and above could fly. Who are you? The division gang leader's tone trembled as he asked. Lin Fan smiled, Lin Fan, I wiped out many of your people. When he said that, the division members were all shocked. What a terrible name it was. Like a demon, it lingered in their minds. The 9-Bug Gang divisions being wiped out one after another was all because of him. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 66. Lin Fan thought that there would be a huge wave of rage points, but who knew that it would be so small? What was going on? Were the 9-Bug Gang members all dogs who lost their homes? When they met him, they were totally terrified, which was why they didn't give much rage points. Forget it. He was lazy to say more, he would just bring them along and fly. Not long later. In midair, numerous screams spread out. Lin Fan grabbed a bunch of vines in his hands. The vines were thick and long, and he used them to tie them up. They cried out in pain, begging for mercy, hoping that Lin Fan would let them go. They didn't expect that they would meet the top enemy of 9-Bug Gang here. Their luck was just so tragic. Which bastard was the one who insisted on taking this route back then? Damn, wouldn't everything be fine if they didn't take this route? Lin Fan was having fun. He didn't care about the begging of the 9-Bug Gang members. Very quickly, they understood that Lin Fan wouldn't let them go. They hollered in rage and said that they were going to fight Lin Fan to the death. At that moment, his rage points exploded. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 444. To Lin Fan, this was true happiness. As for those 2 digits of rage points from before, it was just too embarrassing. Chapter 255. 2 days later. Lin Fan landed from the sky with nothing in his hands. As for those people from 9-Bug Gang, because their rage points reached the peak, they didn't reach their peak. They didn't gain anything, so he tossed them away. These people didn't know how to fly. Even if they were strong, it was useless when they fell from the sky. They would just fall to their deaths. I am back. His feet stepped on the familiar ground, that feeling was really different. U-City was in front of him. He walked slowly, who knew what expression his father would have if he knew that his cultivation had reached God Essence Realm. Would he think that he was an unparalleled genius? His mouth would open so wide that an egg could fit in. Just thinking about it made him a little emotional. In the distance, a silhouette flashed past. He was the one who was standing guard here. City wasn't safe. If normal people passed, he would act like bandits to scare them away. If they were mysterious, he would head back to report. But when Lin Fan came, he recognized him right away. Wasn't this handsome person young Master Lin? Didn't young Master Lin leave City? Why would he appear here? Did he see a ghost? City. The people on guard shouted, "Young Master Lin is back, young Master Lin is back." When the people on the streets heard the news, they were stunned. Didn't Master Lin send young Master away? Why did he come back? If he found out about the City situation, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? Their mouths were agape and they stood on the streets. Their minds were in a mess, like they were stunned and didn't know what to do. When the news spread to Old Wu's ears, Old Wu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he stopped. He shook his head. Old Master did so much to chase young Master away, so why did he return? City wasn't safe. If things exploded out now, the outcome would be catastrophic. He immediately ordered for the entire city to enter a normal state. They couldn't let young Master notice anything and then think of a way to let young Master leave. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and walked to the entrance of City. It was still the familiar air and that familiar smell. Although City was old and broken, to him, this was the most beautiful place in his heart. He walked into the city. The commoners were the same as usual, the merchants were selling their goods. Ah! Isn't that young Master Lin? Why are you back? Where do you think young Master Lin has been these days? Who knows? We are just ordinary people. Why would we care so much? Some of the commoners stopped in their tracks and watched, muttering softly. Lin Fan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with City. Was he thinking too much? Paw! Paw! At the butcher's stall, the stall owner held a butcher's knife and chopped down, cutting the meat and bones apart. People surrounded the stall. Give me the second half. Give me a pig's trotter. City was normal and there were no problems at all. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Then why did he come back? If he hadn't seen so many people running out of City, he wouldn't have rushed back so eagerly if he hadn't felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while before coming back. This was because he felt that although he was very strong now, the impact he gave his father was not strong enough. Lin Fan came to Drunk Fragrance Chamber and checked out the situation inside. Ah, young Master Lin, why are you back? The Drunk Fragrance Chamber manager welcomed him warmly. This was the Lin family young master, so he had to treat him well. Lin Fan said helplessly, I came back to take a look. Manager, give me some good wine and dishes to fill my stomach. I still have to go home later. Okay, waiter, inform the kitchen to bring good wine and dishes for young Master Lin. The manager shouted. Understood. The waiter replied. Lin Fan noticed that the waiter had changed, but he didn't think much about it. It was normal for a restaurant to change waiters, so there was nothing weird about it. In the building, there were many customers sitting there. They drank, ate, and chatted. Lin Fan came to where he usually sat and waved his hands towards the manager. Young Master Lin, do you have any instructions? Manager Zhang Xing smiled and asked. His respectful expression didn't show any problems at all. Lin Fan asked, Manager, did anything happen in City recently? Manager Zhang was confused. No, it has been normal, nothing happened. A while ago, I met many people who left City. They said that they were chased out by my father, is that true? Lin Fan asked. He looked carefully at the people around and the manager, hoping that he could see something wrong. But regretfully, there was nothing wrong. Everything was the same as before. Manager Zhang found it weird, I have never heard of such a thing. Young Master Lin, you can't casually believe what others say. Sometimes, people are just lying. As they say, people are evil, and before they show their cards, no one will be able to tell that there is something wrong. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He was thinking about whether or not he was really wrong. Was he just guessing randomly? Zhang Tianshan didn't come to Yu City and really went out to do something. Very quickly, the waiter brought good wine and dishes over. Young Master Lin, please enjoy. If you need anything, just call me. Manager Zhang said. Lin Fan nodded his head and didn't ask much. He had already overturned his thoughts. Maybe those people who left Yu City were just spouting nonsense to him. It was obvious that there was no such thing, but they said it like it was real. During this period of time, he didn't eat anything. His stomach needed to enjoy. Lin Fan started to wolf it down. Eat quickly, he still had to return to the Lin family later. Borderland. Old Master, things are not good. Young Master is back. Manager Chen hurried over and said anxiously. He didn't expect Young Master to return at such a time. Old Master sent Young Master out because he hoped that Young Master could live. If Young Master knew that Yu City had to face those terrifying people, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Lin Wani and Zhang Tianshan were chatting. When he heard that, his expression changed like he was furious. Unfilial kid, you dare to not listen to me. Lin Wani was furious. He then asked, how is he? Is he suffering outside? Old Master, I haven't seen Young Master. He is still eating and drinking in Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Manager Chen said. That unfilial kid, who told him to come back? Even if he came back, he still ate at the restaurant. Doesn't he know how to go home to take a look? Lin Wani scolded. He found it hard to calm down. Manager Chen was helpless. He didn't expect Young Master to eat at Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. But because of that, he had enough time to report the situation. Zhang Tianshan, I told you not to come and take care of my son, but you didn't believe me. Now that he is here, if anything happens, I won't forgive you. Lin Wani said. Zhang Tianshan felt like he was innocent. What did this have to do with him? How could he take care of his son? When he was in Jiang City, he ran around and didn't give him any face. Now that he returned to Yu City, what could he do? Old Master, what should we do now? Are you going to return to Yu City or avoid meeting him? Manager Chen asked. The situation was a little urgent, and he had to head back to inform Old Wu. Lin Wani kept silent for a moment. I can't leave this place. Go back and tell Brother Wu that I am going out to do something and will need some time to return. Tell him to think of a way to send the unfilial kid away. Yes, Old Master. Manager Chen left right away. He had to return. Young Master returning to Yu City really messed up the rhythm. Very quickly, Manager Chen left. Lin Wani was angry and happy. He was angry that the unfilial kid didn't listen to him. He was happy that the unfilial kid actually knew to come back to see him. Only, the way he headed to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion right after returning was a little imperfect. Lin Fan walked out of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion and headed home. When he was about to reach his home, Old Wu walked out. When he saw Lin Fan, he smiled. Young Master, I heard that you are back, so I was about to head to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to pick you up. Lin Fan smiled and walked into the manor. Old Wu, during this period of time I wasn't here, have you been well? Good, very good. It is just that Old Master often misses Young Master. Old Wu followed beside him. When he saw Young Master return alone, he asked, Young Master, where is Zhongmao? This time, I came back to take a look. I didn't let him follow. Lin Fan said. Familiar environment, familiar people. The people in the manor didn't have much of a choice. Lin Fan had left for 2 months. Naturally, he missed this place after such a long time. Old Wu, where is my father? Lin Fan asked. Old Wu smiled. Young Master, Old Master went far away and will need some time to return. Lin Fan said with a weird expression, my father went far away. Where did he go? I am not sure, but I heard Old Master say that a good friend invited him. Old Master didn't want to go, but he heard that his good friend's daughter was not bad, so he went to take a look at young Master. Old Wu's words were all lies and none of them were true. But to Lin Fan, he treated all of them seriously. He felt his head hurt. What was his father thinking? If he didn't find a wife for him, he wouldn't stop. My father. Hayes, my head hurts, it really hurts. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. There was no need. He was still young. If this was in his last life, he would still be studying. Old Wu smiled. Young Master, Old Master is doing this for your own good. I hope that you can get married soon. Lin Fan didn't say anything and just smiled bitterly. He came back to see whether or not there were any problems with Yu City. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that there weren't any problems. Since that was the case, then it was good. He then asked, Old Wu, I want to take a look at secret techniques, those really strong ones. Are there any? Old Wu was stunned as he looked at young Master and smiled. Yes, of course. Old Master isn't weak and has many treasures. Since young Master is interested, then I will bring you over. Originally, when young Master left, Old Master regretted that he forgot to pass some secret techniques to young Master. Now that young Master was back, then he would let young Master take a look. Chapter 256. As he walked, he felt like the path wasn't right. Old Wu, if I am not wrong, this doesn't seem to be where the secret techniques are stored. Lin Fan asked curiously. He had been out for 2 months. If his memory was normal, he should be walking right and not left. Old Wu smiled. Young Master, those are some normal techniques. How can Old Master's treasures be placed there? Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. He felt like it was a little mysterious. Why hadn't father mentioned it before? Was it because he was too useless? That was impossible. Father's love for him wouldn't be so weak. He definitely wanted to wait for him to get married and become an adult before passing all these to him. Thinking about it, he convinced himself right away. Young Master, when Old Master was young, he encountered countless dangers. There were even a few times when he was certain to die. But Old Master relied on his own strength to fight back and survive. So, these secret manuals are all Old Master's memories. Old Wu sighed and suddenly began to recall the past. Lin Fan was curious. My father was so amazing when he was young, so how did he fight back? Old Wu smiled and didn't say anything. He just smiled and let young Master guess. Naturally, he wouldn't say what he experienced when he was young. Most of the times he fought back were stains that he couldn't bear to look back on. Now that Old Master had become such an expert, how could he say such things that would damage his face? Very quickly. Why are we in my father's reading room? Lin Fan asked. Father couldn't have placed the secret manuals in the study room, right? It felt safer than placing them in the secret manuals loft. Old Wu smiled and pushed open the door. He stood at the side and said, Young Master, come in. Lin Fan walked in with curiosity. He had been to his dad's study a few times, but he hadn't seen anything good. Could it be that there was a secret compartment in the study, and the secret compartment stored secret manuals? If that was the case, then it made sense. Old Wu walked to the corner of the wall and pressed on the protruding granule with his finger. There was the sound of the wall moving. Instantly, in Lin Fan's sight, the wall moved to the left and right, and a tunnel appeared in front of him. Young Master, go in. Old Wu said. Lin Fan walked in. When he stepped on the first step, it was like he sensed something and the tunnel lit up. Aya, you scared me. My little heart is about to burst. If Old Wu hadn't told him that the secret manual was hidden here, he would have wondered if his father had some special hobbies, such as capturing some indescribable things and conducting secret chambers, tying them up, Lolis, Shota, Avi, etc. Then, he frantically shook his head. What am I thinking? Of course, this was just wishful thinking. How could such a thing happen? If his father knew what he was thinking, he would definitely slap him into the wall. He might not even be able to dig himself out. Old Wu noticed that young master's expression was a little off. He was probably thinking about something. Was he shocked by his own family's heritage? Perhaps there really was such a possibility. The outcome of this U-City defense battle was unknown. He might live or he might die here. Thus, handing over what should be handed over to the young master could be considered as passing on the legacy. Very soon, Lin Fan and Old Wu arrived at the end of the secret chamber. There were many square holes in the walls, and each hole contained a secret manual. Young master, old master's life's work is all here. You can take them away. Old Wu said. He was thinking about asking young master to take the secret manuals and leave. He shouldn't stay in U-City. If there really was a conflict, there might be a huge problem. Lin Fan looked at the secret manuals on the wall and was totally attracted. The level here was definitely really high, otherwise, there wouldn't be a special place to store them. When he was outside, he would have a headache over a cultivation technique. But now, it wasn't a problem. His family had secret manuals, so why did he have to find them outside? Lin Fan picked up a secret manual. Source technique. He didn't understand what it said at all, but it was okay. It didn't matter whether or not he understood it. Anyway, it was fine as long as the small support system could understand it. Then, he put down this secret manual and went to look at another secret manual. Cold City 4 Pinnacles. Damn! Another one that he didn't understand. Forget it, it wasn't a problem. He just wanted to take a look. Young master, you might not understand these secret manuals, but as long as you study them, it won't be a problem. Why not let me wrap them up and bring them away? Old Wu said. Lin Fan asked curiously, Old Wu, why would I bring them away? Aren't they all at home? If I need them in the future, I can just come back to take a look. Why would I bring them away? Old Wu was slightly stunned and then he recovered. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise, something would have happened. I heard that young master became the Martial Path Mountain sect leader in Jiang City. Since you have already established a sect, then naturally you lack secret manuals. Why not bring them back and make them the core techniques of the sect? Isn't that better? Old Wu said. Ah! Old Wu, you know about what happened in Jiang City? Lin Fan asked curiously. He didn't tell anyone about it, so how did Old Wu know? Old Wu smiled. Zhang Tianshan is Old Master's good friend, and he writes to say that young master has become the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. I am really proud of young master. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't expect that Zhang Tianshan would write a letter to report to his father. Ah, that makes sense. However, there is no rush. Let me take a good look. Old Wu, what level are these secret manuals at? He was really curious and felt that they should be really high level. Old Wu said, Young master, the source technique that you read is at 5-element realm, the Cold City 4 pinnacle is at void realm. Lin Fan was filled with questions. What was going on? Why did he feel like he didn't understand a single word? Old Wu could tell that the young master was confused. He smiled and said, the young master might not be clear about these realms. Let this old servant explain it to the young master. The martial path is split into 12 realms. These 12 realms are the foundation. But even if they are the foundation, some people might not be able to reach perfection in their lifetime. Above the 12 is Master Realm, one needs to open up the conception and governing meridians and open up the Yin and Yang Ocean. Then, it is Grand Master Realm. For normal people, if they don't have a fortuitous encounter, it will be tough for them to reach such a realm. Above that is God Essence Realm. This realm is a huge difference, a gap that can't be crossed. One can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Then, it is Void Realm. This realm is much more magical, one can punch space and open up space to store things. Above Void Realm is Heaven and Earth five-element realm, commonly known as five-element realm. One can use the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. As Old Wu spoke, he stopped. What is next? Lin Fan was pumped up. He didn't know about the realm divisions, but now that he heard Old Wu say it, he felt like it was amazing. Now that Old Wu suddenly stopped, it made his heart itch. Young master, let's not talk so much. Just cultivate and try to reach that realm. Be it old master or I, we all hope that young master can improve. Old Wu smiled. To Old Wu, he just hoped that young master could be safe. As for reaching those realms, it was impossible. Young master cultivated too late. He missed the best time. Unless he had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, there was no hope for him to reach Grandmaster or God Essence Realm. As for Void Realm and Heaven and Earth 5 Element, that was even more impossible. Lin Fan looked at Old Wu and felt a little uncomfortable. What he hated the most was when people stopped halfway. Wasn't that just torturing him? But forget it. He was satisfied knowing that there were realms above God Essence Realm. Void Realm, 5 Element Realm. These were two decent realms. He had been thinking about why he didn't have a storage ring. So only when one reached Void Realm could one open up their own space to store things. Old Wu, there is nothing for you to do here. I will take a look myself. Lin Fan said. The techniques here were all his. As for taking them away, he wouldn't take them away. Anyway, the small support system had already recorded them. He wanted to beat himself to death. If he knew that this would happen, he would have taken the initiative to learn some when he left. However, that was impossible. Father was so disappointed in him, so how would he let him take a look? Old Wu looked at young master and nodded his head. Okay, then I will take my leave. In the secret room, Lin Fan was prepared to record all of these techniques. Although rage points couldn't support him for now, it was good to have more skills. One day he would use them. However, he was thinking about one thing. Just how strong was his father? Based on what Old Wu said, the techniques here were of such a high level, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to get them. Perhaps his father was the hidden big boss. Old Wu found Old Master at the fastest speed. Old Master, young master has returned. I have brought him to the secret room as per your instructions. Old Wu said. Did he lose weight? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu said, no, I think he gained some weight. When Lin Wani heard that, he was furious. This heartless thing actually gained weight. Did he ask where I went? Yes, the moment young master came back, the first thing he asked was where old master went. Old Wu said right away. He knew that old master missed young master, but the situation didn't allow him to do so. He could only keep it in his heart. Scoff, at least he has a conscience. Lin Wani said. His mood was much better. Brother Wu, remember, I don't care what you do, you have to send this kid away. Old Wu nodded. Old master, I understand. Zhang Tianshan, why don't you return to Martial Path Mountain? Lin Wani said. Zhang Tianshan was stunned, like he was insulted. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me or my formation? Let me tell you, don't think that you can look down on me just because you are strong. If I open the formation, even you will suffer. Do you believe me? Lin Wani saw that Zhang Tianshan was bragging, so he didn't expose him. Forget it, what else could he say? Chapter 257. Old Wu left hurriedly and returned to the manor in case young master didn't see him and got suspicious. He felt that young master definitely had some doubts, so he couldn't show any flaws in his words and actions. Fortunately, the people in the city were experienced. To them, young master was still too young. They were really familiar with the tricks they played. How could someone like young master, who hadn't been out in the world, understand? Lin Wani looked at the crack and his eyes shone brightly. As long as there was something wrong with the crack, He wouldn't hold back and would slash right in. He didn't want to cause too much commotion and be noticed by the unfilial kid. "Brother Lin, be careful. News spread from Laoshan City that someone is working together." Fortunately, they noticed, otherwise, the outcome would be catastrophic. Zhang Tianshan said. He felt that this was much more intense than before. Moreover, the enemy was really calm. It is hard to say. Many people stayed here and hid. It is hard to differentiate them, so we can only remain calm and not panic. Lin Wani said. Imperial dynasty didn't sit still and wait for death. They were luring them, but the effect was really bad. Lin Manor. Lin Fan spent a period of time in the secret room. The techniques were really amazing and he could understand very few of them. It was probably because they were too high level, and with his cultivation, he couldn't understand them. With his estimations, there were 6 God Essence Realm ones, 11 Void Realm ones, 13 5-element realm ones. There were also techniques above 5-element realm. However, there were very few of them, like they were decreasing by leaps and bounds. What an overbearing collection room. Based on this, how many rage points do I need? He was a little afraid. He was really worried that he wouldn't have enough rage points and that he would waste so many techniques. He walked out of the secret room. Old Wu was still waiting outside. "Young master, how is it?" Old Wu asked. It is not bad," Lin Fan said. It was indeed not bad, it was really shocking. Just these techniques alone were things that people couldn't get if they were placed outside. If they were sold outside, how much would they sell for? One probably didn't even dare to think about it. Maybe it couldn't be measured by wealth and one had to use true treasures to exchange for it. Old Wu's thoughts were really simple, which was to chase young master out of the Lin Manor. However, he couldn't say it out loud. If young master felt that something was off, he would realize that something was wrong. He had to think about it. What should he do to make young master leave? At night, Lin Fan returned to his familiar house and laid down on it. Then, he fell asleep. Tranquility, peace, comfort. The most important thing was that indescribable feeling. City, Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. "Brother Wu, we can't do anything about this for now," Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's manager, Zhang Sheng, said helplessly. Brother Wu had gathered them here to ask if there was any solution. What method was there for young Master Lin to leave Yu City? This problem was a little complicated. "I have a plan." Zhu Shen kept silent for a moment and said. "Oh? What is it?" Old Wu asked. As long as they could chase young master away, they could try. However, they only had one chance. If they couldn't chase him away, they would be easily exposed. Zhu Shen said solemnly, "Actually, it is really simple. We can pretend to be enemies and wipe out the Lin Manor. Brother Wu will pretend to be dead and we will chase young Master Lin. Naturally, he will leave Yu City and definitely won't return. At least, before he becomes stronger, he definitely won't return. Don't you think that is a good idea?" Zhang Sheng looked at Zhu Shen. "Old Zhu, did you kill so many pigs that you became muddle-headed? Why are you even asking if this is a good idea? Let me ask you a few questions. Brother Wu is strong, right? How can we fight him? Didn't I say we would pretend? I didn't say we would really fight. Brother Wu just needs to act and lie on the ground." Zhu Shen replied. He was a little unhappy. What did he mean by killing pigs? He was the one who chose him to open a restaurant and he was the one who killed pigs. He was the one who wanted to change, so he swapped with him. Now, he actually turned on him. What a practical person. Zhang Xing said, "Okay, then let me ask you. What if young Master Lin knows that he can't win and still wants to stay in Lin Manor? Will you really kill him or pretend to kill him? How is that possible?" He knew that he couldn't win, so naturally, he would flee if he had a chance. How could he not flee? Isn't that just dumb? Zhu Shen retorted. He didn't agree with what Zhang Xing said and felt like it was nonsense. Zhang Xing smiled, okay, then let me ask you. There are many people in Yu City who know that they are no match for those people. At the same time, they know that they are about to arrive but they still don't leave. Can you say that they are dumb? Zhu Shen was speechless. He reacted enraged, how can you dig a hole for me to jump in? He felt like Zhang Sheng was digging a hole for him to jump in. That was just too despicable. Okay, stop arguing. Old Wu pressed his hands down to tell them to calm down. As expected of a big brother. The noisy Zhu Shen didn't say anything as he respected his big brother. After all, Old Wu and Lin Wani had taught them well. Even if they were old now, that shadow still covered their hearts. Zhu Shen's words make sense, or rather, there is a possibility of it being implemented. I just thought of an idea. I can wipe out my family and I can die, but someone has to save me. Zhang Sheng, you will help. When Zhu Shen and the others force my young master into despair, you will save him and bring him away. Old Wu thought about it and chose Zhu Shen's idea. Zhu Shen looked at Zhang Xing in delight like he was saying, did you see that? You didn't agree but Brother Wu agreed, so what else could you say? Zhang Xing said, Brother Wu, don't you think that this matter is a little problematic? If you think about it, you will easily notice the problem. Zhu Shen took in a deep breath and looked at Zhang Xing unhappily. Why did this old man always go against him? That was just so annoying. There is nothing problematic about it. Although Zhu Shen's suggestion has many contradictions, it is indeed the most effective and also the most unsolvable. Let's work hard tonight and deal with this matter. We will attack tomorrow night. I don't want my young master to remain in Yu City after tomorrow. Old Wu looked at them and said solemnly. Understood. Master Lin has guarded Yu City for decades, so we can't let him die. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed with that idea. Old Wu said, okay, then it is decided. I hope that all of you can perform well. Zhu Shen, you look really fierce and muscular, so you will be the enemy. Zhang Sheng will be the person to save my young master. As for the others, do what you need to do and don't reveal any flaws. The night was really cold. In Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, a bunch of people decided on this matter. Lin Fan was still sleeping in his room. He slept really peacefully and didn't know what had happened outside. The next day. Comfortable, I have never slept so well before. Is this the benefit of being home? Lin Fan stretched. It felt really good to be home. If one didn't personally experience it, one wouldn't be able to imagine how good it felt. Getting the secret technique from home was his biggest gain. No, it should be that nothing happened in Yu City was the biggest gain. The main reason why he returned to Yu City was because he was afraid that something would happen to his family. Now that nothing happened, wasn't that great? Old Wu waited outside and brought him to have breakfast. After breakfast, Old Wu took him to have breakfast. Lin Fan returned to the room and packed his luggage. Since his father wasn't home, he didn't continue to wait. Otherwise, when his father returned, he would not be alone. Instead, he would bring someone with him. That would be a real trap. He was terrified of his father's actions. Did he really want him to get married that badly? Just thinking about it terrified him. This was why it was best if he left the Lin family and hid for a while. Moreover, he wanted to show his father his current strength and instantly shock him. However, his father wasn't in Yu City and he had nowhere to show off his strength. Even if he did it in front of Old Wu, it would be pointless. This was why he decided to continue to bear with it. Once he raised his strength, he would return to Yu City to show his father. Now that he had obtained many secret techniques, what he lacked was rage points. He had to think of a way to get enough. Old Wu came to take a look at young master. When he noticed that young master was carrying a bag, he was slightly shocked and asked curiously, young master, where are you going? Although his words were a question, he was praying in his heart that he had to leave. Old Wu, I came back to see whether or not something happened in Yu City. Looking at the situation, it seems like nothing happened. I think I should leave. After a period of time, I will come back. Lin Fan said. Old Wu's expression was calm, but deep down, he was really anxious. He was actually going to leave, that was just too unbelievable. However, he couldn't show it, otherwise, there would be problems. Young master, why didn't you bring those secret techniques? Old Wu asked. Lin Fan waved his hands, there is no need, it is too problematic. Moreover, I don't understand them, so why would I bring them? If I lose them outside, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? If I really need them in the future, I will come back to take a look. After all, this is my home, so who wouldn't come back for me? There was nothing wrong with what he said. However, to Old Wu, that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted young master to bring those secret techniques back to Martial Path Mountain. No one knew what the future would be like. The crack would open and those fellows would come. Whether or not U City could still exist was a problem. If he left the secret techniques and U City was destroyed, then there would be nothing left. This was a legacy that old master hoped to bring away. However, he couldn't show too much. Otherwise, if young master noticed the problem, then all his hard work would be wasted. Lin Fan carried the bag and said, I am leaving. If my father comes back, tell him to take care of his body. After a period of time, I will come back to see him. The moment he said that, he carried the bag and left. Chapter 258. Old Wu wanted to say a few words to stop young master, but he swallowed those words. Now that young master was leaving U City, wasn't that what he wanted? If he said a few more words, young master might change his mind or notice the problem. This was why he accompanied young master and sent him to the city gate. City gate. Young master, be careful. Old man Wu treated this as the last time they would meet. He had a smile on his face, but it was a forced one. Lin Fan didn't see his expression and nodded his head, I know. Don't worry, I am not a person who causes trouble, so how can I not be safe? I am leaving. He waved his hands and walked into the distance. Slowly, Old Wu could only see his back view. Haze, young master. Old Wu was a little sad. He watched young master grow up, and now he was going to leave U City. Who knew what would happen in the future? If U City wasn't there, young master would really be alone. He hoped that young master would be strong and have the courage to move forward. Borderland. You really aren't going back to see him? Zhang Tianshan asked. Lin Wani looked at the crack and his gaze didn't change at all. No, if I leave and the crack opens and someone comes out, then what? That kid needs training. Under my wings, he won't grow up. What a waste, even if I don't show off my strength, that unfilial kid still messes with me. That was indeed the case. Lin Wani was really low profile in U City and didn't show much strength. He even purposely created a situation where the three families fought. Who knew that his son was still so lazy and just wanted to waste his days? He didn't show any signs of working hard at all. Zhang Tianshan didn't say much. He knew that Lin Wani wanted to go back and take a look. Maybe this would be the last time they met. He looked at the expressionless Lin Wani and sighed. He had taken on too much, was there a need to give so much? Lin Wani looked really calm, but actually, he wasn't. He really wanted to go back and take a look, but he couldn't. The current situation didn't allow him to leave. Old Wu stood at the city gate for a long while before shaking his head and turning his head. Within a certain room. Kiki. Lin family, I am definitely going to wipe them out today. Let's see who can stop me. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Zhu Shen held the machete and his face was dark and sunken. Zhang Sheng instantly appeared and smacked Zhu Shen aside. He pretended to help the person on the ground up, young Master Lin, I am late. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I will save you and leave. Zhu Shen frowned, Zhang Sheng, do you know how to act? Your expression is so calm and it looks fake. Can you show some sadness and rage? You aren't angry at all and even risked your life to save him. What does that have to do with the Lin family? Zhu Shen, what do you mean? I have long reached a calm state of mind. How could such a thing happen? Zhang Xing retorted and felt like Zhu Shen didn't understand. Zhu Shen smiled, your words are interesting. What do you mean by being calm? Can young Master Lin tell? Isn't the reason why I have to reveal my ferocious appearance when I kill people to make things more realistic? All of you, start again. Don't reveal any flaws. One flaw might cause all our efforts to go to waste. There were many people around. They were all assassins who followed Zhu Shen and didn't have any lines to say. To prevent mistakes, they all wore masks and one couldn't see their faces at all. That night, Old Wu stayed in the manor and told Old Master about what happened. After Old Master heard about it, he was furious once more. Unfilial kid. He told him to take the techniques and leave, but in the end, he didn't even take a single one. He was just so stubborn and didn't even listen to him. Lin Wani was so furious that he nearly had a heart attack and fainted. Luckily, Zhang Tianshan consoled him and he felt slightly better. Old Wu frowned. He felt like he forgot something. No, he didn't forget anything, right? Suddenly, a bunch of voices descended from the sky. Zhu Shen, who held a machete, was really aggressive. He looked really vicious. Tonight, we will wipe out the entire Lin Manor and leave no one alive. Kill! Hong Long! Zhu Shen slashed and the blade light shot through the air. It landed on the empty ground of the Lin Manor and slashed out a deep moat. Old Wu was just about to rest when he heard the commotion outside. He was shocked and instantly came to his senses. He forgot something important, which was to tell Zhu Shen and the others that the mission had been cancelled. Looking at the situation, it seemed like it really came. Zhu Shen. Old Wu stepped out and was about to say something, but Zhu Shen stopped him. Zhu Shen didn't expect Brother Wu to call him by his name. He had never said that before. He instantly understood. Was he trying to make things seem more real? I, Zhu Shen, have endured humiliation and hid in Yu City for decades just for this day. Die. Zhu Shen didn't say a word. He raised his machete and slashed down. Blade energy surged and it was obvious that he was serious. Of course, he wasn't Brother Wu's match, but if he didn't make it seem more real, how could he? Hong Long. A battle erupted. Old Wu was prepared to speak, but Zhu Shen stopped him. He didn't give him a chance to speak at all. The Lin Manor situation caught the attention of many people in Yu City. Zhu Shen, young master has left, so what are you doing? Put it down. Old Wu was helpless. What was Zhu Shen thinking? Didn't he notice that young master wasn't in the manor? Zhu Shen was stunned and stopped what he was doing. What was going on? He raised his hand and the people behind him stopped too. They had no enemies to slash, so they just acted like they were slashing at the air. They acted like they were doing something. Brother Wu, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhu Shen was helpless. So, it was all a mistake. Old Wu looked at Zhu Shen and shook his head. Why were you so rash? He felt that he was too careless. When young master left in the day, he forgot to inform Zhu Shen. He thought that everyone saw it, but who knew that Zhu Shen and the others were busy practicing and didn't care so much? Then, everyone took off their masks. Who knew that in the end, it was all a mistake? Suddenly, Zhu Shen looked at the other person. They all took off their masks, but that person didn't. At the same time, he counted and realized that there was one more person. Who are you? There are only 10 of us here, so how did you sneak in? Take off your mask. Who are you? Zhu Shen's tone became really strict. This was Yu City and he actually snuck in. That was enough to show that he was really bold and actually disregarded their existence. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, you all. The masked person opened his mouth. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Zhu Shen said, "We are acting. Who is your friend? Who are you to actually have the courage to sneak into our group? How bold." The masked person who snuck into the group had a dark and solemn expression on his face. "How did this happen? Take him down." Old Wu's expression was really solemn. He didn't expect that someone would sneak into Yu City. The masked person retreated and tore open the space to try to flee. In the distance, a cold light flashed across. The space ripped open and the masked person fell down. Zhongshan was prepared to enter to save him, but who knew that such a thing would happen? He felt really helpless. That night, Lin Fan was already far away from Yu City and was only halfway to Marshall Path Mountain. He rested in the forest and looked at the small support system. Rage points, 47699. There weren't many rage points, but there weren't few either. Usually, many random rage points would appear. He didn't know who was angry, maybe it was someone he had hurt in the past. There were basically no extra manuals that he was cultivating, and the extra ones had not been upgraded. What a waste of Elder Hunching's sword techniques. If he could refresh them, that would be great. However, he had no choice as they were fixed and couldn't be washed away. The 6 God Essence Realm techniques he got from home were what he needed. At the same time, it made him feel that his father might really be a dual cultivator. That was because there were indeed techniques to cultivate the God body. Improve. Consumed 4,000 rage points. Golden Sun Shining Sky, Basics. This physique cultivation technique was quite good. When he cultivated it, a scorching power appeared in his body, like the temperature of the sun. However, he was only at the basics and the effects weren't obvious, but it was already really overbearing. He continued to improve. Golden Sun Shining Sky, returning to true, consumed a total of 39,000 rage points. Wang! Lin Fan's body shook and a golden color appeared on it. The surrounding plants seemed to be affected by the heat and started to dry up. Each of his pores felt like there was a sun giving off heat. Father's collection was really extraordinary. He felt that this technique was probably the strongest in God Essence Realm. His physical body's strength was greatly increased. He retracted his cultivation. The phenomenons slowly dissipated. The sunlight glow in each of his pores slowly disappeared. His cultivation speed, which relied on the small support system, was just too quick. It was so quick that one couldn't even react. It was just too difficult for normal people to cultivate a cultivation technique to the returning to true realm. Even an ordinary secret manual would require a lot of energy and time. He just needed to rely on rage points to do that. Simple, easy, and there were no negative emotions that tainted it. Who knew how many people broke down in order to cultivate a technique to a high level? Don't think that such things wouldn't happen. That is really going to happen. Now that the technique problem was solved, the next thing was to think of a way to get rage points. Then, his own strength would be greatly enhanced. When that happened, he would return to Yu City and have a good chat with his father. The night was silent. Lin Fan closed his eyes and was prepared to have a good rest. But suddenly, he opened his eyes. In the darkness of the night, several faint lights suddenly flashed past. Chapter 259. I just went home to take a look. I didn't offend anyone, so they shouldn't be here to find me. Lin Fan muttered to himself. 9-Bug Gang was wiped out by a certain elder, which meant that he had one less enemy. He felt slightly pitiful and helpless. He didn't like to offend people. Truthfully, he felt that he had few enemies. Although he didn't dare to say that he had many friends, at least he didn't have many enemies. Who wouldn't agree with what he said? Qingshan Temple wasn't. Yin Demon wasn't. Jiuyuan sect wasn't. Xiedao sect wasn't. Imperial Dynasty Zhao family wasn't. There were too many people who weren't happy with Lin Fan's words, so many that they couldn't be counted. Only someone who was thick-skinned to a certain extent could say such words without batting an eyelid. He was simply shameless. Suddenly, with a show, like something broke through the air. It was really quick and gave out an ear-piercing sound. A cold glow appeared in front of Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Patak! Lin Fan raised his hand and caught the incoming object between his two fingers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an iron ball the size of a thumb. The iron ball was connected to a silver-white thread, and under the illumination of the moonlight, it emitted a faint silver light. Who? Lin Fan frowned and was really unhappy. Which bastard was so arrogant to actually block him? He didn't remember who he offended. Didn't he feel that his actions were a little too much? He didn't offend others, but that didn't mean that he would be easily offended. See law. The iron ball between his fingers suddenly became very smooth, and it slid down from his fingers. The thread seemed to have become longer, and it directly wrapped around Lin Fan's body. In an instant, it wrapped around Lin Fan, and he couldn't even move his limbs. I caught him. In the darkness, a joyful voice spread out. It was obvious that he didn't expect it to be so simple. There wasn't even any trouble at all. Then, several people walked out from the darkness. Oi! I say, you little bastards, are you sick in the head? I don't even know you. Why did you capture me? Lin Fan asked. He took a close look. He didn't know any of them. Was there a mistake for them to capture him for no reason? Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 444. The three of them gave Lin Fan some gains. Kid, watch your mouth. One of the men's tone turned gloomy. It was obvious that he was angered by Lin Fan's words. What did he mean by a little brat? They had never thought that they would meet such an arrogant person here. You should be Lin Wani's son. At this moment, the man holding a thread in his hand asked. His eyes were like pearls, shining in the dark night. I'm your father. What do you want? Forgive Lin Fan for speaking so violently. He had no choice. To attract rage points, he could only act like he was impulsive. He didn't even want to say too much nonsense and wanted to use strength to suppress him. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Sure enough, cursing was very useful. In an instant, it accumulated the other party's anger to the limit. Courting death. One of the slightly plump fellows shouted angrily and swung his arm. With a shio sound, several cold lights swept out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be internal force needles condensed from internal force. Inner force? Lin Fan was slightly stunned and then shook his head. What a despicable title. They weren't even at God Essence Realm and dared to find trouble with him. Didn't they ask around? Also, who were these people? They actually asked whether or not he was Lin Wani's son. Did they want to kidnap him to threaten his father? Dang dang. The internal force needles struck Lin Fan's body like they were hitting metal, giving out a crisp sound. They didn't even break his skin at all. Awkward. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. This. Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at his perfectly fine skin. He then looked at them. Your needles don't seem sharp. Shock. The three of them looked at Lin Fan in shock like they didn't expect that. Very quickly, one of them reacted and laughed coldly. So, you are an expert. Since that is the case, then I am not afraid of killing you right away. What did he say? Lin Fan really wanted to ask, what brother were you talking about? Why didn't he understand? Pang! True essence exploded from his body, following the threads and turning into lightning. There was a sizzling sound as it struck towards Lin Fan. Out of the three of them, only one was a God Essence Realm expert while the other two were Master Realm. The eye-piercing lightning instantly covered Lin Fan. Poochie! Lin Fan clenched his fists and his muscles swelled up. With a loud bang, the threads that were wrapped around his body broke apart. Lin Fan then grabbed hold of the threads and exerted strength. A strong force burst forth. The other party's face changed. He couldn't block it at all. His body flew towards Lin Fan like a cannonball. Pang! Lin Fan didn't show any mercy. When he got close, he punched his young face. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head smashed into the ground and formed a deep hole. It ended just like that. Pata! He stepped on the man's head and waved at the other two dumbstruck fellows. Come over. The other two looked at Lin Fan in shock. Damn it! What was going on? The two of them slowly moved backward. This was the rhythm of them wanting to run. However, Lin Fan's next sentence had sealed off all their paths of escape. Don't think about leaving. Come over or I will beat you to death. Lin Fan said. His tone didn't sound like he was joking. It felt like everything he said was true. The two of them looked at the person who was being stepped on by Lin Fan and then at Lin Fan. They knew that Lin Fan was very strong, much stronger than them, by a lot. With their cultivation, it was basically impossible for them to escape from his hands. Lin Fan didn't want to kill them. He had many questions. Who were they and who sent them? He couldn't just kill them and forget about it, right? That was impossible. Only by asking them would it be the safest. Not long later. The three of them were tied to the tree by Lin Fan. The fellow who was knocked out by Lin Fan slowly woke up. When he woke up, he definitely wanted to fight back. After all, he was a God Essence Realm expert, so how could he be defeated so easily? Lin Fan obviously wouldn't give him a chance to act cool. He punched him and scolded him into submission. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Such a simple operation was enough to make the three of them not dare to say anything more. Lin Fan was unfamiliar with them and had never seen them before. He had been guessing which faction he offended. However, he couldn't guess anything. Let me ask you, just answer me honestly. I have a good temper and usually won't hurt people. Don't worry about that. First, he had to appease their emotions. If he wanted to get more inside information, he had to let them see the hope of survival. If he didn't even give them hope, he was afraid that they would be the same as those people in the 9-Bug Gang division. They would rather die than speak any nonsense. The God Essence Realm expert who was beaten up by Lin Fan squinted and looked at Lin Fan. It wasn't that he didn't want to open his eyes but that they were swollen. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his expectations. How could he be so strong? This was totally different from the news he got. His swollen eyes gave off a cold glow and were really dark and sunken. Even if he was weaker than Lin Fan, the rage in his heart was still burning. Which faction are you from? Lin Fan asked. Slowly, he had to ask questions one by one. If he asked too many, it would seem like he was in a rush. Lin Fan looked at the three of them. Two of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to look into Lin Fan's eyes. As for the fellow who was beaten up, he squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Fan in rage. Even if his eyes were swollen, he could sense the rage in his gaze. You really don't want to tell me the truth? Lin Fan asked helplessly. I wanted to have a good conversation with all of you, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being cruel to all of you. Refresh. Bug controlling technique reached the peak. Gray True Essence spread out, covering a wide area. It was dozens of times larger than when he was only at Grandmaster Realm. Maybe this was a huge leap in quality, which was why he had such an effect. Pang pang. A soft sound spread out from all around. Only the two Master Realm people's expressions changed, like they felt that something terrifying was heading towards them. They weren't calm and their gazes towards Lin Fan were filled with panic. As for the God Essence Realm expert, he was really calm. He stared right at Lin Fan. He really wanted to fight him to the death. The three of them were so furious, rage points came uninvited. They started to increase. At that moment, a small bug laid on Lin Fan's finger. The bug was small but its body was covered in spikes. Do you see it? This sand-sized bug likes to climb into your body. Like ants, it likes to bite your flesh and organs and then climb out from the holes on your body. It might crawl out from your nose, your mouth, or even your buttocks. It might even crawl out from the tiny cracks where water is sprinkled. Do you want to give it a try? If you don't tell me, I think you'll have the chance to do so. Lin Fan's tone was dark and sunken, and there was a bit of terror in it. Maybe that God Essence Realm expert wouldn't speak so easily, but these two Master Realm experts would probably pee their pants. After all, his words caused his body to shake. He felt really terrified. Speak, which side do you belong to? Lin Fan asked. He just wanted to know who these people were. This place was just too close to U City. Although he couldn't believe the words of the people who left U City, there was no smoke without fire. What if something really happened? Chapter 260. You are not allowed to speak. If you dare, I will kill you. The God Essence Realm expert raged. Even if he was suppressed, he didn't want to reveal anything. He directly threatened the two of them. It was obvious that he felt that the two of them had a high chance of revealing the truth. So, that is the case. I think the two of you will say it. Lin Fan chuckled. He hadn't expected the other party to be so stupid to be able to expose the situation of these two people in an instant. Who said that he was stupid? He was sure that if 100 people heard those words, they wouldn't be able to think of such a deep point. Only he noticed it. Truthfully, this was something he saw in dramas in his last life. Often, people who were captured by the villain would shout at their teammates not to tell them. But most of the time, they really did. This was why it was good to watch more dramas. After all, no one knew when they would be caught. Wait, I don't think I am the villain, right? The two Master Realm people's eyes shone with a cold light. It was obvious that they were afraid of Lin Fan. But the words of a God Essence Realm expert were still threatening to them. They didn't dare to speak, they just lowered their heads and hoped that someone would come and save them. What they were most afraid of was that if they said the truth, someone would come and save them. That would be really awkward. Lin Fan's patience had a limit. He walked in front of a guy. Oi, are you going to speak or not? The pupils of the man who was chosen by Lin Fan shrunk. It was as if he had seen a ghost. There were 3 people here. Why did Lin Fan have to choose him? Then, he shouted in fear, I don't know anything. Go ask him, don't ask me. It was obvious that he was afraid of Lin Fan deep in his heart. Of course, whether or not he was afraid because of the bug or because of Lin Fan's strength, no one knew. The guy who was tied up looked at his partner in shock. That was too cunning, actually asking him to ask him. He didn't expect that his good brother would betray him at such a time. Damn. Lin Fan placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled. No, I want to know from your mouth. Tell me now. Just answer me if you are going to tell me or not. You don't have to say so much nonsense. The Master Realm expert lowered his head and shivered. It was obvious that he was hesitating and didn't know whether or not he should say it. Lin Fan was lazy to say more. He raised his finger and placed the bug on his nose. He was so frightened that he screamed. I will speak. He clearly didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and not give him any chance at all. He wanted to cry. Why? There were obviously 2 other people. If you want to interrogate them, just interrogate them. Why did you have to choose me? How infuriating, he was really infuriating. Lin Fan didn't stop. He wanted to let the other party feel how it felt to be bitten by a bug. Only after experiencing it would he know how important it was to be honest. It wasn't something that could be solved just by shouting. The bug climbed into his nose and then ran down his throat. Under Lin Fan's control, the bug could reach anywhere in his body. Do you feel that there is a bug on your beating heart? Red, very young, very energetic. Thump, thump, thump heart. My bug is telling me that it can't wait to taste it. The guy was shocked. His face was ashen white and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It was obvious that he was frightened by Lin Fan. Screams exploded out. Heart-wrenching pain like a piece of his heart was really being bitten. Don't use your weak internal strength to fight the bug in your body. You are still too weak. Lin Fan said. He could sense the news that the bug sent back. This fellow screamed and didn't forget to use internal strength to suppress his bug. Unfortunately, with his strength, it was impossible for him to wipe out this bug that was buffed by the bug controlling technique's special internal strength. He felt that the bug controlling technique would get stronger when one was strong. It was totally different from some secret techniques, like it would never change. It would become stronger along with the strength of the user. One could tell from the bug that it had mutated to a terrifying level. Soon, a mutated worm slowly crawled out from the man's ear. The sharp teeth between the upper and lower jaw bit on a small piece of flesh. Look, this is a small part of your heart. If you don't tell me, there will be more. Lin Fan smiled. Instantly, there were many bugs all around. They were like soldiers. Under Lin Fan's control, they lined up in an orderly manner and waited quietly. The guy was in so much pain that his body was covered in cold sweat. His pupils constricted and he was totally stunned by Lin Fan's actions. How did Lin Fan do such a terrifying thing? I said that we are from the Alliance. The guy hollered. You actually dare to betray the Alliance? Shut up, otherwise, you will die. That God Essence Realm stared at his partner in rage. He didn't expect that he would choose to betray him. At that moment, Lin Fan was stunned as he stood on the spot. Alliance? Such a familiar term. It was also a modern term. If he didn't understand wrongly, the Alliance was something that appeared in movies. It was an organization that merged all the powers together. Where is it? Lin Fan asked. It was like a magical door had appeared in front of him, giving him a strong desire to investigate it. Behind the border crack. We came from Laoshan City. The guy said in fear. Rage points plus 999. This God Essence Realm expert was really helpful, continuously giving him rage points. He could applaud him for being such a good person. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Many thoughts appeared in his mind. Although he only said the word alliance, he was really curious about whether or not it was what he thought it was. Why did you find me? I don't think I am familiar with all of you. Lin Fan asked. He understood that he shouldn't be familiar with them, but they knew him. No. If he guessed boldly, they should know his father. There was really a problem with you city. He closed his eyes and started to think about the situation there. Many scenes flashed across his mind. Although Old Wu's tone didn't change, it was like he wanted him to leave and also wanted him to take the technique away. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's waiter disappeared. The closing of the brothels in the city was a sign that there was a problem. Shut up, you shut up. The God Essence Realm expert hollered in rage, causing huge pressure on the terrified guy. Lin Fan waved his arm and numerous bugs climbed onto his body. They then covered his mouth such that he could only make noises and not say a single word. The current situation was just too sick. If one wasn't mentally strong, they might have vomited. You should be the one who should shut up. Continue, I want to know more. As long as you are honest, I can consider letting you live. Lin Fan said. The guy who was being interrogated looked at the deputy captain in shock and said in terror, We received orders to come from Laoshan City to find you. Our captain has already entered your city to investigate the situation and search for your tracks. This is the current situation. Lin Fan squinted and felt like things were a little chaotic. Behind the border crack. This was a little interesting. Does the Alliance have nuclear bombs? Lin Fan asked. Nuclear bomb? What nuclear bomb? I have never heard of it before. The man shook his head and looked at his vice captain from time to time. How could there be such disgusting things in his mouth? He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if these bugs were to crawl all over his mouth. What kind of horrifying scene would it be? He had never heard of it. Was he thinking too much? Lin Fan asked, then, why did you come here? Do you want to enslave us or occupy us? The man looked at Lin Fan in fear and said, our resources have been used up and we need to open up a new place. As for the rest, I really don't know. Please let me go. You promised me that as long as I cooperate, you'll let me live. Tears and snot were all over his face. You heard it wrongly. I said that I can consider letting you live, not that I'm sure. What you're saying now isn't of much help to me. Lin Fan said. However, he was also thinking about what was behind the crack. In the past, he wasn't sure how strong his father was. But after the techniques in the secret room, he could see that he was really strong. If not, how could he have so many techniques? If one had to say. He felt that his father was guarding the border. If not, such a strong person wouldn't stay in such a broken place unless he had problems in his head. Rage points plus 999 despicable, how can there be such a despicable person like you? You didn't keep your word, you are lying to me. The guy hollered in rage. He didn't expect that he would feel so bad being lied to. At the same time, he didn't expect that people from rich land would be like that. Lin Fan looked at the other guy, do you have anything to add? The guy who was tied up in the middle didn't say anything. He had nothing to say. This person was a liar, someone who didn't keep his word. Whoever believed him would be a fool. He waved his hands and the bugs in the God Essence Realm expert's mouth dissipated, do you have anything to add? But he didn't bother about Lin Fan and looked at his partner in rage, you betrayed us and will be punished. Do you think that he will let you go just because you said it? You are such a dumb person, you deserve to die, you really deserve to die. The guy who was terrified by Lin Fan lowered his head and felt that he was wrong. Lin Fan didn't think about letting him go and that he was just dreaming. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of him. But it didn't matter, it wasn't important. The important thing was the rage points.